should I corral people?
Sure. Really? Oh, cool. Hello. We're going to get started soon. If everybody could take their seats, that'd be great. Of course. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome. You all made it here in person, but you all made it here online, wherever the camera is, maybe here. But how's everyone doing? Doing good? Great. Well, first, I'm Hazel Aliza Gonzalez. I'm an assistant professor here at Pacific Lutheran University in the Department of Social Work. I'm also this year's chair of the Furry Studies Conference Committee, and it's my pleasure to honor and welcome you all to the second annual Furry Studies Conference. Thank you all for being here. Before we begin, though, I want to first recognize that PLU is on the traditional lands of the Nisqually, Puyallup, Squaxin Island, and Stiliacoom people. We acknowledge and respect the traditional caretakers of this land. They have lived on and stewarded these lands since the beginning of time and continue to do so today. We commit to uplifting the voices, experiences, and histories of the indigenous peoples of this land and beyond. Now, as we begin this conference, I want to start by asking the furries in this room and those who are watching online, when did we become furries? In the past 2 days, I thought about how I want to open up this conference. I immediately went to how I could discuss my own background in furry. However, as I started to write, I wrestled with the question, when did this all begin? For me. Was there a moment when I suddenly realized this was it, that I was a furry? So diving into this question more deeply, I looked back and considered everything potentially furry in my early life. For example, was it the moment that I would pretend to be a cat in elementary school? Or was it the time I watched The Lion King for the first time and really wanted a tail? Or was it when I created my first persona and then threw it away immediately because I was scared my parents would find out? Or was it when I came out to my friends as a furry, which coincidentally aligned with me coming out as trans? So all these things kind of, all questions that I think were important for me, but also questions for many of us that made us eager to really consider the possibility of researching and investigating furry, our own experiences, and how it feels to be a furry, and everything in between. But before we realize furry has become so important to us, and so it also is important to examine how furry has evolved in each regional and international community. For furry is not one voice, but a plural of collective voices that carry on a seemingly cohesive culture in the making. However, the furry study is not only a self-reflective inquiry into our experiences. As I considered this welcome speech, I also wanted to note the furry's relationship to the world, both past, present, and future, but most importantly, how has the world continued to respond to furry and the complex interactions between furry and sociopolitical landscapes globally. This is especially true now in the United States, where we currently meet, as furry has been targeted by policymakers who fear our imaginations may be a threat to law and order. Alongside such important social and political explorations, the study of furry may also venture towards the humanities, where in cultural studies, studio art, queer and trans studies, the history, and continued works by furries are reflected upon deeply. These reveal astonishing connections to how we experience life through art, media, and performance, connections that not only impact the various fields we write from, but also the furry community itself. It is these thoughtful contemplations and sites of inquiry that draw us to events like these, curious considerations into what furry means to us, what furry feels like, how furry has impacted our lives and those around us, how furry has changed and transformed since its beginning, its impact in the world, and how those living within fascist states have had their ability to express themselves freely through furry hindered. Today, these considerations are woven throughout the presentations of our speakers, who all reside within different disciplinary and anti-disciplinary avenues, who all make a mess of their disciplines by bringing furry to their schools and departments, by each connecting furry to their scholarly expeditions, which have left me and the organizing committee of this conference truly inspired by your feral acts. Before I pass this off to our keynote speaker, I want to thank Pacific Lutheran University, the College of Health Professions, and the Department of Social Work for their tremendous support. I also want to thank the tech support here. Really thank you for everything you've done and everything in this room to make this possible. Thank you so much. I also want to thank Monash University, the Department of Design, for their financial support. I also want to thank the Anthropomorphic Animals Appreciation Association and the various societies, including Furries at Berkeley, for their active partnership. Thank you so much. I now have the pleasure to honor and to introduce our keynote speaker, who will share with us his stories and set the tone for today's conference, Rod O'Reilly. So Rod O'Reilly is the writing and performing name chosen by a humble and ordinary human being. And that human is a hazardous materials consultant by day, songwriter by night, and many other things in the hours in between. Much of his notoriety stems from the fact that he and his late husband, Mark Molina, were among the first folks to ever organize meetups for what would become known as the furry fandom. And later they would launch the first ever furry-themed fandom convention conference in 1989. Please put your hands or paws together and welcome to the stage, Rod O'Reilly.
Thank you all very, very much for that introduction. I am indescribably humbled to have been asked to be here by you all and to take part of this. The great Robin Williams once did a gag about what it's like to be the father of an infant and all of the fun therein. And he talked about at one point getting so frustrated with what the child is throwing at you, perhaps literally, that you get to the point where you're just about ready to bat the child across the room when suddenly your child looks up at you and says, "Daddy." Oh. And then the child looks over at your dog and says, "Daddy." And your dog looks at you like, and I don't have to send him to college. Kids look at things in a different way. Okay. So this is what we're talking about today, is how to look at things in a different way than is perhaps normal. And why we do that and how we go about that. Now, since this is a prestigious college, and this is a prestigious college presentation that I am giving about furry fandom, I am referring to this as my TEDdy talk. Let me get one thing out of the way first. You will notice something about me, okay? I am pushy with terms, okay? I am not the most politically correct person in the world, but I am pushy with certain terms, okay? I do not like the term humans and animals. This is dumb as far as I am concerned. It's like saying roses and flowers, okay? People will come and say, well, humans aren't animals. And I'm like, what are we, minerals? Okay? I specifically speak about that which is human and that which is non-human. Our species and other species. That is absolutely on purpose because we are red-blooded, chordate, family mammalia animals. Okay, am I right? Yes. Okay, absolutely. Okay, so having said that, let me say this. I want to acknowledge something very important. Okay, I want to acknowledge the elephant that is not in the room. Okay. And that would be my late life partner, Mark Merlino, Silas Sable. Okay, I stand on his shoulders for being here. Everything that I have done in fandom, I did for him, with him, or because of him. Okay, so we all owe a debt of gratitude to his memory. And yeah, you can applaud for that. A good chunk of what you will see going by here while I am speaking includes pieces of art that he either commissioned or that he actually drew. One of the great sadnesses of my life is that throughout his lifetime, he never, ever acknowledged his own abilities as an artist as much as he should have. So I have made it my mission since he has passed away for more people to become aware of his artwork, because they should, and of his original characters, because they should. Skiltair should be as well known as Protogens as far as I'm concerned, okay? We're working on that, okay? So, but we're not here to talk about history. We're here to talk about meaning. Why do we do this thing we do? All of us, every culture, every class, at every age of our lives, in every age of our history. Why do we take other species, perfectly happy to go about their ordinary lives, and put our words into their mouths to talk back to us? Usually, and this is the interesting part, about us. Us as a society, and even we as individuals. It's kind of like if you put your teddy bear on a chair and then laid back on a couch and said, "Well, Doc, it all started when I was in kindergarten." Why do we do this? We do this because we are compelled to. This is how our minds work. The band Rush, on their 1982 album Signals, had two very interesting songs. They're interesting individually, and they're interesting in that they had both of these songs on one album. One of the songs was called The Digital Man, and the other song was called The Analog Kid. Think about that for a minute, okay? Children have minds that tend to flow from thought to thought, data to data, object to object, rather freely. Whereas, when we grow up, we learn to compartmentalize things, okay? We learn to compartmentalize the world. Everything is precisely what it is, and nothing more, and nothing less. But when we're children, things are quite often not what they are. They're what we want them to be. When a child throws a dark blanket over a table and says that it's a fortress, that they've got to defend from the orcs, they're not pretending that table is a fortress. That table is a fortress. That's the power of imagination to shape our reality. But imagination is not running away from reality, because imagination is ultimately bound with reality. How do I know this? Because of what imagination actually is and is not. Imagination is not the creation of non-existent data. Imagination is the combining of existing data in ways you hadn't thought of before. Think about it. You can't imagine a gopher with wings unless you know what a gopher is and you know what wings are. And so imagination is not trying to turn away from the real world. Imagination is trying to learn as much as possible about the real world, giving our minds as big a vocabulary as it can possibly deal with, so that we have as many things as possible to play with. Even as grown-ups, we realize the power of imagination, but again, we teach ourselves to compartmentalize it. That is pretend, and that is real. And many of us out there in the real world are profoundly uncomfortable with people who get slippy-slidey between the two. Not me. Certainly not about myself, at least. I can be fully aware that that circle of mushrooms over there is those fungi doing their best to perform some resource allocation. While at the same time, I can imagine that that ring of mushrooms is a portal to a secret realm ruled by the elves. And I am perfectly at ease with that dichotomy. Since the first storytellers enthralled us around the campfire, they've been not only telling us stories of the day and of people we know and should know and events that were important and should be remembered, they have also told us stories about things which are not and never were. When we don't know all the things that we feel we need to know, imagination steps in to fill the gap. We create myths to connect the dots of our experience, to try to make sense out of the world around us and how it actually works when we don't have enough data right at hand. We create legends to give ourselves something bigger than ourselves that we can aspire to, something to look up to, a goal that we can move our lives towards, okay? Many of these myths and legends revolved around other living things we saw in the world around us. Why? Because they move. Our eyes are drawn towards motion. It's an essential part of the human mental experience. You've probably heard it said, and I think it's true, one of the biggest things that absolutely defined us as humans is when we stood up on two legs. Now, what's the advantage of that? The same advantage that mustelids and viverids have when they periscope. You can see further, okay? Oh, look, over there. There's some prey we might want to head over and hunt down. Oh, look, way over there. Some lush green in the middle of that low grass. I bet there's water there. This is a gold mine for evolution. But we gave up some things along the way to that also. You add another 3 to 6 feet away from the substrate, and your sense of smell starts to atrophy. Because we became much more dependent on sight rather than hearing to look for things or to warn us of danger, because light travels a lot faster than pulses of pressure through the air, we became a lot less precise with our hearing. We still hear details relatively okay, but we're nowhere near as good as other species at using our ears to determine direction. And we suck at hearing with our feet. Okay. Some years ago, I read an article about a nature-oriented summer camp where they asked the children to try and gain a perspective on how other species might experience the world. They told the kids to get down on all fours and crawl through this medium to high grass, talking about what they smelled, talking about what they felt through their knees and their hands. Literally seeing what it's like to try to orient themselves while peering through the tall grass rather than over it. Okay. We, all of us, have this natural curiosity about how living things might experience the world if they're different from us. And what would it feel like to have that experience ourselves? Robert A. Heinlein was famous for stating that all science fiction stories arise from one of 3 simple phrases. What if only, and if this goes on. Okay. Every single human being ever who has ever had a single complete thought has at some point imagined, what if I was some other species? What would I be like? What would my world be like? How would I experience it? Why do we do these things? We are compelled to. Everyone does it. It always has. Who are the furry fans? We are the ones who notice that we do it. And we think it has a much deeper meaning than a lot of people give that credit for. Now I'm going to switch gears here, and I'm going to talk about people. More specifically, I'm going to talk about humans and rats. Some years ago, I saw a video talking about an experiment that was performed at university in a biology department regarding rat society. What they did was they created a small biodome and they set up a rat colony in there, providing them with food and basically letting them go about their business within an enclosed dome. And then they observed what happened. What they did was they allowed the rats to breed freely, such that the population, because they didn't have to do an awful lot of work to get their food, the population continued to grow. Now, here's an interesting thing. They did not starve them. as the population continued to grow, they increased the food supply. But here's the thing. The rats started getting in each other's way. They started running into each other a lot. They had to go further to get to where the food was because they had to go around other rats more often. They started bumping into each other more. And the rat society, which had been largely peaceful and largely cooperative and so forth, the social structures started to break down. They started getting surly towards each other. They started getting greedy. They started forming little groups that would grab food from themselves and beat up anybody else who tried to come by and get the food. And as the population increased, even though the food supply was there for them, the problems increased, and it started becoming violent. And this was rather, a nasty thing to do to a set of animals. I'm not going to kid myself, a set of another species. But what it showed was very interesting. Is anything that I'm talking about even slightly sounding familiar here? Okay. Maybe, just maybe, part of the problem with our current human experience is that there's too much human experience. We are all over each other, day in, day out, and it's just so much of our own species to have to deal with. Maybe part of the reason that anthropomorphism is a growing part of our human experience is simply the fact that we are growing increasingly tired of each other, but we want to talk to somebody. Humans have, so far as we can tell, a seemingly unique capacity for loneliness and antisocial surliness at the same time. Every one of us wants to be respected as a unique individual, but none of us wants to be a lonely outcast. There's a great line, for the few of you here who may have seen it, in the movie Elio, where one of the aliens says to our hero, "You are unique." And unique can sometimes feel like alone. But you are not alone. Do you want to make the world a better place? I think it's maybe a time to step back and gain a little more perspective on other humans out there. I'm sorry, Elon, but I am going to talk about empathy. I am on the autism spectrum. I can't help it. I do it automatically all day long. Okay. I'm going to present to you a philosophy that I've been working on for some time. I call it the broccoli theory. Okay. And it is mine. Okay. I'm going to present you with some basic, I think, irrefutable facts. And then I'm going to show you where I think logic takes them to. Okay. Basic facts. There are people out there who like broccoli. They think it's delicious. There are people out there who despise broccoli and can't believe other human beings would actually willingly put it in their mouths. And there are people out there who are meh about broccoli, okay? They can take it or leave it. They don't actually seek it out, but it's not going to make them sick if they have to eat it. Fine, okay? Now, here is what I'm going to posit for these three situations, okay? Number one, none of these people are wrong, okay? They think what they think, they feel what they feel, but none of them are wrong about it. Number two, none of these people are right about it, okay? They think what they think, they feel what they feel, but there's no rightness about it, all right? Number three, any one of these three people could talk all day long about why they think they feel what they feel. And I can almost guarantee you that it's not going to budge either of the other two from their opinion at all. Okay? Number 4. I'm losing track. Okay? None of these people are under any compulsion to ever explain why they feel the way they feel to either of the other two or to themselves. I used to drive myself bananas trying to figure out, why do you like that piece of artwork? And this other piece of artwork that's so similar, you're like, maybe. Why do you like that kink? And this other kink that's so similar instantly squicks you. That makes no sense at all. I was trying desperately to get some kind of a logical through line through my own mentality, such that it all became a consistent thing. And then I figured out, why? My feelings are my feelings. Their feelings are their feelings. No compulsion at all to explain it. And number 5, regardless of where you sit regarding broccoli, when you die, despite all of your best efforts throughout your entire life, there will be people living who feel differently about broccoli than you did. Okay? And the sooner you get all of these 5 concepts through your head and make them part of your being, not only will you go far towards your own peace of mind, you will actually go far towards making this a more polite and peaceable world. More than any way that I can imagine. Now, please understand, okay, I am not talking about moral choices here, okay? This is not about things lives depend on, or how people should act towards one another, violence versus nonviolence, and all of that. I'm talking about taste. I'm talking about what Cy Sable used to call aesthetics, your own vision of what is beautiful and what is good and what is desirable, okay? Does pineapple belong on a pizza? Any answer that you give to that question is correct for you. But so many people, when they discovered their tastes, their aesthetic, they think they stumbled across a new principle of physics. There's a subtle but important change of language that I want everyone here to be aware of, okay? And I want you to think about this. Take it away with you, okay? That music is terrible. Wrong. You don't like that music. That movie is great. Wrong. You like that movie. Subtle difference in words, vast difference in meaning. It's so common in our public discourse, but it's so destructive and so wrong. You have to own your personal viewpoint. Why wouldn't you? Well, because stating that it's your viewpoint can be a scary, lonely thing. If you're saying something that's an indisputable fact, if you're telling people the sky is blue, then no one sensible is going to disagree with you. If you state that something is personal to yourself, you might find that you don't have the backing of the general populace behind you. People might try to argue with you about it. You might feel that you have to defend it. But that's the thing. Guess what? You don't. If the entire world likes a particular kind of coffee and you don't, they are not right or wrong, and neither are you. So yes, it is perfectly fine to like boobs on a bird character, or don't. And with that abrupt gear shift, back to furries. One of the most eye-opening experiences I had gaining new perspective is when I started role-playing anthropomorphic characters online. Now, there's a long-standing cliche joke about queer guys playing female characters online to try and flirt with straight men. Well, guess what? I discovered that playing a female character online is a great way to pick up girls. I also discovered a lot about what it feels like to have straight men coming at you from all sides, even when you ask them nicely to back off a bit. It was at times more than a bit scary. Okay? It was very eye-opening. And speaking of female characters, a word to self-stated non-furry critics out there. Please, no, they are not strangely sexualized cartoon characters. You think they are sexy. Grow a pair and say so. And no, I am not going to worry about the political correctness of all this, okay? If you are not aware, for those of us who have been around a while, political correctness is basically a fancy way of saying fashionable politeness. I grew up in Canada. I find politeness to be very, very important. I have never cared much about fashion. Are they challenged? Are they disabled? Or are they cripples? Am I on the autism spectrum? Am I neurodivergent? Am I neurospicy? Or am I an annoying dork? Whatever. So long as you speak to me with some degree of respect and empathy, as you would wish me to give to you, we're going to get along just fine, okay? But while I'm up here, let's talk about terminology, okay? Am I a furry? Are any of us? Okay? I used to be very, very pushy about the fact that in my mind, I was not a furry. People ask me, are you a furry? I'd say, no, I'm not a furry. Mickey Mouse is a furry. Bugs Bunny is a furry. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are furries, scaly or not. I am a furry fan. Why did I do that? Because at the time, I thought it was exceedingly important to recognize the creation and the creators versus the celebration of the creations and the creators. Okay? But then guess what? There's been a generational shift. I've been at this long enough that there has been a full-fledged generational shift. We are the creators. Okay? When I was starting out, don't you love sentences that start that way? Back in the day, we were all about things that other people had made, okay? Big, famous names, okay? Who, let's face it, many of them weren't that desperately concerned about their fandom. They just wanted to put groceries on the table and they knew they could draw. So guess what? There they went, okay? Terrific. Along the way, we started creating our own stuff. And we started turning to our own stuff more than the stuff that they were creating. And guess what? Well, I'll put it this way, okay? I used to joke that if it was true, and it's a big if, because believe me, there was a lot more nuance on this than you probably have heard, but if it was true that Hollywood, that great big word, who knows what it means, would not hire us no matter how talented we are because we were self-identified as furries, then for the sake of our own economic survival, We had no choice but to take it over. Guess what? See Netflix lately? Okay. I offer you one word, Vivzipop. Okay? Someone who literally created an entire hurricane of fandom behind them before Hollywood noticed them. By the time Hollywood say, hey, over here, they were already up and running to the point that so many people would be jealous of, okay? And take a quick look. You'll find the next ones waiting in line, okay? They're all over the place. I can give you names, okay? So, are we furries? Damn right we are. Who created these characters? We did, and they rock. So why do we do these things? Why the hell wouldn't you? Thank you. I'm a little ahead of schedule, but I don't want to, believe me, I do not want to make us miss coffee. So, I'd be more than happy to take any questions from the crowd out there if they're. Suffice it to say, this is something I thought deeply about for a very long time. Okay, so I have my opinions on so many things out there.
And for the sake of the virtual attendees, if you can please go up to the microphone so that they can hear you as well for your questions.
Thank you, I forgot. Oh, yes, and how would I look at the questions from the virtuals? Is that possible? Thank you. Yes, so just let me know whenever you like. So, are there questions from the floor out here? Go on up. Thank you very much for being brave. I appreciate it.
Definitely nervous.
You're nervous.
Oh, yeah. Very, very impressed. So I did try to come as prepared as possible, so I did have some questions. I'm just going to start with one. I have been thinking about furry a lot, and the ways that we sort of comport ourselves and all that jazz, but the main question is, how might different furry scenes learn from each other? Because it's very regional. Yes, seems like one monolith, but it's a million different friend groups that are all making something that seems like one thing, but everybody's always bringing something from the table that's different. So how can we learn from each other as different weird groups?
You just sort of created the space yourself for that because you're interested in it. That's the answer, is have an interest in how. I'm desperate to find out how they do furry stuff in Asia. I've never been to an Asian con. I would love to. I've never been to a continental European con. I've been to a couple in Britain, but I have not been to a continental one yet, and I want to. I have not been to any of the Latin American furry conventions, but I have literature from all of these things, and of course, YouTube being YouTube, I have lots of video from all of these things, and guess what? They're fascinating. I mean, in little subtle ways, you do notice things. Someone was just talking earlier about a Chinese convention, which is very, very small. And for what they have a convention in Red China, okay? Think about that for a minute. But they apparently their booths over there for their dealer's room are what over here we would call small houses, okay? They're gigantic constructions that they create. You've probably noticed if you've ever seen footage from fur conventions in Asia that they have a particular subtle, different, but very distinctive way of designing fursuits. Okay, you can tell an Asian fursuit when you see one, particularly in the face. Okay, and that's fascinating. I'd love to put a study together about why specifically. Well, I know some of the answer, okay? It depends on furry and animation are inextricable, okay? There's no two ways about that. Furry, by definition, is not specifically a cartoon fandom, but guess what? Furry fandom came out of cartoon fandom. So animation is always going to be a part at the back of people's minds for when you have a furry culture, which means things like, well, for one thing, it's the old joke I had for a long time is that no, furries aren't people who want to be animals. Furries are people who want to be cartoon characters. Makes much more sense. But what you think of as an anthropomorphic character is going to be heavily influenced by what region of animation you grew up with and what era of animation you grew up with, okay? An awful lot of what the furry fandom had when I was starting had, well, actually 3 primary sources. That would be Warner Brothers cartoons, Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and Disney's 9 Old Men, okay? How many people in this room are familiar with the group known as the 9 Old Men? Not many, okay? Look it up, Google it, okay? Disney 9 Old Men, okay? They were the core of Disney animation. There were a lot more animators there, but there were the specific brain trust of 9 guys, and it was, I'm paid to say it at the time, guys, who hung around with Disney, so we referred to them as these 9 old men who were constantly on his butt. So much of what we think of as anthropomorphic characters specifically came out of those guys' pens, okay? So more people should know that because, believe me, the designs of what we think of as American fursuits, direct line from Disney's 9 Old Men. I guarantee it. You see some of their original sketch designs, you'll say, okay, yeah, all right. I remember when Zootopia came out and Disney brought out the official Nick and Judy suits that have been around at the parks ever since. And somebody online made the comment, we have reached the point where it is difficult to tell the difference between an official Disney character costume and a well-made fursuit. And it was, okay? I could think of, at the instant I saw that, I'm like, I can think of 5 different fursuit makers who could have made something exactly like that. Back in the day, I remember when there were fursuit makers who were making stuff much better than what some of the theme parks out there had for costumes running around, believe me. So back to your question, it's simply, of course, the obvious answer is the internet, because there is an ability. I can't physically make it to all these conventions that I want to make it to, but I can sure as heck see film from them. Every one of them, usually within about an hour of when the thing finishes on Sunday. Somebody's got something up. So I visit, and not just conventions, fur meets, house parties, what have you, okay? Or animation that people are working on, okay? I love to see stuff like that. I loved when people put up their storyboards. I love when people put up their Leica reels, whatever, you know? So have an interest, which I think most of us already do, in what people are doing in other parts of the world, because they are going to put their personal spin on it, based on their location, based on their age, based on their economic standing, okay? Not every furry out there goes to college. I'm sure they'd all love to, but not all of them can afford it. But that doesn't make them any less furries if they're into this stuff. I hope that points towards what you were saying. Any other questions out there? Okay, yeah. You first, and then you. So go ahead.
Hold on, let me.
You can take it off the stand. Whatever's.
I can just kind of, there you go. Okay, hi.
Hello.
It's an honor. I'm a writer. I study child psychology at Berkeley, so I loved hearing about your anecdotes. I was just wondering, within that vein, I can kind of point it down, what it's been like kind of seeing the new generation of kids who are born into a world where there's already an established furry fandom, because I just think it's really interesting. Seeing how the fandom kind of cyclically reinvents itself. And I think we're getting into the first generation of kids that have a really like defined idea of what the fandom is and its place in our culture, and what that's been like, just kind of watching them grow up in that and reinvent it.
I'll
Thank you.
dovetail off what you're talking about there. An even more interesting thing to me is we're reaching the first generation of furry kids who are being raised by furry parents. Okay, that's new. Okay, now I joke at people, but it is 100% true. Furry fandom is not new. Okay, furry fandom has probably been around since somebody first decided to draw Anubis on the wall of a pyramid, and somebody said, "Whoa, he's hot." Okay, what is new, like so much of our human culture right now, is communication, okay? Well, I'm not bragging here, okay, I promise, but just, people would come up to us and to Mark and me and say, "Hey, you guys started furry fandom," and we would both immediately say, "No, we didn't." Furry fandom started itself. We got furry fandom talking to itself, okay? We said, "Hey, you're a furry, he's a furry, why don't you two talk to each other?" And things came out of that, okay? So, what is new is that, again, things that there is nothing, absolutely nothing out there which has caused a greater growth and flourishing of furry fandom more than the internet. There's a reason that they both started rising at the same time, okay? Not just because furries use the internet, but because by and largely, let's face it, furries built it. Okay? So in other words, what I'm getting at is the first generation of kids growing up with furry fandom existing is the same first generation of kids growing up with the internet existing. Okay? We now have full-fledged adult parents who were born after the invention of the internet. So they have never known a world which did not have the internet, okay? It is that much a fabric of their lives, or part of the fabric of their lives, okay? So, as someone from a previous generation myself, that's that is scary. You get older, you get slower, but the world is getting faster. That's frightening. I don't know how to describe it to people, but back in my day, when I was younger than some of the folks in this room, we could still do a lot of the stuff that we do these days, but it took a hell of a lot longer to do it. We didn't. Virtual reality, heck, we didn't have mucks back then. We had storyboards. And before my generation, we had people corresponding back and forth in the letter columns of magazines. And by corresponding, I mean they were role-playing by writing into their favorite they'd write into Modern Rocketry as a character. And then somebody else would write back and respond to that in the next month as a different character. And they had stories going this way until the magazines told them, "Would you please knock it off?" Okay? So we were doing the same thing, just a lot slower. Okay? And then Mux came along, and it was a lot faster. It was how quickly can you type? Excuse me. Now we have VR chat, and it's how quickly can you talk, okay? Things get faster. But, for someone of my generation, it's hard to keep up with it, and it can be a bit scary. But, so I'm jealous of the younger generation that can, keep up with that. But, at the same time, it is important to keep perspective. It's important to remember that just because everything is available instantly, that everything instant is not necessarily everything good. Can I put it that way? And that maybe slowing down and giving some thought to things from time to time might be advisable. That's the challenge to try and give to the new generation. Now, as far as new furries, my gosh, I'm waiting for the first 10-year-old to get a deal with Netflix. Okay, okay. Look what I did on these Post-it notes. Okay, here's $1 million. I joke, but it's fully possible. It's amazing the creativity that can get into, and I don't think there's too much of it. I do not think there's too much of it. I don't. If anything, there's too much holding it back. Okay, I'm not going to get political right now because it depresses me. But suffice it to say, there's a lot that's holding creativity back at the moment, and it's incredibly stupid. But, I will say that I'm resisting the urge to get too political, but suffice it to say that really a lot of the biggest problems right now are old farts, okay? Not this one in particular. I'm going to be selfish and say, but I have much better hope for the next generation. I really do, because they talk so much to each other that I think they get each other a little better. And if you actually poll them, a lot of them do seem to get each other a lot better. It's just that the old farts still have the reins, and they're not letting go of them very soon or very well. They're kind of complaining about it, and while they complain, they hurt a lot of people. There's no two ways about it. While they complain, they hurt a lot of people. Okay, to try and prove the point to each other. Hey, we're the good ones. But I have a lot of hope for the next set to maybe make more sense, so long as, okay, here's the little warning. So long as we don't get into thinking that there's few things more dangerous than thinking that anything that gets you clicks is good, okay, including being violent to other people. I'll leave it at that. Okay, I don't like a world where people will do things. Oh, hey, this is going to make me famous. I'm going to go hurt somebody. Not good. Okay, there are better ways to become famous. And of course, why do you want to become famous? Well, you want to become famous because you're worried about being lost in the crowd. Remember what I said. We want to be unique individuals, but we don't want to be lonely, okay? So we need things like furry fandom to help people not be lonely, because we can help them be not lonely without having to hurt other people to get, in other words, you can snarl all day about, oh, they're just doing all that nasty stuff to get attention. Well, fine. Drop the other shoe. How do we get them the attention they need without them having to hurt other people? That's the challenge. And that, I think, is important. And I happen to very selfishly think that furry fandom is very good at that. Thank you. You, sir. You had, oh, sorry.
I want to get one online question.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay.
I'm going to ask right here. That's okay. So online, someone asked, have you noticed an event or series in events that have triggered a shift in the fandom, where it's changed in a noticeable or measurable way?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I kind of hinted at it in my talk there. The biggest shift has been the shift away from IP and towards OCs. That's absolutely, there's nothing bigger that has happened in furry that I can think of more so than that. We are literally direct competition. I mean this room, we are direct competition for Disney and DreamWorks and Sony and everybody else, okay? Direct competition, okay? And they know that. They're scared, okay? They're trying to figure out what to do with it. There are reasons why there was so much nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Are you watching us furries in the advertising for Bad Guys 2 and Zootopia 2 and so forth, okay? Okay? They're like, are you watching? Yeah, we're watching. Impress us. Okay? Because guess what? We've got other people sitting right over here with a MacBook creating stuff that can give you a run for your money. Okay? So that's the biggest thing. And, you know, beyond even just animators, writers, you know, fursuit makers. I mean, for crying out loud, there are people, they're hiring fursuit makers to make sports mascots now, because guess what? We do it better. Okay. Now you, sir. And don't let me go beyond on time. I'll give you a warning. Thank you. Hi,
Well, good morning. And first off, thank you for coming all this way to be here. I really appreciate you speaking and sharing your perspective. As somebody who has been in this fandom, or at least the modern iteration of this fandom since the outset, it's kind of an open-ended question, but how would you what did I write? How do you feel about, or maybe interpret, the way that the fandom has grown from a humble room party to an international community, or even bordering on a subculture? And also, and I know we've kind of covered a lot of that over the last few questions, but do you feel like anything along the way, anything valuable, any core values have been lost along the way that we could gain, we could regain or kind of reapproach?
Yeah, in order, the number one thing that I think surprised a lot of us, not just Cy Sable and myself, but a lot of us when we started hosting this, was the number of people who came out and said, wait, there are other people besides me who draw this stuff? They didn't know, okay? Because they'd never managed to track down where they could show this to other people, okay? I always talk about this, Rodney, broken record time, because I realized that what an important part of our psyche this was back when, in 1977, when Disney came out with The Rescuers. And I was just absolutely awestruck by this movie. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with these feelings that I've got. I desperately want to jabber about everything I think about this movie and these characters and the story and the adaptation and blah, blah, blah with somebody, and I don't have anybody to do that with. And I realized with the gift of hindsight later on that I was looking for fandom. But at the time, I had no idea what a fandom is. I had never heard of such a thing. Star Trek fandom, or anything. Star Wars fandom was barely getting started in 77 because the movie had just come out. Everybody went bananas about it, but it took a while to get organized as a fandom. Okay? About the biggest thing that was going still at that point was Star Trek fandom, but I didn't know anything about it. So the fact that people discovered that there was more people like them, that's the reason that it's grown, is because there are so many people who want to think about, like I said, what would something be like if it was not quite like us, but somewhat like us? You know, we've said for years and years and years that the thing that is special about anthropomorphism as a line of thought is that it combines the familiar with the exotic, okay? If we have our too much familiarity in our lives, if things are too much the same as they've been, we get bored. If we have too much exotic, too much new, too much that's unfamiliar, we get scared. But if you can get something that has a little bit of both, it's got stuff you recognize and stuff that's weird to you, that's awesome. So there is this natural human proclivity towards having that. It's just now we're talking to each other and we discover just how natural it is. So yeah, it's a subculture, but it may not be that sub. Okay? And things we've lost. I'd say, on the one hand, I joke about, haha, Hollywood, look at us, here we are, and all this stuff. But at that same time, somewhat old fart talk here, but I don't want us to forget that some of that IP that we started with is pretty awesome, okay? That's why I push about the 9 Old Men at a lot of people, and about Walter Lantz, and some of the people. How many people here have actually seen some of the, what would be called classic Warner Brothers cartoons? The Warner Brothers shorts. Okay, a few, okay. Back me up here. They're funny as hell, okay? And they're very well written, very well animated, and some of them smart as heck, okay? Here, lesser one. How many people have seen some of the actual 1960s animated Hanna-Barbera cartoons? Huckleberry Hound. Okay, again, very funny, very well edited. They're great education for editing, okay, for how to make jokes funny. They're very limited animation, but the writing is great, and the the editing is snappy as hell, okay, and it works, okay. I don't want to lose that, okay. I want people to be aware that even though now we've moved beyond that to where we can do a lot of this stuff ourselves, and we should, and we are, the old stuff was good for a reason, and we became fans of it for a reason, okay? So I don't want to turn up my nose at it completely, okay? No, none of us like Disney. Disney are a bunch of corporate schmucks. I will say that out loud. Now I'm in a lot of trouble. But Disney's product, the stuff that the creative people who work at Disney make, is what an awful lot of this is based on for a reason, okay? And we should not forget that. Any more online? Yes. Okay.
Another question is, we now have amazing organizations like Fur Science and Furry Studies Conference. Are there any other types of furry organizations that you'd like to see or like to see be created?
Ooh, wow. I never expected something like Fur Science to exist, or this. So, wow, where would we take it from here? Throughout his life, Cy Sable was fascinated by fans. He always said, I am a fan of fans. Because the very concept, first Star Trek convention he ever went to, he saw the set of the bridge of the Enterprise. And he said, wow, you got that set of the bridge of the Enterprise. That's really cool. How'd you get that from Paramount? And they told him, oh no, the original set burned down. This is something that a bunch of fans made. He's like, wait, a bunch of fans made this? This looks better than what was on TV. They said, yeah. Well, did you get paid for that? Well, no, they just kind of met together on weekends. So you took your own time, you weren't being paid for it, and you made this. Well, yeah. Why would people do that? Okay. He was, that question, that open-ended question, why are we fans of things? What does it mean in terms of pure neurological firings up here? What does it mean to be a fan of something, as opposed to someone who is using it to put bread on the table? Okay? Because quite often, let's face it, we're not. right? But it is desperately important to us. What does that mean? I would like to see a study about that, because he was never able to answer that question. We got towards it, but we was never able to answer that question. I don't know. I'll throw this out there like a bomb, but we're getting to the point where it's becoming so ubiquitous that I don't know, maybe it's time for a fursuit makers guild. And I'm not just for exchanging knowledge, although that's very important. I'm talking about literally about negotiating prices and stuff, because as I said, I was not joking, okay? There are professional organizations that are coming to fursuit makers and saying, do us something, you're better than these other people that we've had before, okay? Particularly when you have to do something that's specific to a particular person, okay? So I don't know, maybe it's time to start getting some negotiating power. Thought. All right. Well, I want to thank you all very, very much. I will be around all day, and I'm going to be peppering some of you with questions when you're doing your presentations. So, and I will be around during the coffee clutch, although I'm having tea. So there. So thank you all very much. And if you have anything else you'd like to chat about, I'd love to meet every single one of you. And thank you all very, very much for your time. Blessed be.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. And thank you all for being here again. And now we're going to enter our little coffee break. So feel free to take a little break. We have until 10:30 for a little break, and then we'll come back and reconvene. Thank you all so much.
closer we can get that to the opening in the mouth, it'll just sound better.
Hello, everybody. If we could get everyone to go back to their seats for the next session, that would be really good. Thank you. Cool. I think we'll get started. So thanks everyone for coming. Welcome back to Furry Studies for the first session. My name is Spakes. My real name is Xavier Ho. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Design at Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. I'm also one of the organizers for Furry Studies along with Jack, Sybil, who you met earlier, and Vanguard, who is online. As well as Oren and Atmos, who's helped us set up the mini art show that's around the room. So feel free to browse the sculptures, the magazines, the comic book, and the prints around here today. I also just want to remind you that we will have the Slido link that's already on the YouTube stream if you're using it online. Thank you for posting the questions. I've just temporarily archived the questions for Rob, so now it's a clean slate. But trust me, the questions has not been deleted. So for the questions for this session, please do ask them as they come up, because we will have 4 speakers to speak in concession, and then we'll do a panel group Q&A at the end. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, which is Eduardo Lactoin. They're going to talk about furry stickers and semiotic landscapes, linguistic anthropological sketches. They're going to be dialing from online. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello, am I allowed to start? Oh wait, hang on, I need to show my screen. Is everything working fine on your end? Yes. Okay, yes. Let's get started then. Okay, hello. I am very excited to be your first panelist for today, even though I am here, I am stuck in Alberta, Canada, but I am happy to be presenting with you. So yes, my presentation is on furry stickers and semiotic landscapes, linguistic anthropological sketches. Okay, so let's get started. So our roadmap for today. So first I'll do some introduction, some background on the whole project, and then I'm going to be introducing the framework I use, linguistic and semiotic landscapes, and then applying that to the furry literature on furry convention as space. Then we're going to do a case study with a sticker sign that I took notes on at a convention. And then finally, we're going to be wrapping everything up with a nice discussion and conclusion. So let's get started. Oh, no, too far. Okay, so introduction. So I am Eduardo Salinas Lactoin, or Elias. I'm a linguistics PhD student at the University of Alberta. Although my official research is on Filipino heritage languages, my unofficial research is furry fandom linguistic anthropology. So the framework I use for this kind of research is that the furry fandom is a community of practice composed of individuals who share a set of linguistic and semiotic resources, which can be deployed to construct furry identity in interaction. So the last time I talked about stickers, I used an economic anthropology framework along the lines of Moses gift theory and its reinterpretation under new materialism. I talked about how furry sticker distribution alternated between modes of gifting and exchange, described as free exchange, to either create or not create social bonds within the community. This time we're doing something a little different. We're doing furry stickers as part of the linguistic and semiotic landscape. So what is that? So linguistic landscape is a framework that emerged in the late 90s from sociolinguistics and linguistic anthropology. Essentially, what we're looking at is the language that is available in public spaces, mostly on official signage. So as we see road signs, billboards, street names, anything that you can see in a public space. This kind of early research was very quantitative. We would count up the number of languages and then make inferences about the ideologies of multilingualism. So for example, if there was like more English than this minority language in this certain space, then we say that, okay, English has more institutional power in society as a whole. However, as the decades went on, we wanted more attention to both the meaning of making these linguistic landscapes to the people who make these kind of signs, and also the materiality of the signs themselves. As this quote says, the colors, the green of the window shutter, the red of the wall, these things are also important in analyzing linguistic landscape. So then we turn to semiotic landscape, which expands beyond just languages to see how any public space is made subjectively meaningful through visible inscription. So a lot of this research was focused on the contestation of the public space, basically who has power to inscribe meaning into a public space. So the example I have here is of graffiti. This is a good example from the semiotic landscape literature. So graffiti artists can inscribe their own meaning into the public space by doing graffiti art. By creating public art, they're claiming the space as their own and for the public as a whole. Whereas the city also has power to inscribe their own meaning on that space by cleaning off the graffiti and making sure that only they have power to inscribe meaning onto this space. Okay. Another important concept that came out of this is semiotic assemblage. So this looks at how language, specifically named languages such as English, Chinese, Spanish, things like that, we don't consider them as existing as a system before their usage and relation to other semiotic resources within the physical environment. So as this one says, not as if languages pre-exist their instantiation in particular places, but rather the particular assemblages of objects, linguistic resources, and places that come together. So this analysis looks to see how in a certain moment, which semiotic or meaning-making resources are available for use to inscribe the space with meaning. And then the final concept that we're going to be examining are assembling artifacts. So this refers to the way that physical objects bring together or assemble and afford, that is, make available sets of semiotic resources in a certain moment. So the example we have here is a farmer's market. So we could say that this is a farmer's market space, which is constructed through the physical linguistic signs there. So the signs on the stalls. But we also have to consider both the materiality of the objects, that is the food, the produce, as well as the activity here, so selling the food. And these are all implicated in creating the farmer's market as recognizable as a space in and of itself. So as a kind of synthesis of all that literature, we have this model that I have. So assembling artifacts bring together space, activity, and language into a mutually constitutive relationship, which all give each other meaning through the assembling artifact. So how do we apply that to furry research? Okay, so I'm looking specifically here on the furry convention as space. So in at least the scholarship that I have read so far, the furry convention is typically thought of as ontologically stable a priori to any activity or research that occurs there. So for example, in Austin 2021, she believes that a convention or furry only reinforces furry identity, which she believes is socialized in the online environment. So there's the assumption that the convention is just the stage where furry identity is imported to. Similarly, we have SEM 2024, where they assert that furry conventions, like other fandom conventions, provide space. There are also spaces for certain furry activities, cultural activities to happen. However, there's no explanation of how this convention is created as subjectively meaningful as a space for those things to happen. And then finally here, we have Roberts 2023, which says that panels are dedicated to topics that explicitly to convey to newcomers the ropes of being at a convention. So again, there's the assumption that conventions are spaces with rules that exist before any activity or socialization can occur there. Something that comes closer to the semiotic landscape literature that I've reviewed is year 2020, which looks at the furry convention as a contestable, again, conflicting, white listening space. So the white listening space or white listening subject is actually something that comes out of linguistic anthropology. It refers to the way that white ways of perceiving and categorizing language or meaning are privileged over minoritized or racialized peoples. So Europe sees the convention as a white listening space that is contested by minoritized or racialized furries, creating counter spaces within them. However, there's still no discussion of the processes of creating the white listening convention and the counter spaces within them. So I object to these kind of characterizations because space cannot just be seen as a static backdrop against which language occurs. Rather, it's the semiotic activity that creates its sites. So for example, for in our case, the furry convention cannot be interpretable as such until the activities and languages that are brought into relation to it. Okay, so with all that being said, our question, how do furry stickers as an assembling artifact in the semiotic landscape construct the convention as a furry space, as a space that is subjectively meaningful as a furry convention? So our methodology. So I do ethnography, so I took field notes at 3 conventions, all with the permission of convention staff, of course. These were complemented by interviews with members of the fandom about stickers and sticker trading practices. This includes things like sticker trading and sticker bombing. And then those field notes were annotated and analyzed according to that tripartite model of assembling artifacts that I described earlier. So our case study for today will be the sticker sign at PawCon 2024. PawCon is a relatively small convention that occurs in California, just for context. So let's describe this sign. So this sign was originally placed in a sticker trading panel for people to sticker bomb, and then it was moved to the front of the lobby afterwards. Once you entered the hotel, it was kind of like the first thing you saw. I didn't know this at the time because it was already covered with things, but one of my interviewees told me that this sign was actually custom made with "Attention, please no furry stickers here," or something to that effect written on it. I originally thought that this was just like a random sign that they bought from Home Depot or something. And then eventually over the weekend, this was slowly covered with stickers of different types, both or all safe for work, suggestive, and NSFW stickers, although I will note that these latter two were in the minority. So if we consider this sign and the stickers on it as an assembling artifact affording space, activity, and language, what kind of space, activities, and languages does it afford? So first of all, space. So having the sign here and the stickers there inscribes the hallway, which is typically thought of as a liminal non-space, in that you're meant to pass through it and not give it any interpretive attention. You're not meant to ascribe meaning to it. Putting the stickers and signs here assigns this place as a furry con space. It gains subjective meaning through its existence there. This is also important because this hotel was not only hosting the furry convention at the time, but also a grandmother's 80th birthday party at the same time. So there's kind of like a grassroots contestation of, okay, what kind of space is this then? Having the furry stickers and this sign here kind of helps claim the hotel, the whole hotel, as a furry convention space. This was evidenced in my conversations with people where they mentioned the grandmother's birthday party as not something that was just happening alongside it, but as part of the text, as part of the experience of the convention itself. So another thing that, another kind of space that this affords is what is called a convivial space. So conviviality is kind of described as the tolerance of people in a public third space. So by having the stickers here, having the sign here, it kind of creates a space for people to gather and socialize and create kind of like a community, a small community at this convention. So something else we have to mention, since I mentioned NSFW and suggestive stickers, is what is the construction of this con as what is called a porno heterotopic space. Now, this is not a term that I love, but it is the one that is used. That is to describe a space where heteronormative erotic expectations or practices are suspended. So for context, this was a more adult-oriented con, and by having these kind of stickers out in public here, the con was constructed as a furry space where those kind of non-normative practices are allowed and even in some sense encouraged. Okay, then activity. I mentioned how instead of just being a hallway that you pass through, you can do something else in here because of the sign and the stickers here. So the activity here is changed from just passing through to stopping and admiring the stickers, pointing at them, commenting on them. You can contribute to sticker bombing, which is a ratified cultural activity among furries and graffiti in general. You can find other friends or take pictures of people. I was in cosplay while I was stopping here and taking notes on them. So people came up to me to take pictures, and I also ran into friends there because I was stopped looking at the stickers. And you can also discuss what it means to be a furry because you're looking at these stickers and you're commenting on them and putting them in relation to your own life. Okay, so I mentioned language. So what kind of language is afforded? So on one hand, we have reference to shared knowledge about certain furry cultural, in this case, erotic practices and identity. So in one vignette, two partial suitors came over, they stopped, and then they pointed to the University of California Club, Furry Club's Bad Dragon sticker, and they started laughing at it. I was on the other side of the board, and I asked, which sticker are you looking at, even though I kind of knew which one they were looking at and laughing at. It was like a non-question. And then one of the two shyly said the E6221 colored one. So there are a lot of assumptions that are being made here. So first of all, what is Bad Dragon? Second of all, how should we respond to it, in this case, as an object of affection or object of affection rather than disgust? And also, what is E621? What are the colors associated with it? So this kind of language is constructing a specific type of furry identity where those assumptions, those four things that I mentioned, are all held to be true and central to what they imagine as furry identity. We also have negotiation of furry identity with the public. So as I mentioned, some of the grandmother's birthday party was there. And so attendees of the birthday party at one point walked over to the sign and asked, so what's going on here? And then those two aforementioned suitors explained that, furries are just a group of people who really like or are interested in animals. But then one party attendee asked if having a pet made one a furry. And so the suitor had to re-explain, saying that Furry is more so identifying with animality or the fantasy of being an animal and having an alternative identity. So by having these stickers here and commenting on them, there are two kinds of furry discourse, recognizable furry discourse, that are at play. So the lifestylist or hobbyist one. So the first definition they gave for furry was more a hobbyist one. So just saying that we just really like animals, which is more comprehensible and acceptable with the general public. But once that line between furry and non-furry was destabilized by the party attendee, they switched to a more lifestylist distinction, saying that it means identifying with animality or the fantasy of being an animal. So again, these are two kinds of discourses that are afforded by the stickers, and this sign being here also points to, these kind of discourses not being so much as set furry identities, but more so resources for constructing furry identity within a certain context. Okay, so discussion. So contestation of the con space. I mentioned that contestation was a big part of semiotic assemblage. So on the one hand, we have non-furry spatialization, that is the creation of subjective meaning of the space, and then furry spatialization. So generally in the public space, the middle-class bourgeois ideology is to have a clean public space. This is what is required, and governments, usually municipal governments, go along with this by cleaning public spaces and then using standardized signage to index their institutional power. However, on the other hand, through practices like sticker bombing, furries are able to construct a landscape as a subjectively furry space by putting stickers there and then claiming that space in a sense as their own. In addition, some people do put NSFW stickers in public spaces, and this, in a sense, challenges the assumed heteronormativity and non-eroticism of the public space as well. So there is that. There are those two kind of contestation of the con space. However, we also have to nuance the furry spatialization point, because we also have contestation between the furry institution and the furry milieu, so the general public. So furry institutions need to control sticker bombing to avoid excess fees, because if you put stickers on public or hotel property, they will get a big fine and may not be able to, keep financially supporting their convention. So by putting official places where you're supposed to put stickers, they're able to control the meaning of this space. They also need to control the level of permissible NSFW content in a con public, because cons also have the issue of catering to a wide variety of furry demographics. On the other hand, we have the furry milieu. In a lot of my interviews, my interviewees said that even though there are official places for them to put their stickers, kind of the fun of putting stickers on places is that they're not allowed to be there. So they said even if the cons have official places to put them, they will go out and put the stickers wherever they want. However, there were also debates in my interviews over responsibility to manage the fandom's reputation. Like, a lot of them were like, I don't know if we should put these stickers on public property because then our con might not exist next year. Or we shouldn't put NSFW stickers in public spaces because that's what the public already sees us as, and we don't want to reinforce that image. So within the con space themselves, within the furry community, there is also contestation, there is also debates over what kind of spaces we should be constructing with stickers. So our conclusion, So I said stickers are an assembling artifact. So what kind of things do they assemble? So they assemble space, activity, and language into a meaningfully, mutually constitutive whole. So in this case, we saw how the furry convention as a space, furry convention activities, and the language of the furry convention were all connected and made connected by these stickers. Okay, so that is all my presentation. Thank you so much. I hope I did not go over time for that. Oh, almost over time.
Great, that was super interesting. All right, so our second speaker is Junos, who is also coming from online. They're going to tell us about furry music and analysis of composers, producers, and convention performances. Please give them a big round of applause.
I'm gonna need Eduardo to stop sharing so I can share. Okay. Uh, Hi, I'm João Araújo, or John, or in the fandom Junos. I've been a furry for more than half my life, which is starting to give some feelings. And while I spend most of my time doing music and sound for games, I also do research. Today I'll be talking about furry music and sort of raising questions about how to define it. So, furry music is typically seen as a less important part of the fandom. In 2026, furries gave it a middle of the range importance, lower than art, community, conventions, internet groups, or acceptance. Its more abstract nature makes it harder to fit into a community that revolves around anthropomorphic animals. Sorry, Rod. While you can depict that clearly in a visual medium, it becomes harder to do so musically. So the fandom has debated what furry music even is. I have noticed 4 ways that music is or can be categorized as furry, split into definitions with the fandom as a deciding agent and without that. Furries themselves can define this music as belonging to the fandom, as it being created by furries in the context of the community, and or regarded as furry by the fandom. Or anyone can define music as furry if it's made for furries, akin to a commercial label, or music that has furry themes, from talking directly about the fandom to just having non-human animal noises. I would like to preface this by saying that we are not going to find one definition that fits every single case. Through anyone's experience with what they could consider furry music, they will find themselves defining this term in various ways with respect to the context in which it occurs. In the end, these terms serve a purpose to ease understanding of a specific phenomenon, to communicate ideas. So in this way, the best definition for your context tends to be the one that most easily allows you to communicate your ideas. First, we would have some trouble trying to find a purely musical definition for what furry sounds like. All kinds of music have been called furry, but there are some tendencies. For example, just in Bandcamp, furries publish a lot more electronic and experimental music than in general. Of course, there's conventions that often include dance parties, and those often play electronic music. In fact, MFF dance parties are allocated roughly double the time reserved for other types of music performances. So the most common, I think, view of furry music is as a scene, specific to the fandom, made by members of the fandom. The music is furry if furries make it. There are advantages to this definition, to the sense of community of the fandom. The rejection of the mainstream, the keep furry weird sentiment, maintaining authenticity of furry as community first and aesthetics later. The act itself of using this definition is oftentimes performative, as in one does it as a way to protect the perceived ideal or authentic identity of the fandom. In fact, when FWA invites musicians from outside the fandom, they are met with a lot of criticism. This seems to be more applied in the case of music than in other arts. Still, many classify Disney's Robin Hood as a furry music, 9 old men in or out, regardless. In fact, the fandom is often described as a community of fans of anthropomorphic animals. Is the Lion Man sculpture made during the Ice Age furry art? Does a sports mascot become a fursuit if a member of the fandom puts it on? Or is it a fursuit if built by a furry, even if never worn by a furry or during furry contexts like conventions? through a visual medium, the definitions of furry have an easier time including works made by people who may not even know what a furry is, as the depiction of the anthro animal is more central. In music, a more abstract art, things get blurrier. As an artistic expression, not just of the individual creator, but of the community, furry music, like Riot Girl, Straight Edge, and Narco-Punk, includes political and philosophical elements of the fandom. Like Jan Martin said last year, furry music videos often have this for us by us structure, as echoing important aspects of the fandom, such as queerness and acceptance. Perhaps we should consider having furry music being what is defined by furries, but not necessarily made by furries. This keeps the agency and the control of this definition inside the fandom, but also allows for the inclusion of outside music that may have particular furry association. There are in fact a lot of playlists by furries with titles like Furry Music, Furries Forever, Furry Playlist, that include a lot of music not made by furries. You can find fandom members sitting next to Imagine Dragons, Coldplay, or Maroon 5. Outside of furry musicians, animal themes seem to be common in these playlists. But are we just pushing the question further ahead? Like, if furry music is whatever furries label it as such, we still have to answer, why are furries calling this or that furry? Maybe if it's made for furries. Here we could say that convention performances are furry, since they take place in a furry context, even if the performers are not part of the fandom. Besides that, there's all the parody songs about the fandom, covers with furry-fied lyrics, and many music videos with furry characters, VR, chat personas, fursuits, animated anthro animals, soundtracks of furry movies and games. The context in which the music is consumed can be a part of this definition. And this relates as well to commercial labeling of music. Beyond musical characteristics, companies create genres for almost the sole purpose of facilitating commerce. We can't forget this aspect of the fandom, a group which a whole economy surrounding commissions of visual drawings of our personas. In fact, I saw earlier in the Telegram group people talking about furry as a parallel economy. Finally, like how furry visual art can be whatever has anthro, non-human animals, music could be furry by referencing that. This can include songs about humans acting in animalistic ways, being compared to animals, wanting to be an animal, wanting to be a cartoon, just music that includes animal noises, or themes of the fandom itself, like a Pause and Effects song that's all fandom references that furries, only furries would understand. So again, this by us, for us element of furry music. Or like Pent Up Pup's latest release, talking about common fandom kinks and experiences, including a teaser music video where the lyrics are part of a Telegram chat, including the stickers. The digital kind, Eduardo's already spoken of the physical stickers. Again, as is often the case, the best definition tends to be the one that is most useful for the person and the context where it's used. So a working definition. Words are only as good as how much they help us communicate. While this semantic fuzziness, pun intended, is more obvious in the case of music, the debate of what constitutes furry is and will be ongoing even in areas like visual art of anthropomorphic animals. The fandom is alive and growing. We aren't yet a fossil for historians to arrive at some consensus. Broad and narrow categorizations can coexist, even if this coexistence is marked by friction. Fandom is born out of a balance between fascination and frustration. It's aliveness, bringing with it a lack of systemization that has led to multiple definitions, meanings, and contradictions. That brings the frustration. But if this fandom wasn't as fascinating as it is, furry music wouldn't be a concept. Thank you.
Super interesting. So we had stickers, we had music, and now I'm going to introduce the third speaker who is also online. Now, I first met Ruben Mount or Vanguard in last year's Furry Studies, and he was also helping organizing and starting the whole thing. And he's in the final year of finishing his PhD, so, you know, highly regarded there. He's going to tell us about Enter the Anthropomorphizing, furry video games as a lens to examine human and non-human experience in the post-Anthropocene. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Hello everyone, one second, I'll just share my slides with you all. Share. Ah, okay, one sec. There you go. Perfect, okay. So yeah, as Spakes very nicely said, my name is Vanguard or Ruben Mount. I'm a final year PhD student at Birmingham City University in the UK. My research my research is looking at the furry fandom as a safe space to explore identity. That's my thesis. But also I have a very huge interest in video game cultures, so I try and make that furry whenever possible, which is what this is a end result of. So as the kind of first thing, I'm just going to introduce the terms just because it will make it easier to discuss later. So what is the Anthropocene or the post-Anthropocene? The Anthropocene is a term that's fairly recent, generally around about 2016, 2017, and it outlines essentially that the era we're currently in is the Anthropocene. It's an era in which humanity has the primary influence over geological, cultural, and just the world in general. So that's loosely described as it's human activity having a dominating presence on multiple aspects of the natural world, as said by Mali in 2017. So that's the Anthropocene. So the post-Anthropocene logically means that happens after that. So that's looking at fictions or looking at kind of narratives and looking at circumstances in which humanity has passed. That kind of dominating presence has moved on. So the post-Anthropocene is a world in which human beings are no longer central in the functioning of planet Earth or are perhaps entirely extinguished, as Raffaello said in 2020. So that's the Anthropocene and post-Anthropocene. One thing I do want to, although I think we're all going to already know what this means, what is post-apocalyptic fiction? Because that is kind of important for looking at the post-anthropocentric fictions. It's essentially what happens after the apocalypse. But generally speaking, it's a bit more than that, because post-apocalyptic fiction tends to engage with the present, translating it into the future to examine the present, and also treats the future as a more ambiguous future in which things have not been decided, things have not yet come to fruition yet. So, as Petetti said in 2017, post-apocalyptic narratives push back the traditional mode of futurist speculation, opening up spaces of ambiguity in apocalypse's seamless accounts of straightforward transition from present to future. So it's pushing back against that idea that basically time is ever marching forward and making it a little bit more ambiguous in the kind of interim. So what does that mean for video games in the post-apocalypse? So I've got like several examples here. So I've got Fallout 3 from Bethesda in 2008. Top right is Horizon Zero Dawn from Guerrilla Games, which is 2017. And bottom right is The Last of Us from 2013 and Naughty Dog. So all of these are set in the post-apocalypse. And all of these are essentially post-anthropocentric texts. So, for example, to use Horizon as an example, the robotic dinosaurs, they're the ones that are causing ecological and kind of natural change in the world. They are the dominating force. So all of these texts are in the post-Anthropocene. So, as I said earlier, they also fit within the post-apocalypse simply because the current environmental and social problems are being metaphorically projected into the future. So ideas about climate change, for instance, are very, very prominent in games like Horizon Zero Dawn. Things like nuclear warfare are very, very prominent in Fallout 3. So these ideas that there are current problems that are projected into the future using this kind of lack of human influence to examine the current human condition. But enough about that. Let's get on to the furry. So people may be familiar with the Littletail Bronx series from CyberConnect 2, which has been running from 1998 to present, beginning with Tail Concerto in 1998 as pictured there. And I wanted to very quickly, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it is kind of important that I do cover this, a very quick history of the narrative of the Littletail Bronx, which is a lot darker than the really, really cartoonish image would give. So in terms of the order of events, so firstly, and this is all set on Earth, by the way, an unidentifiable technology called Juno was uncovered. That's the first kind of starting point of the, and this is in the future of current Earth. Then World War III broke out because humanity can't help themselves, and they were fighting over Juno, and that resulted in wiping out humanity entirely in the 21st century. During that warfare, chunks of the planet were hurled into the sky, becoming sky islands, and all living beings, everything, was completely eliminated, and the data was stored in the Juno. And then later, non-human races, the Felinaco and the Canino, it's not hard to tell what animal species they will be, were created by one of the Juno, and then they became they inhabited this new world. So that's a very, very brief history of Littletail Bronx, which brings us onto the main game that I want to focus on, which is Fuga Melodies of Steel from 2017. So in Fuga Melodies of Steel, this is the earliest point in the narrative of Littletail Bronx, set 2,000 years after the reset, so in other words, when living beings were completely wiped out and added to the Juno, and 700 years before the first game in the series, Tail Concerto. It begins with the invasion of the free islands of Gasco, which are an archipelago of sky islands by the Burman Empire. And the narrative follows a group of Canino and Felinaco children in a kind of very, very close to World War II analogy. And it follows the resurrection of gigantic war machines that were from before the reset, so from the World War III period. So that's roughly a kind of overview of the narrative of Fuga Melodies of Steel. But how does this fit into the post-Anthropocene? So there are several things in which this fits in, realistically. So firstly, it has an ambiguous futurism. Because it has multiple endings, because it has multiple kind of path lines you can take, the narrative itself is completely ambiguous. You aren't necessarily heading towards a particular kind of end to this particular warfare or this particular kind of encounter you have. And it's that kind of ambiguity that kind of lends itself to being part of this, this genre. Humanity's extinguished, they're gone. This is definitely post-Anthropocene, if we go back to Rufino's quote earlier, simply because humanity's influence has diminished because they're not there anymore. Humanity's gone. So that humanity being extinguished, post-Anthropocene. Perfect. There have been significant changes to the ecological and cultural norms of the world caused by the war, the Sky Islands, etc. And obviously by the fact that now instead of humans, you've got a canine and feline race that are the races on the planet. That brings different dietary and different kind of requirements in terms of what they would need and how they would live. So therefore, there have been significant changes. Therefore, once again, post-Anthropocene. And also, it's a post-apocalyptic narrative because it is based on kind of modern concerns, modern problems, the increases in technology, warfare, etc. So it's, once again, these fears are being projected into the future, as we saw earlier with the description of what post-apocalypse is. But my problem is that I don't think the post-Anthropocene is the way to go about this. And it's really for one reason, and you've probably noticed what that is already. It's just too human. It's not focusing at all on the non-human. It's basically, I mean, it's the clues in the word, Anthropocene. It's focusing on the fact that, oh, boo-hoo, humanity's not here anymore. And that's what's kind of led me to think about that in a little bit more in depth and kind of explore what would be beyond that. And why, but more importantly, why does it matter? Why does it matter that the focus on the human, that this focus on the human is kind of undue? Why does that matter? The first thing is that post-apocalyptic and post-Anthropocene narratives, they foreground the human and how they're overcoming the challenges of this post-apocalyptic world. You see it in The Last of Us, you see it in Horizon Zero Dawn. It's focusing on the human. The human is the main draw there. And that kind of misses the experiences of the non-human. So I've got a good quote here from Baisha, who looks at The Walking Dead primarily, that zombies, mutants, and other technocultural monstrosities often raise specters of a Frankenstein-ish nightmare where a new species takes over human worlds in post-apocalyptic imaginaries. So that's foregrounding the non-human as an antagonist to the human. And I have a problem with that, because if we look at furry video games, which we have been already, the non-human isn't the antagonist; they are the protagonist. So this focus on the absence of humanity rather than the presence of a non-human misses the trick, and it misses the point. So that's why I have termed the Anthropomorphocene, which is a mouthful, as the fact I just stumbled over it, which shifts that focus, it changes that focus. So rather than it being after the era of human influence, it's now, this is the era of non-human or anthropomorphic influence. Rather than it's no longer them, it is now these. And that shift in focus, as when I return to Fuga in a second, it's important. It really kind of reframes looking at this media text. It acknowledges the human experience of the text, but it doesn't rely on anthropocentrism. So the problem with post-apocalyptic fiction in general is that the post-Anthropocene is spectral. The vision of humanity without humanity, it can only be discussed, it can't be lived, which is what Yang said in 2024. Like, we can't envisage a life without humanity because we are humanity. So if we weren't here, we wouldn't be there to envisage it. So the point of the Anthropomorphocene, it allows us to examine these anthropomorphic texts with the human influence there, but acknowledging the fact that it's not humans that are influencing this new world. And then because of that, and video games are especially good for this, it creates a space to use this distance between us and the non-human, but that being aesthetic difference. So for instance, tail and ears, or even mechanical difference. So animal characters behaving and being controlled differently because they have particular animalistic traits. It allows us to examine and challenge or even subvert humanity through these new lenses. and examine humanity in a similar way to post-apocalyptic flinging things into the future, but looking at the human through the lens of the non-human and how they interact and how they interplay with one another, and what kind of humanistic traits end up carrying across. So returning back to Fuga Melodies of Steel then, Pequenino and Filaneko have replaced humanity. That is a fact. And returning to Baisha's statement, they're not the antagonists here. They're not like the zombies or the mutants in Fallout. They have replaced humanity fully. They are the new humanity, essentially. And that means they should be the focus. It shouldn't be that humanity aren't here. It should be that these are the main focus. Nature and animals are thriving. There's a good quote, basically, that I'll condense down from Nystrom in 2021 that states that nature and kind of like the greenery and being able to see characters repose in verdant kind of green areas next to fresh water, it creates a stark contrast to the ruined world that the post-apocalypse is set in, but it also simultaneously creates hope that even though things are destroyed, things can thrive. And Fuga is set in a world where nature has thrived. It's been a complete reset, and only the kind of return of past machines of humanity are what end up plunging the world into chaos. The elements of the human linger, but the non-human's been critical to survival as well. The impact of the humanity, as I already said, on Fuga's world, the war machines returning, and also the fact that they do end up going to war again, just like humans do, is reflective and is a way of examining humanity. But it's not. But the animalistic nature of these two races has meant that the world has changed to accommodate for these people to live there, and also because these are the two races that survived the entire world being wiped out, their existence has been critical, and their particular creation has been critical to life existing at all. And then finally, it defies humanist structures. The key thing and the key noticeable thing about Fuga is that there is no currency, really. It's all to do with trading. You trade such and such for food. You trade that for, well, you can trade food for ammunition, for instance, for your tank, but it's all to do with trade. There's not currency. So the capitalist system of humans has collapsed entirely in the Anthropomorphocene, and that is important because that humanist structure is gone. So that's kind of re-examining Fuga through that lens. But how does that affect furry video games? And I'm almost finished. So all furry video games can be looked at through this lens, especially the ones that have absence of humans entirely, because although the human, the quote here from me, although the human influence on the characters and world building from humanity is still apparent, because these are anthropomorphized animal characters, and some of their behaviors kind of reflect humanity, etc. This specific shift to analyzing furry video games and furry media as being anthropomorphocene foregrounds instead the exploration of the non-human experience in these worlds, instead of focusing on the humanist experience. And that allows us to then re-examine ourselves as well. Because if you look at these worlds, Fuga is a key example, only the human, what you could class as the human aspects of behavior and experience are what bring pain and suffering and unhappiness in these worlds. And that's a sobering thought. And this can, as I said, be used for basically any furry text, simply because it is the non-human, and they are the ones who influence the world at this point. And realistically, that's as far as I've got with this thinking at the moment. But happy to talk to anyone about this. But yeah, there's my references, and thank you all, and I'll see you next time.
I do not fit that way. I would like to invite the final speaker for the session to come up, Ian Apollo Gray. Can't see. Ian's going to tell us about an anthology without an editor, the impact of funny animals, bracket 1972, on the furry art market and its valuation. He's going to set up a bit of a laptop, so just give him some time.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. While we're getting all of the tech stuff squared away, I can't surprise you with my media bits. All right, hold on. Let me turn this screen towards me. All right, so here are my quick little contextual things before we get going while I'm waiting for my my screen to emerge. Number one, I'm going to be talking about status transfer, and just as a bit of context, when I say a high status furry, that does not mean a popufur. Status transfer examples that I'll be giving are from outside economics. I have made this a math-free economics discussion. Yay! And when I say terms like fine art, mass market art, and furry art, these are just the terms of art, if you will. They do not convey any meaning other than to describe particular categories of things. I know that the term fine art and the fine art market is conveys a degree of authority that we might not necessarily want to be there. And just as a nod to Rod's opening conversation with us today, which was really excellent. Part of the reason why I'm excited to have this talk with you today is that we have in fact grown quite a bit as a community with a degree of like power and authority over our own creation and our own work, and that means that we have an economy. We have a market, and it is exploding. Just as an example, I don't know if anybody else felt personally victimized by this. I'm from the East Coast. I live in New York, but the rooms for Furry Week in Atlanta went on sale during the last presenter's talk. The 3 primary con hotels sold out in 3 minutes, and the other 5 con hotels sold out in 5 minutes. So this is really impressive, but I want you to think about how much fucking money that, how much friggin' money that was that, that moved. And also, if anybody has an extra bed space, thank you. All right. So, oh, sorry, am I too close to it? Oh, my bad. All right, cool. I also know we're running late, so I'll try to be quick, and I'm going to skip through some stuff. So yes, this is a presentation about economics, and is this the right button? There we go.
Sir, what is your opinion on the socioeconomic state of the U.S.?
Honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. The furry marketplace and the furry art marketplace is really fascinating in that as a community, furries have created a different way of engaging with capital than one would otherwise expect from general market wisdom. I was going to tell a story here about the sharing of resources, but I'll paraphrase this a little bit to say that as a community which is highly dimorphic, we tend to also be dimorphic in access to status and authority. We tend to be incredibly altruistic and generous with one another, far beyond what one would expect amongst other marginalized, connected communities and their resource sharing. part of why this is so interesting is that in terms of the way in which we transfer status to one another, we don't generally have consecrators. We don't generally have outside institutions that confer status. And I'll explain a little bit about what I mean when I say status in this sense. The larger project that I'm working on right now is trying to understand why the furry fandom flouts so many conventions around the way in which our norms and our behaviors operate in our structure of capital. And I return oftentimes to these four distinguished thinkers in these lovely black and white photos as Pierre Bourdieu, Michel Foucault, Richard Thaler, and Hortense Spiller. I won't be talking as much about Thaler and Spillers. They're on the micro side of this, but Bourdieu and Foucault will come up quite a bit. My ethnographic findings have found that through the act of furrying, we create counter-normative identifications and restructure habitus for identity democratization and counter-public methods of capitalism. This is a really fruitful thing for not just us to understand amongst the furry community itself, but actually provides insights into ways to create more equitable markets broadly outside of the furry fandom. Hi, I'm Apollo. I am so sorry that I could not fly here with my suit because I would have loved to give this lecture in suit. These are all my bona fides. I'm an economic sociologist, product ethnographer, and performance study theorist in the process of finishing up a master's degree at the NYU Tisch School of the Performing Arts. And I'm everybody's second favorite deer in the room, or third favorite deer. Hi, Addie. This is what this project looks like. It's kind of chaotic. I would love to read it to you, but I don't have time. All right. So furry commerce is really quite remarkable in that it has so many structural similarities to other marketplaces. We'll be comparing it to the fine arts market in this talk. But while we think it behaves similarly, it does a lot of things which are really surprising. And this seems to be a product of furry as an operant force. Rod talked about furry versus furry fan, and now I'm going to talk about furry in the same way that Jose Esteban Munoz talks about the idea of queer, furry as an activity, one furries something. And yes, this is an economics presentation, but there is no math. Validate me more, please. So the easiest analogy for the furry art market is, in fact, that the furry art market is a luxury goods market. How many of the people in this room right now are wearing or have on them some piece of furry-affiliated art or merchandise that they did not make with their own hands? That's a lot of hands up. I should be raising my hand too. So this is why this is so interesting, right? If I were to describe the furry marketplace and its participants as diverse, that would say that there's a wide number of things, right? There are many different types, but what we actually see is a high degree of antipodes, right? A high degree of income variation between furries who are very wealthy and furries who are in a lower socioeconomic status. Same thing with educational attainment, right? And as we demonstrated by all of us having lots of furry things that we wear, part of the ways in which we demonstrate status, which I will define, I promise, is through the consumption and display of objects. And all of this would suggest, in accordance to a handful of other things, that the furry marketplace would be incredibly unstable. But it is stable, and there is a very low barrier to entry into entering into furry commerce. In other words, there's something about furry that creates a meaningfully different outcomes to what current theory, economic and economic sociological theory, and behavioral economic theory would otherwise suggest. To paraphrase one of my favorite sociologists, when furries do things, they do them in a furry way. This is based off of William H. White's "People tend to sit where there are places to sit." I'll ask one more question before I move on to the next slide, which is, please raise your hand if being a furry in some way contributes to your livelihood. Yeah, that's a pretty high number of folks. I should raise my hand too. I'm a furry researcher. So we can think about this in a micro or macro level. From the micro level, looking at how identity moves up and shapes the market, and from a macro level, looking down at how habitus shapes furry marketplaces. Mostly we're going to be looking at the macro, but that gigantic rat's nest of a project goes over a lot of the different things. And so today I'm going to talk about status sharing and some of the structure in the furry art market and how that plays out. So one very specific form of status transfer. So this is a booth at Art Basel Miami Beach. That is a Jaume Plensa sculpture in the middle that sells for somewhere in the mid six figures range. But there's not very much different. This is also a booth that I worked in. There's not very much difference between this booth here and this booth here. That's my buddy Garnetto. I saw somebody wearing a cherry box bag. Shout out to you, wherever you are. All right. And this here, right, art fairs in the fine arts world and dealer stands operate in incredibly similar ways. And that means that we can think about these commercial marketplaces, at least within the sense of the fair, as being quite similar. But actually it extends beyond that. These are the sites for comparison. This is the 2025 version. Sorry, I'm not showing you the original. We can compare things like stakeholders and participants. That would be your artists and your consumers, objects of exchange, right? Operations of exchange and norms of exchange. Okay, I'll show you the original one. And I want to draw your attention to the bottom row. I'm here for the art. I'm here for the porn. I'm here for the porn too. And I'm here to sell these guys porn. So we have our first group, the participants in the marketplace. There are quite a few similarities, but once again, we have a handful of differences. I would argue that galleries as intermediary forces aren't actually that big of a factor in the operations of the market. We have our objects of exchange, which anybody want to guess what they are? It's art! Sorry, I just yelled. I'm sorry for everyone online. I just yelled into the mic. Structures of exchange, this would be fairs, art shows, and then B2C sales. That would be you commissioning something or buying something from somebody's website. Once again, intermediaries are a major difference. And then we have our methods of exchange. Ooh, what does that mean? It's capitalism, baby! Do you like my... That's Nikita Khrushchev from when he banged his shoe on the table. But as a deer, right? And so market structures are our norms. And the number one thing I'd love to talk about right now, but I won't be able to, is disinterestedness versus interestedness. But we're going to talk about stable versus unstable transfers, status transfers. Boom. Okay. In summary, there are meaningful similarities between the fine arts market, which is a luxury goods market, which is an understandable commercial market, and the furry art market. And yet some things in their operations behave differently. Cool. All right, let's talk about status transfer. Status, once again, high status does not mean popular. I don't know if you recognize either of the people in these images. One of them is Kai Durdwolf, and the other one is Skuro. Skuro is going to be the guest of honor at Midwest Fur Fest this year. And Kai is a very well-known individual. Here we see what appears to be two people of high status within the community interacting with one another, but it is in fact somebody of high status and somebody of low status. I am in that fursuit. I'm borrowing it from my friend. So here's something to think about in sort of a broader, fascinating sociological level, what in fact is happening in this picture. So what is status? I stuck up my favorite meme because status is when you have your dear ethnostate. So status beliefs are associated with worthiness and competence, the things that count in recognizing societal differences. If this sounds like I'm trying to describe what Bourdieu is talking about as one moves through a field theory, that's what I'm trying to do. Status is not a proxy for quality. It is not a proxy for fame. It is rather a way in which one gains power and authority within a particular field. Status hierarchies are the variance in status that one might have, and this nasty mess of squares is from Pierre Bourdieu's discussion of the different fields of cultural production, of, oh God, what was the big one? Class relations, thank you. And you can see a little bit in this, I'll have the slideshow up on my website, the ways in which one might move through different status levels. So status and association, generally, it tends to be the case that high status actors want to associate with other high status actors. This is from a paper by Joel Podolny looking at tombstone advertisements for security sales. If you look at the top banks, you see Salomon Brothers and Merrill Lynch Capital, right? These are the two banks at the top. Those are particularly high status actors. And as you move down the list to Tucker Anthony and R.L. Day, who I have no idea who they are, right? But like, I recognize Goldman and Sachs, I recognize Morgan Stanley. You can see that status groups are linked together one after the other. What was so interesting about Podolny's work was that he discovered that firms were not rational actors in terms of trying to make the most capital in their behavior. They, in fact, would back out of otherwise profitable agreements if they did not feel as though they were associated with the proper status in advertisements. So capitalists are petty no matter where you go. There's something called the Matthew effect. The Matthew effect is the good get better, right, and the poor get poorer. People who are of high status and high repute tend to receive more recognition. This is the very famous stairs. Those stairs, I tried to find a picture of just the stairs, and I couldn't find one of just the stairs, just people on the stairs, right? And so the stairs in some way are a status conferring object, right? To have a photo on the stairs is something meaningful, and this is the DJ Nonstop Pup, who is also quite well known. One would say that I think he has quite a bit of power and authority within the field of cultural production within the furry fandom, right? In trend setting, in musical representation, and here he is in this particular status conferring stair set. What is interesting about the furry fandom is that I can take you to another image of these stairs on an eBay listing also that image is all garbled. I don't know who that is, but the image has been like garbled so that somebody can sell a knockoff fursuit. And that this image is so prominent in eBay listings for like mass manufactured fursuits doesn't seem to diminish the status conference that comes from these stairs. And that, in fact, is a rather surprising result. I'm getting close to the end of time, so I'm going to try to move quickly so that we can answer some questions. So our expectation is something called recursive and balanced status transfer. A high status actor and a low status actor interact. The low status actor gains some, and the high status actor loses about the same amount. Consecration, right, the operation where certain objects and persons are identified as deserving admiration over others, right? The consecration of status can also come from validation outside of individual actions, i.e. the stairs, right? So this status-based evaluation in the marketplace tells us that we think that high status actors should primarily associate with another high status actors, and they should avoid associating with low status actors, and that consecration should be a force in achieving status. Well, it turns out that that's really not the case within the furry fandom. There are very few institutional validators and consecrators of status interaction, and high status and low status actors tend to interact quite frequently. When one walks into the dealer's den at a furry convention, you will see prominent and well-known artists next to new artists. Within an artist alley, you might see somebody who had been vending in the main dealer's den at another convention. This intermixing between high status and low status means that the network of professionals within the furry fandom and within the furry fine arts market have a high degree of network density, and that they can share and uplift one another. And yet we still see things like status hierarchies and the Matthew effect being viable options. However, this might be changing. This is an image of the Bunker Projects, which held a yeah. Let's give a round of applause to Room Party. This is a really friggin' cool show that happened in Pittsburgh in the lead up to Anthrocon, and I believe ended right as Anthrocon was ending. This is an event that was curated to present furry art outside of the convention space. And because this event is curated, right, and then presented to an outside audience, it gives the option for the consecration of status within the furry art market. And that's kind of what Funny Animals was doing. Funny Animals was an anthology edited by R. Crumb and brings together important anthropomorphic animal comics from the 1970s. We see the first iteration of Mouse in this, right? By bringing together a collection of these artists, consecrating them in a volume, right, and allowing the association and statuses of these artists to mix, we have something here that is a representative and valuable part of history. So this is important for us to consider because so many members of our community, right, are financially dependent on the furry art market. And here's a picture of me simping really hard for T-Bone from SWAT Cats. So this is important because right now we're seeing massive growth in the furry art market. We have seen an explosive number of people participate in terms of engaging in spending capital, and what that means for the people who are financially dependent or financially invested in the furry fandom is that eventually this bubble will come to an end. Now, the subtitle of this was Boom, Burst, or Stabilize. I don't have time to go into predictions, although if you ask me about them, I will share. But in understanding the way in which our our market exists, we can better protect the furry artists that we care about. We can create opportunities to move outside of our own networks into both mass market art or into the fine art market world, and work to create greater stability within the marketplace. And so in understanding that and sharing that little bit with you, feel free to sign up for my website so that you can read more of my things. I don't have a Substack. Maybe I should. And thank you so much for listening, guys. You're awesome. Here are my citations.
Okay, so if anyone have any questions, I just want to remind you, it would be good to have questions for each of the speakers while we have time. But if anyone have any questions in person, feel free to go up to the microphone. And if anyone online, feel free to put it through Slido. Please.
Hey, man, thank you so much. You touched on something that Mark and I have been working for a long time, and that's galleries. Furry art has been around long enough now, as in identified furry art, not just stuff that happens to be anthropomorphic, but has identified, hey, this is furry art, has been around long enough that it is known to be an economic force. But yet there has been, it has been snail's pace trying to get contact with galleries. As you pointed out, it's a very small part of the furry art scene. Why? What is it about, since it's a known commodity, what is the resistance, do you think?
That's a great question, and I have another PowerPoint exactly on that topic. So one of them is a structural concern. So the relationship to gallery representation is really embedded in the art school, the BFA and the MFA environment. And so because furry artists in general have a really tight network, high network density amongst other furry artists, low network density, or what we call network holes, which are really important for distributed networks of people to connect, don't often include the curators and galleries that someone would need to get fine art representation. So that's the structural component of it. And that's the kind of thing that I think will be overcome by people with connections to the fine art world, making those networking connections to other people. So folks looking for gallery representation, I spent more than 10 years working in the fine arts world, and I would be more than happy to introduce you to curators, artists, and gallerists, and help develop your portfolios if you are looking for representation. Please message me. The second is that because we don't have sites of consecration, right? These curators, these folks who are tastemakers, right? Who can stand as authorities in the art market. It's very hard to teach galleries who they should be collecting. Or who they should be pushing to collectors. I don't think that fine art collectors are inherently opposed to collecting furry art. That was a theory that I had for a while. I'm a big fan of Patricia Taxon's definition for like how to identify furry media and furry art. And my previous theory was that furry art was both incredibly earnest, right, representative of the individual, oftentimes explicitly sexual, and then contextualized within mass media art, and that those three things were off-putting to collectors. And I was given enough counterexamples for that not being the case that I have now abandoned that theory. And I think it is much more about the fact that the kinds of people who would invest in collecting don't have any context. And so by having curators who create art shows which are intelligible to that group, I'm pointing at one of them right now as I'm talking, and organizers, we now have the opportunity to explain, what art belongs in a gallery. There is I'm blanking on his name right now, but a video essayist who made a video essay about Ad Astra, and the essay was titled "This Shit Belongs in a Museum." And I agree. Not that furry artists or any artist should be seeking the validation of institutions like that, but they do serve an important role in saving our work and our cultural output. And hopefully with more intelligible systems, we'll be able to get this shit into a museum.
I'm going to ask a question from online, and this is for Junos. So Bear asks, can you make a prediction whether distinct furry labels or categories would help or hinder the furry identity conferred to the furry music?
Yeah, I sort of mentioned that labeling music as furry through it being created by furries, by the fandom, can be a tool to control the spread to the mainstream, let's say, to preserve some idea of authenticity. But I also ask, who is using these labels? Like, if Amazon starts tagging music discs as furry, I'm personally not a fan of the idea of Amazon deciding what is furry. But if Fur Affinity makes a furry tag for their music, for, let's say, music that is about furries, about fandom, depending on the user's reactions, that's just the fandom labeling itself. It's just the community being itself. That's kind of why I my presentation split between furry ownership of the terms and just general authority to label anything as furry.
Awesome. Is there any other questions for the other two speakers? Maybe the gentleman in the back? Oh, just you. Yep. Please come up.
Hi, João. Muito obrigado. I had another question for you. How do you see furry music as a way to bridge, to bring mainstream listeners into anthropomorphics or to represent specific furry communities? If you have a, like, say, a music group that is making music that is overtly anthropomorphic in theme and in art and accompanying artwork and in lyrics, how do you see that as a potential for bringing in listeners who are not familiar with the furry fandom or anthropomorphics at large? Thank
you. A lot of furry music has the, like Ian said last year, the for us, by us, for us thought of it. So, but at the same time, furry musicians are people who live in the world, and so they can benefit from more listeners. It is tough to predict this. But yeah, furry music can make people realize some affinity to furry ideals. It is fairly conceivable that there would be an approximation to furry music with queer themes that is sort of bridges the jump between a queer person if they want to be a furry or if they know about furries. But yeah, tough. Don't know how to answer. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions for either Eduardo or Vanguard, who's also online?
I have a question for Ian, if that's okay.
Sure. I mean,
are they part of the same panel? I really liked your presentation. I am very curious what you mean about the bubble or your predictions for that bubble. I'm also curious about other subspaces in the art community, especially if like NSFW art is more or less resilient to these economic dynamics.
So my general prediction for, thank you for the question, and then I have actually a question for you, Eduardo, if you don't mind. My general predictions for the sort of explosion in capital infusion into the furry marketplace is that it will equalize. We don't have very much data about the amount of time people spend in the furry fandom in terms of the relationship to like capital investment in it, how much they spend. There is some data, but longer longitudinal studies are needed, and given the fact that people tend to spend a long time in the furry community, we should expect that even if the number of people decrease, right, or individuals joining the community, that rate decreases, that as the community ages, higher degrees of disposable income will allow for the market to continue. Your other question was about other counterculture and subcultural arts and whether or not they receive like validation or like consecration. I'll point to you, there's a gallery in Los Angeles called Kordansky. I think they're in New York too. They did a showing of the work of the gay fetish artist Tom of Finland. They've done 2 shows of Tom of Finland. In fact, they manage his estate. And recently a collection of 5 to 7, I would say like A-, B grade. I'm being kind of cunty about that. Pieces by Tom of Finland just sold, I believe, at Sotheby's for around $125,000. I think that number is right. In the 6 figures. But there is a real hesitance to view furry art within that same context. We have been around as a market and as a creative force long enough that it's surprising to me that there really has only been one major museum show of Nayland Blake's work that is, and please argue with me about whether or not you think Nayland Blake's show, Finding Nomen, is furry. That is inherently furry. Can I ask Eduardo a question? Can I be greedy?
Please.
Thank you. I'm being greedy. I'm really interested in stickers as language, but also stickers as sort of a form of self-expression. Is there anything in your research that has talked about whether or not like the language of stickers, at least the stickers that one makes of themselves or of their own persona, has both like private and public components, mutual intelligibility in the fandom, or like sole intelligibility only to the maker, depictor, and placer, and then the people that they let in on that?
Yeah, definitely. So that is something I've thought about a lot, because that also ties into like, if the idea of stickers as valuable, or like the valorization of stickers, since these are tradable things, so people assign value to them. I'm in like my previous presentation, I mostly looked at this through the amount of identification with persona and like the stickers that depict one's persona. In a lot of my interviews, they will also talk about specific sticker designers or artists as being, they want this one more because it is more recognizable, because it is a more well-known sticker design artist within the community, so that also gives it more value. But on the other hand, there's a point where some of my participants were like, okay, now it's too saturated. I don't want that artist anymore because it's too generic in a sense. And so that kind of dynamic between distinction and like mutual interpretability is definitely part of how stickers as commodities, as gifts, receive value.
Optimal distinctiveness in stickers has got to be absolutely fascinating. Do you have an archive of the different stickers that you've taken pictures of, where you might be able to like show what that distinctiveness looks like?
I kind of just have a bunch of pictures that I take at conventions, or like that my participants show to me. It's not really organized.
I mean, the personal, pure archive of the collection for yourself is really beautiful and in line with the idea of like furrying and queering the idea of archives. So, heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
And thank you.
Yes.
Okay, can we give all four presenters a big round of applause? Thank you so much. I just want to share with you a really cool trick. I don't know if you get those like magnets from like plumbers and your local electricians. They want to get your like business, but you don't need 3 electricians in 2 months. You can put those magnets in cold sink water, and overnight they will peel and they will keep the magnetism. Then you can put your stickers on them and you can cut it, and now you have magnets that are furry on your fridge. Anyway, so
that's the most important thing you'll learn today.
My partner and I have caught like 100 of them. Anyway, we have lunch in the back. I can smell them. They are delicious. So I won't stop you. Lunch break is 1 hour, so we will be back in 1 hour. And the next panel will be a virtual artist discussion. So please be here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Start in about 5 minutes, so if you could wrap up food stuff and everything.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just typing.
Oh, I see, sorry. But you'll do the scroll.
Yeah.
Do you want to switch the laptop? Or do you want me to...
This is fine.
Okay. Except the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Get that a little bit. Check. We're not going to be able to use that.
Pee pee pa 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 pa.
Maybe.
Maybe we can use this. Can it be?
Okay.
Can we be heard?
Maybe. We might have to turn up the microphone.
Okay.
I just have to be careful not hit feedback.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
We can project.
Okay. I'm going to say we're...
Is that too big? That's a little too big.
That could be a little smaller, yep. That's good for me.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. It's cool.
Come on, arrows. Do you work? Yeah. Great.
Huh?
Oh, or do they? Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready?
Ready when you are.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
You want me to, shall I get the attention?
Yeah.
And now, turn your eyes to the stage for our next hosts for the next event. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Oren. I'm the director of the film Ruckus. I'm a co-curator, thank you, co-curator of Room Party, an exhibition of contemporary furry art held in Pittsburgh this past summer. And of course, I'm a beloved adjunct faculty member at the University of Memphis.
And I'm Atmos. Atmos intro.
That's, sweetie, that's stage directions.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm Atmos, or Addie Boy, or Tommy Bruce. I'm an artist and lapsed academic who has been making artwork with and about the furry community for over 15 years.
Ever since last year, critters from across the woods have gathered together to share the latest breakthroughs in furry studies. But did you know that autoethnographic academic research is only one of the many cultural artifacts produced by our community?
That's right, Oren.
Do it like that's right, Oren.
Yeah, more kind of like a, Dick Cavett or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. That's right, Oren. Art has always played a central role in the furry fandom. Furries do not just produce or consume art. We use it as a tool for self-exploration and as a way to see others as they want to be seen. Art is integral to our loves, our friendships, and our entire way of life.
Furry artists enable us to imagine better futures. They help us discover new desires, and they help us to become something other than what we are. And importantly, they're the ones training the algorithms that will soon do all of this for us. That's why we think it's important to include artists in this conversation. Now, these might not be the artists you look at on a daily basis.
Glowpossum is speaking later this afternoon,
Yes.
so...
But they are the artists who we feel are expanding the boundaries of furry. They are taking furry art into new spaces. They are building on lives lived in the furry community. They are critically engaging with the fandom as well in a way that we feel aligns with the work being done by the scholars and theorists at this conference. Farther, faster, furrier, Atmos, the envelope, please. Thank you. Okay.
And the nominees are...
Thank you. All right. First up is...
Do we have...
All right. First up, Mark Zubrovich. Mark Zubrovich is an artist living in New York. Their father is a deacon in the Catholic Church, and his mother worked for a company that made Halloween costumes. Mark has had solo shows with Richard Heller Gallery in LA and the James Black Gallery in Vancouver. Okay. Next up.
And following Mark, Ivy Nuss. Ivy is a German writer whose family grew up near one of the biggest and most beautiful nuclear plants in Russia. Her new book, RONO, deals with the transsexual aesthetics of death and furry and was awarded the literary grand prize of the German Literature Fund.
Our third presenter, oh my gosh, Meryl Streep, everybody. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah.
Wow, she's good in everything. And doing some great work with bird sonas.
Yes, it's the avian turn in furry studies, is I believe what she's focused on. And finally, Lane Linscomb. Let's see, Lane is a creature currently living in Pittsburgh. He is an artist, curator, teacher, and publisher. Lane, with me, was one of my co-curators for Room Party. And before that, operated Toxic Metal Press, a micro press for comics and zines. Also, I believe, taking fursuit commissions. Just saying. And now let's turn it over to our first presenter. Oh, I took your line. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I was going to say something funny, so I'll just say it now.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, the sky must be dark because the stars are all out here tonight.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Thank you. And now, it's still my
I was
line.
going to do it again. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I'll go away.
No, don't leave me up here. Okay, and now let's turn it over to our first presenter, coming to us live via satellite from Furpocalypse, Mark Zibrovich.
I hope everybody can hear me and see me. Let me share my fun little screen here. So, I have a presentation here about my work, and it's called My House is on Puppy Dog Avenue. I want to acknowledge that I'm here live from Furpocalypse here in Stamford, Connecticut. And I want to be the first to admit, Atmos said that he is a lapsed academic. I am not even a lapsed academic. I'm pretty far from an academic. So I want to give thanks to and encourage you all to see the lecture by Belle Walston that's happening later today. They are going to give a little bit more context in my work in probably a more academic fashion. So I get to get a little bit more in depth here. So definitely stick around for that. So I want to thank you all for allowing me to talk about my work and myself. If you don't know me, my name is Mark Zubrovich. I am a painter from New York. Sorry, I'm going to have a lot of fur in my hair, in my mouth. I make paintings in oil and acrylic, some of which are small scale, some of which are really huge. My work is figurative in nature, though I deal more with imagined bodies than any quote unquote real person. I've been a furry since I was around 13. I've been making art about furries and furriness since around 2016, and I've been out as a furry since 2020. If you know or have seen anything about my work, you know that I make work about dogs. I actually am a dog right now. Most of the subject matter in my work of the last few years has been focused on self-portraiture, so the dogginess in me and the dogginess that you see around me. My name is Bruce. Everybody, say hi to Bruce. Yeah, perfect. So Bruce is my fursona. He manifests in paintings and drawings, but I'm also him in this sort of softer, meatier space that we're all in right now, virtually and otherwise. I want us to think of Bruce as all of these things at once. Painted object, dog thing, fursuit, fursona, self-portrait, thing suspended, object and mirror. When I paint about Bruce, he and I are one, even though we sometimes appear as separate bodies. When I paint Bruce, it's often on very rough and abrasive materials. I like to mix sand and tiny rocks into my paint, and I'll often sew into my canvases as I'm working on them by hand and with my sewing machine. I'm enamored with base surfaces like jute and burlap and unstretched canvas, which this big one you're seeing right now is on. I love fabric that acknowledges that it's fabric, something with a weave so thick that I can't ignore it and you, the viewer, can't ignore it. I am attracted to it because I've always loved unnecessary problems in the studio, but I'm also attracted to it conceptually because it's a very tacit, upfront acknowledgement that I'm made of stuff, like I'm made of fabric and I'm made of paint. It's like, to get a little academic, it's sort of Clement Greenberg with a little bit of like shape-shifting TF. And with that, I find I find that Bruce takes on a widely sort of manic personality in the work. And if you know me, and especially if you see me full doggy, you'll know is really true to life. He's often up to some sort of manic mischief, some sort of pleasure or cathartic pain. And this is because Bruce was born out of a lot of trouble with my own body. I had my sense of smell permanently damaged by COVID in 2020, the first wave that swept through New York. I had a very cinematic and dramatic broken foot in 2021, which that painting is about. You can see this was installed with Tommy at Wild Desire in New Mexico. And I have a whole bunch of other internal and external body trauma that kind of spurred Bruce into existence. The need to be on a fluffier sort of non-human thing was way too strong for me to ignore. And I think that his design attitude reflects this. He has these big glowing yellow eyes and bright blue fur, which portrays a creature of great intensity. Bruce can canonically see, hear, and most importantly, smell on a supernatural capacity. There's something sort of burning behind those pupils. Bruce is allowed to cry when he gets flowers as a gift. He's allowed to pick the fruit in the garden. He is allowed to gnaw at a wound until it's a gaping hole in his guts, and he will definitely sniff you. Bruce is often a vehicle for exploring the pleasures of the senses, and the stuff he's made of begs you to come in close, to tempt you with physical sensation. One of the reasons I switched to oil paint back from acrylic is that oil paint stinks. Being a dog is a multisensory experience, and in the correct context, in person, a painting is as well. I, as a painter, have found so much fruit in self-portraiture as a mode of operation because furry has so much fruit to offer the media. We as people are always going to find narrative in figurative art because bodies tell a story just by existing. And an artist depicting their own body using their own hands is always necessarily a political act, reflecting yourself upon the world you come from with the materials available to you. Furries must necessarily engage in this political act to become furries. Our community's barrier to entry is essentially and purposefully an act of self-actualization. The creation of a persona demands curation, and it demands curation of things you desire to put upon yourself. Without furries to guide me, I likely would have never ventured into self-portraiture because honestly, I don't ever see myself venturing so deeply into a journey of self-love without furries. Bruce is an allowance to shapeshift into situations and states of beings that are able to reach deeper human depths precisely because Bruce is not human. When you present yourself as a blue dog, people treat you like one. I used to get the why dogs question a lot from people digesting my work, but in the advent of Bruce, that has all but disappeared. It's no longer a question because I am clearly a dog. Before I was out as a furry, I was making art that's similar, still anthropomorphic, but it was about baseball and about dogs, baseball dogs. I look back fondly on this work, and I see it as a natural progression into the work I'm making now. And this work culminated in a show called Mups and Good Boys at Bunker Projects in 2019, a space which I'm so proud to have become so important to the furry community at large. But I also look back on this work, and I see an artist searching for a home and maybe just a little bit of plausible deniability. It's an exploration of a world I felt shut out of, an attempt to queer something very heteromasculine but homosocial. But it was also a way for me to paint about furries while having another conceptual through line that ran adjacent to furries while also always being about something else. Being a furry is a very weird thing to be, as we all know, and the new queer implications that were set before me took a long time to traverse before coming to the conclusion that denying myself the freedom to be an open furry was no longer a viable option. As you heard in my bio earlier, my father is a deacon in the Catholic Church, which means that he takes on all the duties of a Catholic priest, except for the sacred ritual of transubstantiation, the ritual that turns bread and wine into flesh and blood. And for most of my life, my mother worked for a corporation called the Ruby's Costume Company, which was once the largest maker and distributor of Halloween costumes in the world. My childhood home was full of scraps of witch and jester costumes, clown makeup, and intense Catholic iconography, Jesus merch. I was doomed to be a painter and a furry being in this environment, so steeped in a world where objects are sacred and hold great transformative power. One of the things I found so beautiful about exploring self-portraiture through furry is that it has unlocked in me a deep connection to animism. Catholics will never admit this, but it is an extremely animistic faith. Everything has a little symbol, everything has a patron saint, one of whom canonically has the head of a dog, Shadow St. Christopher. You get the power of transubstantiation I mentioned earlier, the power my father is denied by being a married man, drilled into your head as a child. How through ritual, bread and wine becomes body and blood. When I think of this, I recall my time as the resident artist at the Liquitex Corporation in 2022, when they were beginning to phase out the process of their cobalt blue paint and switching to a cobalt blue hue. I remember panicking when I heard this development, and I seized the moment. When I was there, I had a product order, and I asked them for all of the cobalt blue they had on hand. I did not ask them for a lot of it. I asked them for their entire stock, and they obliged. My reasoning behind this, I thought, was that cobalt is a rare element that is toxic, expensive, and notoriously exploitative to mine. So it's good that they're phasing out this material. But the more I think about it, the sense of panic that I have was actually because I have this secret sort of magical property in having my perfect blue always on hand. Bruce is cobalt. It's part of his stuff. Bruce is blue because partly as a representation of him as a fursona, an entity from another world separate from average earthly dogginess, but he's also blue because I fucking love the color blue. Making a fursona is about things that you are attracted to being put onto your body. It's a clay sculpture built from magic stuff that's allowed to walk amongst other magic stuff. If you've ever been fursuiting, you know that there's a moment where things click in your brain, and for a moment, you really are the thing you are embodying. It's total sublimation, a real shift in the mirror. I really am a big blue dog right now. This is me right now. And the guy walking past me in the suit and the fancy tiger outfit is actually a really fancy tiger guy. I often find myself desperately wishing to pull myself from my own skin, to be anything but the flesh vessel I am right now. And Bruce is an imperfect but efficient pathway to this, as a thing on my body and as a painting practice. I think Furry is capable of engaging with these new pathways of self-portraiture because we are true believers. You have to believe in the transhuman power of the fursona to really engage with Furry, and I had to become a true believer to paint about it. This is why Bruce needed to become a fursuit. A fursuit's not required to engage with Furry, but it was an extremely necessary step for me. I actually made my fursuit, and the process was just as ritualistic as finding my perfect blue. I'm here right now at Furpocalypse engaging with this new pathway. I am cobalt blue right now. Somebody with a fursuit with a big wide head had to walk past me, so I have to move my table. I've only been doing furry conventions for 3 years, but it's massively affected me and my work. And I want to end my portion of this talk by reflecting on some things I'm going to work on in the future. The first is a series that I'm just beginning called the Dream Home series. This is a work in progress of a big, huge, 5 by 6 foot painting of a fictional house, a fictional room in my fictional house that is full of analog synthesizers and fake cats and a buffet table and my partner in the corner bringing me cookies. This painting, so much of painting and art is about excuses, and this painting is an excuse to gesture at a clearly fictional good life filled with love, pleasure, and unbotheredness. Alongside this, I'm making a series of small paintings right now all on burlap. They're all close-up shots of my persona Bruce's face, frozen in moments that appear somewhere between orgasm and death rattle. Sort of inversely from the dream home, these paintings exist because our community is under attack. I'm trying to make sense of how to properly resist the fascism that's coming quickly down upon us. And the thing I keep coming back to is simply being more of a faggot than I was yesterday. The ground is rapidly shifting underneath our feet as a community, and I found it more important than ever to engage with sexuality in this context. It's important that play and sexuality be a code I enforce in my work, and I think it's easy to forget when you're surrounded by other furries like we all are right now, that the work that we are doing is genuinely subversive. Sexuality will never be divorced from furry. It will never not be a theme in my work. Being an artist that's visibly queer, visibly a furry, means that you have to accept that some people are going to talk behind your back about how you probably fuck in the dog suit. Guess what? When I paint Bruce, I paint him as a creature uninhibited by the repressions of this fascism. Bruce looks like a furry. He looks like a faggot. He's made of faggy, furry stuff. When you're in the con space like I am now, you have to be a faggot. It's unrepressible, and I think that's what my work is about. Unrepressible faggotry. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
goodness.
It's coming through. Just try it.
Ivy, you can go do your video introduction.
Did we type in the chat, maybe?
Yeah, I can type in the chat. That's probably going to be quicker at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I couldn't hear you. I'm very sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah, hi. I'm Ivy. Hi. So nice to be here. I made a little video. I don't have a presentation, so I don't want to talk too much about me. And I thought I would make a talk that is a film about furry in times of AI systems and the horrors of it, and how furry is something holy, where we can truly escape the dead internet. Yeah, I don't know. Just roll it. Roll it. There used to be a rare bird that flew through the computer from time to time. This is the path of flight of the window dweller. It comes from nowhere, goes straight through the screen, and leaves in an upward motion into the sky. It's a beautiful flight parabola, one that I rarely see nowadays. I want to bring back the bird. I asked, and someone told me that there was some kind of ritual, 12 little things that I had to perform. I tried reading more and more about it, but it became more complicated with each new information. And I got confused, and I had to lay down and sleep for 14 hours. This is how the bird might have looked like, or at least some variations of it. The window dweller. How nice it must be to be alone. I looked everywhere I could. I got really, really tired, and I smoked way too many cigarettes, sitting alone on a park bench. I didn't talk to anyone. I shared my worries about the future of human dignity. Instead, I looked at specific images of furries sinking into tar pits on Furfinity at night. I imagine it must feel really nice to sink into a tar pit, just sinking and sinking into that black pit, encompassed and embraced by the tar. These images kept repeating, but for some reason they didn't stop fascinating me. Please, I screamed, let me out of here. I have work to do, please. I could be your greatest fantasy. I could be the woman of your dreams if you save me from the tar pit. It was this endless repetition, like when a tailed man draws the same mountain over and over again, that resides in the esotericism of furry fetish art online, repeating until we think into the tar pit ourselves. When was that the widow dweller would appear again once you point at it with your finger just in the right moment and the right place? Point at it with your finger or tap on it like it was a screen. I grew up with the idea the birds were not really birds, but security cameras with feathers that watch us. I never thought ill of the window dweller. I loved him. I loved his beak, claws, and his wings. The data was there before I was even born. Now it's extracting us like a bone marrow. Like we're a lamp somewhere in the Harz Mountains in 1874, and some doctors extract our blood for an experimental medical infusion or a spa treatment for the super wealthy. I hate it so much. I want to rip out my eyes and the nerves too, and lay them before me to look at them. I already know they're inside of me, but why bother? Why bother with a soul when we can look at the obvious over and over again? Sie haben sich bis hier oben vorgearbeitet. Jetzt wissen sie nicht, was weiter. Sich Mühe geben allein nützt gar nichts. Die Artisten in der Zirkuskuppel ratlos. Heather's Hollywood. The stars are lost stars. And growing dead, the bird calls to me. The waterfalls go on right. The bird calls to this man. The waterfalls go on right. Me. How old am I? Let the moon go hang. The stars go fly their kites. I want the stars go fly their kites. Tell me how old am I? The pyramidal shape of the mountain reveals a perfect intelligence within the universe, Lieutenant Man writes. Sometimes its power to melt in mist reveals the infinite possibilities for matter to change its appearance. Or how Elizabeth Bishop writes in her poem The Mountain. At evening, something behind me. I start for a second, I blench. I staggeringly halt and burn. I do not know my age. Flowers in a mirror, eyelashes, and a camera too. Thank you. It was such an intense experience of just sitting here in silence. And I couldn't really hear anything, but thank you.
Ready when you are, Lane. Go for it, Lane.
Somebody say something to me. Okay, I think whatever microphone you're using is not picking up, but I will take it as a go to go for it. Okay, allow me to start sharing my screen. Okay, is that looking good for everybody? Nice. Okay, so hello, my name is Lane Lincecum. I was one of the curators of Room Party, and today I'm going to be talking pretty much exclusively about that. It was the largest and most important project I recently contributed to, and I'm happy to say that all of the artists that are speaking here today were also involved in it, so it was very relevant to the conference today. And what I'm going to speak on specifically is how being part of this experience really changed but also solidified my feelings and principles towards our community and towards making art in general. So, oh no, is my presenter view going to work? Okay, here we go. So why make furry art? I want to start by outlining a lot of fears and negative thoughts that come up in conversations about art nowadays. So kind of, you know, like the world is really fucked up. Pretty much everything is going wrong simultaneously at the moment when it would be most crucial for us to really like figure out how to do it correctly. And we feel a critical point of being capable of losing absolutely everything we have within our lifetime so very quickly. And because of that, we also feel that we will have nothing to give future generations after we have passed. It feels like at the moment we're all invested in an incredibly trivial practice that only matters to us and our closest friends. And sometimes it feels like we are wasting our time trying to justify why we make art, when we know that, within our lifetime, we will see the entire world tip into total catastrophe, as it already has. And then at the core of that, what we're doing here today, grappling with the utterly insane and insignificant question of, should furry be situated in a contemporary art context? It feels really ridiculous sometimes for this to be the main question I think about in my life between the times when I'm worried about my future survival. But in this time and place, we're always being asked to justify art. We're asked to quantify its meaning and benefit to society. And if we can't, we're expected to just knock it off. But some of us don't, or we can't. We naively keep drawing funny animals because there's something within us that needs to do that to survive. If furry art doesn't matter, why can't I stop making it? When we were launching Room Party after nearly a year of constant work on it, we decided the tagline for the show ought to be furry art at the beginning of the world. This was both to be funny and have some delusional grandeur, but also we really felt the message and we were really genuinely motivated and excited in that moment. We realized through making this show that Room Party was not about an intellectual question like how to situate furry in contemporary art. We realized through doing it that it was a powerful action. It was us digging our heels in the ground, asserting our presence, and having a stake in our future. Throughout the 6 weeks that the show and programming were on, I had the opportunity to talk to dozens of people about their experiences with the show, and those conversations further confirmed this for me. So I want to share with you a few things that were said to me. The first being this snippet from a review in Artillery magazine of the show, written by Eileen Havant-Townsend. Quote, I want to make a case for this art's relevance to furry and human alike. The 90-odd works of art at Room Party are some of the best I've seen in years, in part because none of them turn away from the fact that it's 2025, not 1945. I had the privilege to get to hang out with Eileen a little bit while she was present for the show, and she came up to us at one point and said, being at Anthrocon has really made me realize that my art career has been about being at post-World War II abstract expressionism con, and getting out of that is really like making me think about some things, or something to that effect. So, to speak on the relevance of art to the world, sometimes what we take for granted as the canon of what we are meant to accept as being the most important form of art can really be broken down and questioned directly when we're in a place where the felt presence and importance of artwork is coming from a completely different place. Continuing with contemporary art people, we had a lot of career artists at the show, both showing their work and also just visiting and taking part in the experience. And almost every single one of them said to me in some form, this is the most fun I've ever had at an art show. And that was amazing to hear, both because, I'm basically running a party for all these people, and it's nice to know that your friends enjoy hanging out with you. But also because when somebody says this is the most fun I've had at an art show, and you know that their career is based around having to go to art shows constantly, whether they want to or not, hearing that makes a really big difference. One of the events we did for programming was a workshop called Show and Tell, where the participants were invited to bring one piece of or an artwork that they had masturbated to, and then share some thoughts on that with the crowd for a discussion. It went really well. People really liked it. And after running that workshop, a friend of mine came up to me and said, I moved to Pittsburgh for a better quality of life. And this is quality of life. That was a moment where I really had to realize that living in Pittsburgh and having the opportunity to do this show where I live is part of this whole phenomenon of furries moving to specific cities to create real life scenes around our subculture, something that's like really burgeoning and new and still really like novel and almost a punchline. But that has genuine impacts on people's lives. Even doing something silly as this gives people a reason to relocate everything in their life around a certain place and group of people. Finally, when we were at Anthrocon, the convention, which was running concurrent with Room Party, I had the opportunity to present a panel where I talked about the show and some of our methods of curating it and gave some background and context information. And many of the artists who were present for that convention weekend actually got the opportunity to come up and speak on their experience being in the show and their work to the folks who came to the panel. It was great, and afterwards I got to speak to many people. There was one person who told me that they had always wanted to come to Anthrocon, but were kind of waiting for the right opportunity or excuse. And when they heard Room Party was happening, they knew they had to drop everything to go because it was just the culmination of everything that they were interested in and that mattered to them. And they told me in no uncertain terms about Room Party, this has given me hope for the first time in years. So why do we have to ask if our art matters if when people get to share and experience our art, this is what happens? It feels like really silly to like dwell on this, right? Like the question from the beginning, how to situate furry and contemporary art, this is just phrased in a more direct way. And when we put it like this, after everything that I have just told you I experienced, it feels really unnecessary. How can we ever quantify the efficacy of art? How can we explain why we need this to live? How can we rationalize spending all of our time, all of our energy, and literally choosing to go broke to pursue this? The most important thing that I want to share with you today is this. Room Party did not start when we got the gallery space booked, or when my co-curators and I met, or when each of us decided we wanted to be out as furries in our art careers. This has been a generational project in the making. It started a little over 40 years ago with a bunch of nerds piled into dark hotel rooms watching tapes of Animal Olympics and Tezuka cartoons. They were sweating and giggling and leaning into one another and feeling no resistance for the first time. It started when those people found their voices, fell in love, and decided that if something feels this good, there should be more of it in the world. This is my favorite picture that was taken during Room Party by Tommy. You know, every time you go to a convention, you're part of someone's first convention experience. You're part of someone's coming out, someone's unmasking, someone's first love, someone's first time feeling truly alive. You get to live and relive that every time you step into a furry space. And when you're not there physically, you get to share that with people through your art, your writing, and your music. If you are a furry artist, you have changed someone's life. What a show like this does is make a statement about the power of art that is felt beyond words. It has to be felt physically for you to know how it is. I hope that the takeaway from Room Party for everyone that was a part of it is that what we choose to do today gives us a stake in our future. Doing this show isn't just about creating a moment in time that some people get to experience and some don't. It's a promise to ourselves and the generations coming after us that this kind of happiness can exist at all. For most artists, the luckiest you can get is to be acknowledged for contributing something to the canon within your lifetime. Like even just being a footnote in a textbook that says you were one of the dozens or hundreds of people that contributed to some movement or moment in time that was memorable. But if you're a furry, you have nothing to prove. You're part of a community that doesn't need museums and schools and institutions and textbooks to understand what makes art important or how it shapes our lives. You live that in the most direct way possible every single day. What I learned firsthand from Room Party is that furry art is a living thing, and it wants all of us to live along with it. So thank you for your time. feel like I ran short because I rushed because I'm nervous right now. And thank you to the organizers of the Furry Studies Conference for allowing me to present today. There's a lot more information about Room Party available online. Our website is room-party.com. I hope that all of you will continue to do what you're doing, because now is a great time to be us.
I'm crying a little bit. But I don't think we have time for questions. Or we might have time for one question. Sorry. What, there we. Oh. Oh, I saw Orion. Yeah.
Can the artist hear us?
Oh
No.
no, that's the thing.
That was a little bit of a yes and a no.
You could type it into the chat though. Sure. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Testing, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. No, it's good. Okay. Yes.
So I feel like furry lets us think about our bodies in ways that nothing else really does. I host a figure drawing night at pretty much every furry convention that I go to that's specifically like focused on trans bodies, because a lot of people need to actually learn how to draw us as we are now today. How does furry help you make art about you that's like more honest than if you weren't making furry art? And I know like the persona, duh, but what lets you think about your body in more than just the aspirational and like the honest and personable way, I suppose?
I think the answer for me to that question is the sort of unlimited ability you get to exaggerate. Like I mentioned before in my talk that my persona has the ability to pick at a wound until it's a gaping hole. And I think the ability to kind of take everything beyond the human is the thing that has really kind of propelled me forward in this work. Like you can basically go anywhere.
Yeah, I think we are also very interested in the transcendence of this body and using all kinds of tools to transcend it. And furriness is so intertwined and interlinked to my own transness. Like there's this horrible, disgusting quote by a feminist theorist called German Greer, who once said, she hated trans women. Just because you limp a cut off your dick and you wear a dress, you're not a woman. If I were a tail and a snout and long ears, I wouldn't be a fucking cocker spaniel. But I would say, what if you are German Greer? What if you are a fucking dog? And I think furry is a great way of, I mean, if you gotta believe someone is a woman, you gotta believe someone is a fucking dog, of course.
I would say my response to it would be that in a way it's like, it's really, when you draw it, it's like, it's not that deep, but it is. A quote that comes to mind is actually from Oren, who is up there right now. Very iconically said of the furry community that we're so stupid, it's almost revolutionary. And it's like whenever I draw a piece of art or make a piece of art that really like is cathartic for me, I always look at it and like laugh and go like, this is crazy. So yeah, it's that.
We have two questions online. I'm going to give you both of them, and then we need to start for the next presentation in just a few minutes here. So this one's to Lane. How is Room Party contextualized as reconstituting the fandom's past and the present, especially as artists who hosted the first Room Parties are dying? Sorry that we have such a short time to answer. Deep question. And then for Ivy, as a non-American furry, how do you navigate the Americanism of furry culture? So good luck. You have like a minute each.
So your question was, how are you, it just cut out a little bit. How are you something, people are dying?
You got it. Go ahead. No, how is Room Party contextualized as reconstituting the fandom's past in the present, especially as artists who hosted the first room parties are dying?
That's a very good question. I will think of that when I'm in bed tonight. But the off the top answer that I will give you right now is I really don't think that there's any reconstituting or recontextualizing or anything that's happening. I really think of it as like one big stream of things that are all completely the same despite their different like contexts and like circumstances. I think it goes back to what I said in my presentation of like, if something feels this good, there should be more of it. For the first conventions and room parties, they had the opportunity to create that hotel space that is now just like considered standard. And the point in time that we live in is we are established enough and have enough sway and capital under us that we can start doing this in other places, and people will accept it and pay attention. So I really think that it is the cycle of our lives that we put things out in the world and we just hope to see them turn into something else before we eventually pass. And I feel happy that I'm able to do that within my lifetime. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing many more room parties in whatever form they take blossom up all over the world in the years to come.
Oh, and the other question about the Americanism. Yeah, I love America. But I was very heartbroken about it. So I really, really wanted to go to Entrocon this year in America, but I couldn't. I made a little movie about it called I Really Want to Go to Entrocon 2025, but I can't. I'm afraid to enter the States because of my trainee ID. But this might be a good opportunity to connect more with the European scene that is also exploding, like the American scene as well. And maybe the American scene is 10, 15 years ahead of the European time in a way of like thinking about furry already. And I might be the only furry writer, published furry writer in Germany right now. And it gets lonely, but at the same time, I'm never really lonely. You're never really lonely as a furry. I love the silent applause.
We were all clapping and we all laughed at all of your jokes. Thank you, everyone. Thank
thank
you all
you.
very much for your presentations. We will get ready for the next panel soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Just so you know, that mic is messed up.
It was so messed up. It was so fun. But thank you.
Okay, folks, if you could take your seats, please. We'll get started. You all coffeeed up? Has anybody else noticed that apparently Scandinavia now includes the United Federation of Planets? So I'm so happy to be here at this second Furry Studies conference. It is amazing to see how many people have come here, not only in person but online, and it's an amazing event. And I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to also thank PLU and our tech people who have just been doing an amazing job. So, thanks again. I'm sure the local church group is easier, but we're more fun. So the next presentation is going to be about Eurofurence, the tale of the traveling convention, which is an unusual situation because, as Rod could tell you, there was a time when many conventions just had to go from hotel to hotel, and figure out sort of what was happening. But Eurofurence was from the beginning planned as a traveling convention, and you don't want to hear me talk about it, so let's listen to Tim Stoddard talk about it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So, just a brief introduction to myself. My name's Tim Stoddard. I study and write about furry history, specializing in the UK. But for this talk, I'm focusing on Eurofurence and the big furry convention in Europe. So, Eurofurence is an annual furry convention that takes place in Germany. In September of this year, it held its 31st iteration with over 6,000 furries in attendance, which not only makes it the largest furry convention outside of North America, but also the longest running furry convention in the entire world. While almost every other convention has a city or region they call home, what made Eurofurence unique is in its first 10 years is that it was originally a traveling convention, like how the science fiction fandom has Worldcon or Eurocon, taking place in a different part of Europe each year. At least that was the plan, which is the subject of this talk. So the fandom of Europe wasn't as organized in the early 1990s as they were today. Then there were no conventions, and social media in those days were bulletin boards, news groups, and online text games like Multi-User Dungeons and Mucks. Around 1993, Tess Thuy Ha went on a newsgroup board and commented on a TV airing of Raw, an 80s American comedy film about a family constantly under attack from lions in Africa. It was a massive cult classic in Germany. At roughly the same time, another German furry going by Unki Nainen had also commented on the same newsgroup board about the same TV airing, and the two became friends. They emailed each other and played on FurryMuck. Then in 1994, Unki had received messages from Tess, but not from Germany, but in the UK. While the UK furries didn't have conventions at the time, what they had were house cons, where several furries spent a weekend at someone's house drawing, reading comics, fanzines, watching animations. Tess was attending one called UK FurCon, which is held at the student accommodation at the University of Essex Colchester, with access to the computer labs to play FurryMuck. Unki, realizing there was more furries in Europe than he imagined, started messaging around newsgroups and mucks, creating a directory of Euro furries. And when he clearly saw how many, he and Tess planned an in-person meeting of European furries at Tess's family vacation home in Kaiser Wilhelm Krug, north of Germany. They originally planned to have 10 furries, but ended up with 10 German, 5 British, 1 Finnish, 1 Dutch, 1 Danish, and 1 Swedish furry. So, as far as I could find, there was no declaration or charter stating that the newly created Eurofurence was to be a multinational traveling convention. However, we have public comments from the two founders and other furries who attended the first Eurofurence, but there was at least a verbal agreement among those who attended that it should be held in a different European country each year to keep the convention both fresh and include furries from all across Europe. They had already made a great start. Furries discussed on the newly established Eurofurries mailing list that Sweden should be the next country so that more furries in the Nordic countries could attend. Unki reached out to furries from his directory, and 2 furries who studied at Linköping University set forward to host Eurofriends 2 at the campus's student organization building in 1996. Attendance increased to 35. More activities were on offer, such as a video room to watch furry films and a martial arts demonstration. The 2 students, Divine Vixen and Snout, would later be made guests of honor at the first Nordic FuzzCon, not only for hosting EF2, but also their work on the furry SPR MUC and their involvement with the Veland Central Library, which is one of the first online furry art portals. When it came time for EF3, the newly formed Eurofriends organization, or EFO for short, made up of German attendees and led by Cheetah, decided to centralize the discussion process so furries could suggest anything from location, dates, t-shirt designs, etc. to one place. And if there were more than one viable option, then all options would be voted on by the furries. So this was a robust democratic approach to organizing a convention, but it did require furries to provide worthwhile input. For EF3, there was only one viable option submitted by the Eurofurries for a location, a primary school in the German town of Bingen. Unfortunately, communication with the school wasn't as thorough, as the school had to close on that agreed weekend, fully booked at other times, causing the EFO to hurriedly locate and book a campsite in Bodstedt 4 months before Eurofriends 3 was meant to happen. There were a lot of emails around the time that I've read, especially from Cheetah, that were very rough, as he had to argue against rumors and negative feedback from the furries in the mailing lists. Then it came to EF4. And the EFO was a lot more prepared and had a venue in Kassel in mind. But several furries were reluctant to go back to Germany again, including German furries like Unki, who wanted to see EF in a different country each year. Given that the EFO had less than a year to plan for the next Eurofriends, they announced that a venue in the German town of Kassel would be the next location, but extended the location deadline to a few more weeks if anyone had any better idea. That's when the Dutch furries came in. So Samarindus noticed a friend of his admits to missing the deadline due to work and school obligations, and decided to research the Dutch Office of Tourism to look for venues that met the EFO's criteria. He arranged a vote on the Eurofurries mailing list, he inspected the site, and proposed the Fun de Jour site in Hees. They did such a good job that the EFO dropped their plans for Kassel and helped Samarindus and his team of Dutch furries host Eurofriends 4, which had 97 attendees, and was praised by all despite the Dutch furries having virtually no experience running conventions before and becoming incredibly stressed as a result. So for the next few years, Eurofriends would be hosted in Germany. There was a campsite in Muggelsee, near Berlin, a youth hostel in Göttingen, a castle in Kirchen, and another youth hostel in Oberbernhardt. This would get the convention to gradually earn the nickname of German Furries, mainly from furries who were outside of Germany. And it wasn't like those furries didn't try. Since EF4, the UK had tried multiple times to get a venue in England up for a vote, but they were always rejected because the UK in the summertime was an expensive place for tourism compared to mainland Europe. Meanwhile, the Netherlands and Sweden were able to propose venues that were both suitable and affordable, but they would get outvoted each time. There was also the EFO's registration as an Eingetragener Verein, which makes them a legal entity with plenty of benefits to handle finances, access business accounts, save money on running events. But those benefits weren't recognized outside of Germany. That didn't make running Eurofriends outside Germany impossible, but they would have needed more local support in order to do so. So in the lead up to EF8, the German Furries drama blew up in the mailing lists and message boards. Now, the popular retelling of this event pinned the blame on French furries, but from what I could find, this is most likely inaccurate. French furries had talks amongst themselves about running a furry convention in France back in 2001, but this was a purely independent effort, and prominent French furries at the time don't recall one of their own like raising up a fuss. What I did find, however, was heated arguments about how Eurofriends locations should be voted on, kick-started by one of the original organizers of EF4 in the Netherlands. They wanted the voting to focus on the country and then the location, instead of both at the same time. And while they were met with opposition, there were those who sided with them, arguing not only how furries outside of Germany lost out financially and felt demoralized seeing their hard work proposing locations go to naught, but that the original intent of Eurofriends was to be held in a different country each year. So, prior to EF8, the EFO made a massive call offering any and all proposals for a location for EF9. In the end, there was only one submission of note. Jamargo and Imbala were furries from Czechia. They built a website detailing their proposal for a sports camp in the rural village of San Jose. There were legal issues, but Jamargo had the knowledge and the resources to resolve said issues and assure the German organizers that it would work. The sports camp itself wasn't to the same standard that previous venues had, and the language barrier between German and Czech meant the EFO heavily relied on the Czech furries for communication. There were more issues once the location was announced. Germans had a pretty low view of Czech people at the time, and there was fear-mongering about crime and poverty from former Soviet countries, so a lot of German furries just didn't want to go. So, for reference, the attendance count for EF8 was 260, and the final attendance count for EF9 was 165. That drop in registrations meant the Czech team needed to put in extra work to budget the convention, and the EFO relied on donations and advertisements to avoid the convention operating at a loss. That's not to mention issues with equipment during the day. Maybe in the Q&A session, one of you could ask about the electrified tent or the Paw Pet show. However, Jamargo and Mbala's team were able to help the EFO all the way to make the convention work, avoiding financial troubles and even getting wireless internet access to work. At the very least, those who ran the convention at the time have since looked back fondly of EF9. While there were proposals to host Eurofriends in the UK and the Netherlands and even Estonia, the Eurofriends organizers wanted to avoid further risks and remain in Germany. Once they announced that they had renewed their contract with Nuremberg Castle from EF11 to EF12, it was clear that Eurofriends was no longer a traveling convention. As you can see, since 2005, Eurofriends has held their convention at a single venue, only moving when the attendance figure has outgrown the current venue. The Estrel Hotel in Berlin, especially, was the largest hotel in all of Germany at the time. So they remained there for 8 years, only moving to Hamburg's convention center in 2023, allegedly due to rising hotel costs and disagreements with management. So based on my research, I've narrowed down 3 reasons why Eurofriends struggled with this traveling con model. The first issue was time, meaning time to organize a convention. Eurofriends had, on average, a single year to find a location, reach an agreement with the location, and then plan the convention itself. In fact, I noticed in the messages there was being a gradual push to start planning Eurofriends earlier and earlier to give themselves more time. The next issue is that, with few exceptions, every Eurofriends was organized by a team primarily composed of German furries. The team was dedicated and worked well with its resources, and worked with what they knew best, which was their home country. The key reason why EF2, EF4, and EF9 were held outside of Germany was because of a set of local furries who were as dedicated as that team when it came to finding locations and working with the EFO to get the convention to work. In contrast, other traveling conventions like Worldcon and Eurocon take at least 2 years to plan conventions, and the Central Committee doesn't have as direct involvement in planning the convention as Eurofriends did. The last issue and the key reason why Eurofriends no longer hosts outside of Germany anymore are legal reasons. This is partially due to it being an EV, but mainly the paperwork of transporting equipment and dealing with liability, which requires more work in understanding laws in different countries than the one you're familiar with. Fortunately, the demand for a traveling convention waned. The main reason for such demand was a lack of a furry convention in other European countries, and by 2003, there was a shift in how that demand was being met. France, after seeing a furry convention in Czechia was possible, went ahead and held Furence, its premier furry convention. The UK eventually got their first convention, Confuzzled, which plans were first discussed at Eurofurence 11 at Nuremberg Castle. Czechia, knowing a convention is possible in their own country, started holding their own conventions, and many more countries started hosting their own furry conventions. Back in the late 90s, Eurofurence was considered the only furry convention in the continent of a considerable size, and now there are over 50 conventions, camping trips, fair dances, and other events across the continent. So running a furry convention is a challenge that becomes increasingly arduous as more furries wanted to attend it. Running a furry convention that changes annually is even more daunting when you consider changing countries. There was a demand for the concept. Attending a convention whilst visiting a new location each year has its appeal, but it is a concept that comes with much work. Fortunately for them, the demand for a traveling convention decreased as furries generally accepted that Eurofurence would remain in Germany indefinitely, and Eurofurries instead favored another idea, running a convention of their own. Now there are several options to choose from. Who knows if there will ever be a country hopping furry convention, but for those who like to travel, it's a great time to be a furry in Europe. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very, very much. We're going to go a little bit out of order now, so if the Ferkley folks can come up and do their thing. We're going to hear Keep Ferkley Weird, a case study in queering the face of academia. I could speak slower. Keeping Ferkley Weird. No, I go slow. You keep going fast. I won't try to introduce them all, of course. Yes? No? Oh, please. Yes. Oh, ask this person there. Question here? About plugging in a laptop? Okay. All right, I'll get out of the way.
Hey guys, is this microphone working?
Hello? Both?
Nice. We're just going to get our presentation hooked up.
I hope everyone's enjoying the conference so far. Yes. I love the diversity in the presentations that we have here, especially the artists. Shout out to the artists.
Go and hold the mic closer to your mouth.
Shout out to the artists.
Woo. Can you guys? Oh. Oh yeah.
Logical fallacy. Logical fallacy.
Ad hominem.
Ad hominem.
Oh, we can get started now. Okay. So, hello. We're the Furries at Berkeley, as I mentioned. Yeah. So we're a club on the campus of the University of California, Berkeley, and we're going to be talking a little bit about our club experiences and kind of what it means to run a furry club on a university campus. So for some quick introductions.
I'm Shane. I do urban studies. I'm Wolfire. I do data science.
I'm Iris. I do applied mathematics.
And I'm Hunter, and I do plasma physics. And that's a lot. It's a big range there. So we're all students. We all study a wide different number of things. But we're all together because we all like furries, and we wanted to help build a club and this community. And it's also not just us four. It's not even just everyone who's an executive. If you want to raise your hand, yeah. But it's a big community, and we receive help from people all around the Bay Area. It's an amazing thing. So how do we get started?
All right, so we can focus on UC Berkeley as a campus, and especially the students. our campus acts as a launch pad for a lot of movements and organizations that represented counterculture to whatever they were facing at the time. On the left, you can see in 1964, this is Say Their Gate on our campus. This is a group of students protesting for the free speech movement. Looking in the middle, we have in 2017 an anti-Trump protest on campus, protesting against the Trump administration at the time and the rising scare of fascist ideology within our country. And then on the right, you can see around 2016, we had the Berkeley Kink Club founded, where it taught
Education.
Yeah, it had kink education. And so all of these examples and many more represent organizations and movements on our campus, specifically run by students that fought the status quo during that time.
We love you, naked guy!
Alrighty. Well, with that fact, how exactly did our club start? If you could click it again. Well, how it actually started, it was formed back in spring of 2022. So our club is actually very young in the Berkeley organizations. And this is all thanks to the fact that we're so proud of just being furries. And a good example of this was actually Carbon, our alum, who's on over there. He actually wore their Berkeley lanyard to a local meet, and they were able to meet other Berkeley furries, and that's how they ended up forming the club. For me, this was actually bringing my fursuit to my dorm unit, and my friend who I met over the summer actually told me, oh, you should apply to furries at Berkeley, and you should reach out. And so I did. And they told me, oh, if you'd like to help, can you help us table? Which tabling is actually a very important part for furries at Berkeley, especially when it comes to promoting. And in Berkeley, we had this opportunity where we can table openly because of, as mentioned, the free speech movement. We actually, on campus, are given a year-round open space on, it's called Upper Sproul, where we can just be out there and do whatever we really want. And protests are held there, organizations table, and our university promotes this by giving us a table and chair.
Yeah, and so when we talk about tabling, the furries at Berkeley, we kind of have our name ingrained for the things that we do while tabling. A lot of this stuff is done to reduce kind of the barrier of entry that we see a lot to getting into the furry fandom. So a lot of the time you see these people on the internet, but you really never see a fursuiter while you're trying to get to class. And so having the opportunity to just walk up and give a high five to someone, or have a lot of our talented artists who will just sit at the table and be like, hey, what do you think your fursona will be? That? Okay, wait, let me draw you as that guy. Here you go. Have fun. Keep going to class. Stay in school. A lot of these interactions here are just very minute. They're not big commitments for people who have never seen the furry fandom or anything like that before, but they give us a taste of what it looks like. And that really helped our club expand pretty rapidly.
And we'll continue with our club expansion. As Hunter said, this increase in tabling expanded our outreach to students, furry and non-furry alike. And that allowed us to have opportunities for collaborations on campus. On the left, sorry about that, you can see our very first collaboration with Superb, which is an organization on campus specializing in student events. This was spring of 2022, so very early on in the club's existence. In the middle here, you can see the Daily Californian. That's a local newspaper, and they did a deep dive on our club. And on the right, you can see our most recent collaboration with our student union on campus called Craft for Noon. It was an opportunity for students to come together. Oh, you want to say the attendance?
We got over 300 students at that event.
I'd say that's not a small amount. But it was an opportunity for all students to come together and create a cute little craft for free, which is really great. It brought people together, had people asking about what furries were, and I like to believe it acted as a sort of exposure therapy for students on campus, because I know people that aren't familiar with furries, or maybe they're only familiar online, it can be a bit daunting to see them in real life, or they have these pretensive notions about them, and these opportunities allow us to clear those up.
with that in mind, of course, we're very younglings, so we wanted to have guest speakers come to our campus where they can actually like talk more about the community and more of their experiences, because we haven't been able to explore into the community as much. And a great example of this is Spoticus. They actually hosted a masterclass where they were given a chance to choose a topic and just talk about it to the Berkeley community. And as you can see, we got worldwide recognition, some distasteful ones, but especially from our current senator from, yeah. And these posts are not the first types like this.
Yeah, so the masterclass, the video of our masterclass that went viral is kind of one within many different posts of ours that went viral, amassing up to 3.4 million views on one of the reels, which is kind of crazy, but it essentially cemented furries, whether it was like positive or negative connotations, but a lot of positive connotations for Berkeley students just within the culture. And for example, at our game day, you know, furries are a part of game day. And it kind of creates this almost like legend of furry. Two different sides to this. You know, we're getting both people inside and outside the fandom. For people inside the fandom, they're seeing this really open celebration of furry on campus, and they're like, I want to go there. I'm applying to Berkeley specifically so I can be in this really fun open community. I think we have like 1 or 2 freshmen this year who were like, I chose Berkeley because of the furry club. And also, you know, students who are outside the fandom almost see this like legends of furry, and I use that because like the non-furry perception really is like, you know, this is very mystical, and like people are spotting the furries and being like, oh my gosh, that's the pink one I saw on TikTok. Can we take photos together? I've taken photos with you since every semester. Or even like outside of Berkeley, I had my friend from UCLA be like, oh my gosh, you're going to Berkeley? Did you see the blue and orange one? I did see the blue and orange one. This is before I was a furry. But with this mysticism, this like mystical perception of furries, I think there's still this sort of distance and like mystification between furry and non-furry, which is pretty interesting.
With that factor, tabling has been a great way for a bunch of people to ask us questions, but of course we're limited on what we can say in public. And especially when people come and ask us questions, they're usually asking us between classes, so they got to run in like 2 minutes. So we got to answer those questions really fast, which because of that, I felt like we should, or like just in general, we felt like we should host an academic setting to have these questions answered, and overall just research into the community and have a deep dive for the Berkeley community, which is why we formed the class.
Yeah, so this was a really big step for us. What a decal is a faculty-sponsored student-taught course. So we had to go to the Gender and Women's Studies department and say, hey guys, you should give out units for what we're about to talk about. And then this is kind of a pretty big step. Creating a decal means that a lot of this stuff is getting public. Decals are very famous for getting attention from right-wing media, a lot of criticism. So putting ourselves out in here made our public perception pretty clear. And we had to be very careful about how we do that, hence the name Digital Subcultures with Anthropomorphic Identities. We couldn't really call it the furry class. They got a little mad at us for that. But it allowed us to explore a lot of things in depth. This allowed new students, people just coming to the university, to take a course where they could hear about a lot of the things that presenters actually were talking about. We talked about like music in the fandom, gender, economics. We had our economics lecture 2 weeks ago. A lot of things like that, which are really important, that we actually were able to get the space to talk about, not just for furries and people in the community, but also for people outside just curious about what it's all about.
Yeah, and kind of talking about that class and exploring what is beyond, like our impact beyond just like the club and the campus. One thing is this overlap between the furry community and queer and trans culture. And how a lot of the sort of stigma that furries are facing is really inherently linked to a lot of discrimination that is against like queer and trans and neurodivergent communities, and a lot of hate that is masked as like, oh, cringe culture, or like culture wars, like the litter box debate, where it's just really used to mask different forms of hate, and really using our platform rather than there's a tendency within queer communities to say, okay, if people think that queer people are weird, we're going to say we're not like them. We're going to push them down so we can go up. Rather than doing that, we're saying like, yeah, you know, we are weird and we're going to uplift the sort of like weird or queer communities so that we all are uplifted together rather than this like scramble to the top and dragging each other down. And one example of a way we've used our platform that we've kind of amassed through social media and stuff is these posters made by our lovely exec writer as part of a campaign. A campaign we collaborated, or we were invited to collaborate on against a right-wing speaker on campus, and kind of talking about the future of the club. You know, we've kind of been expanding how we can create furry space on campus, even if that's something as simple as like a sunset hike we did, and. You know, we've done a lot to really bring visibility to the furry community, but there's kind of still work to be done because as I talked about earlier, there's this mystification or this perception of just the suit, the furries in the suit, or that furries are acceptable because they're secretly rich or they're secretly hot or they're secretly like a scientist. And bringing awareness to the fact that like there is a full human and this like really complex and interesting social and cultural community behind it all, and that there are topics worth researching and conferences and classes and academia and, you know, all these deep discussions. And so kind of trying to create that space in which we're making people feel like they can openly and welcomely talk about this and, you know, demystifying everything.
So we're going to end off by just saying thank you for the Furry Studies Conference for inviting us to do a little panel. And it's worth mentioning that, especially starting a furry group in the Bay Area, we stand on the shoulders of a lot of giants. And one of those giants in particular was Spartacus, a great friend of the club and our actually first masterclass lecturer. They unfortunately passed away earlier this year, and we'd like to dedicate our presentation to them and for helping us all throughout here.
And follow all our socials at Berkeley Furries. Follow the Tumblr.
Oh, thank you so much. So I was trying to think about actually how we're going to handle the question and answer session, and I think if you guys just take a mic and you know, just you don't have to come back up here if you don't want to, or maybe one of you could come up and you could mouth whatever the other people are saying or something.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to an organization I'm sure that many of you have heard of, which is Fur Science. And actually, I have a question for you. Hands up. How many people here have taken one of their questionnaires at a con? Oh, well, okay, just in general. In general. Yeah, it's a fair number. Not a lot, but a fair number, yeah. So, of course, Nuka will be going into all of the details here, but they have been doing a longitudinal study of furries for at least 10 years, I think, for a long time anyway, and have become really very important in the furry studies field. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Courtney Plant, Nuka.
All right. So let's see here if I can manage my technology and not screw this up in front of a bunch of people. All right, is this working? Can people see this? Yes. Success, okay. First of all, I just want to say thank you for being here on Halloween. I know that for me, I can hear trick-or-treaters at my door right now. My roommates are taking care of it in fursuits, and that's what I'm going to do as soon as I'm done with this session is go out in fursuits. But thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm really excited to be giving this talk. Very humbled to be giving this talk because, holy cat, some of the heavy hitters that came before me earlier today make me feel very out of my league here, especially as a quantitative researcher here. I have to point out as well that Ian said earlier with great pride that there were no numbers in that talk, and unfortunately there is math and numbers in this one. I apologize in advance. I'm a quantitative researcher, forgive me, but I'll make it interesting for you, I promise. So my talk is called Anthropomorphizing Animals, in a response to a hostile world. As was sort of mentioned, I'm Dr. Courtney Plantz. I go by Nuka in the fandom. My furry credentials are that I've been a furry for 18 years. And I've been doing research on the fandom for 15 years. I've got a PhD in social psychology, so that's the approach I take to my research. Some of you have heard of the First Science Team. I am but one of many members of the First Science Team. So Dr. Stephen Rayson, Dr. Sharon Roberts, Dr. Kathleen Gerbasi, and myself are all founding members of the First Science Team. In addition, the research I'm talking about today is also done in conjunction with Duncan Piasecki, for whom who contributed one of the studies in this for their master's thesis, and their supervisor, Dr. Janice Moodley. I should also mention that the research that I'm talking about today was literally on Wednesday just accepted for publication. So this is hot off of the presses, literally about to make it to press in the next few months here, but it's been accepted. So that's pretty exciting for us as well. But the plan for today is just to run you very quickly through the requisite literature for the rest of the talk to make sense. So get you up to speed on the main hypotheses, to talk very briefly about 4 studies that comprise this paper and what they have to tell us, and then sort of contextualize it all with some implications and a few conclusions as well. And then I think the Q&A session is coming after that. So I guess to start, I want to preface this by making the bold claim that humans are a pretty pathetic species when you get down to it. We are not particularly strong or particularly fast. From an evolutionary context, it's remarkable that we're still here. And the reason we are is because we are a tribal species, right? Everything else on the Serengeti kicks our ass. But the fact that we can kind of band together and work together and share our knowledge of tools was what gave us a competitive edge. And so baked into the crust of being a human is this instinct to want to belong to groups, right? We have this innate, insatiable need to want to belong to groups, to want to surround ourselves with fellow humans. In fact, we have an aversive response to not fitting in, right? When we're off to the side, when we're bullied, when we're ostracized, we feel that aversively, right? A low self-esteem is tied to this not belonging, and we do what we can to get rid of that feeling. So we're compelled to want to belong to groups. Premise 1. The second premise is that we have these wonderfully wild parts of our brain, like the fusiform face area, which is responsible for helping us recognize faces. So much so that we sometimes overshoot it a little bit and see faces in things that aren't actually human. In fact, we regularly anthropomorphize our technology. If anyone's ever yelled at their smartphone or kicked their car and yelled at it because it wasn't working, a lot of yelling and shouting at technology as if it can hear us, right? You understand the idea of anthropomorphizing something that's not human. We give human traits to our pets, right? We talk to them as if they can understand us. We ascribe personality traits to them, and they do have personalities, let's be real. But we anthropomorphize them. We give them a lot of human traits. We see a lot of human in them. And we do this for all matter of reasons. Sometimes spiritual or existential reasons, right? We understand where we are in the universe by comparing ourselves to non-human animals. Again, for neurological reasons, we do this. We look at animals and see so much of human expression in them. But the reason most relevant today, and that combines with that first premise, is that we anthropomorphize the world around us when we get lonely, right? A human who's separate from the tribe and who's seeking that belongingness, who craves that association with another person, well, they turn to the non-human. They'll take it where they can get it. Right? They've done studies to show this. One of my favorite ones uses the Clocky alarm clock. Some of you might have heard of Clocky. If you're not a morning person, Clocky is your arch nemesis. Clocky, when the alarm goes off, doesn't just ring, but the little wheels spin up and you have to chase it around the room. It's a way of forcing you to wake your ass up. And people anthropomorphize Clocky. In studies, they found that people will shout at Clocky and talk about Clocky's having this like, oh, Clocky wants to make my morning miserable. Clocky has no volition. Clocky is a little computer program running on a piece of hardware, right? We do this with pets as well. The more lonely people are, the more they talk to their pets, the more they ascribe human traits to their pets. And we don't just do this willy-nilly. We benefit from this. So studies have shown, for example, that bullied children will turn to their pets and find solace and comfort in their non-human animal pets, right? There's something to the idea that when you're lonely, when you're ostracized, finding comfort in something not human is something that we naturally do. And so when you put all this together, you get the hypotheses for our studies. There's a few of them. The first hypothesis is that people who are bullied or ostracized or otherwise on the outs with humanity should find greater tendency or desire to anthropomorphize non-human animals. And hey, I hear there's this fandom called furries who are comprised of people who have an interest in anthropomorphizing non-human animals. So we thought, well, maybe in furries in particular, we might find some kind of a link between being on the outs with humanity and being particularly interested in the concept of a fandom built around this interest in non-human animals and anthropomorphizing them. And also the trappings of that, so fursuits or having personas. And those in turn, we thought, well, if you are identifying with non-human animals and finding kinship and fascination with them, well, that should in turn make it feel like animals got your back. Animals are there for you. They're your kin. They're your brother when other people turn away from you. So we think that maybe that will in turn be associated with felt kinship or in-group identification with non-human animals. Kind of a bold series of claims to make, but we tested it, as all scientists do. So we ran a series of studies, the first of which we ran at 2018 in Anthrocon. So if you happen to be there, maybe you got one of our surveys, your data might be in this analysis. So we did a combination of both online surveys and old-fashioned pencil paper surveys as part of one of our larger studies that we were doing at the time. And what we measured in this survey was, first of all, do you have a negative regard for humanity? So do you have like a negative view of humanity? Do you look down cynically at humanity, suggesting maybe you're on the outs or maybe you've been hurt by humans before? We also looked at, hey, how much do you identify? How strongly do you identify as a furry? How strongly do you identify with your fursona, with this anthropomorphized non-human representation of yourself? And also, do you feel a sense of bond or kinship with animals? And I'll spare you the ugly statistics, but when you run this model, you find this significant link between the more you have this disregard for humans, the more you identify as a furry, the more strongly you identify with your fursona, and in turn, the more strongly you feel this connection with animals. So this is consistent with the hypothesis that we had. Now, one study doesn't mean anything. One study could be a fluke. This was taken at a North American convention, so maybe this is just a weird North American thing. Also, we didn't actually measure bullying or ostracism. We just measured this sort of disregard for humans, which is not quite the same thing. So it's sort of what we'd expect, but it's not a perfect test of it. So this is where we have research from a South African group of furries. So in this case, this was part of a master's thesis project by our colleague Duncan Piasecki. So this is work being done for their master's thesis. And so they essentially did a conceptual replication of what we did at Anthrocon, but instead of the disregard for humans measure, they actually put in a measure of, have you been bullied? Do you have this history of being bullied when you were younger? And then instead of asking, do you feel a bond with animals, we actually included a more direct measure called the inclusion of animals in self. So it's literally two concentric circles, one that says you, one that says non-human animals, and there's a bunch of different ones of varying degrees of overlap. And we said, how close do you feel to non-human animals? And so that was the measure of, do you feel like you have this sense of like you and animals are kind of one and the same? And again, we found exactly the same association, right? So this history of being bullied in particular was associated with stronger identification as a furry or interest in anthropomorphism, and that in turn was associated with greater identification with the fursona and ultimately with greater tendency to include the animals, non-human animals, in your sense of self. So this is consistent with study one, replication is good, and we've now got a sample outside of North America suggesting this isn't just a weird American thing. But you could argue the sample size was fairly small. It was only about 100 people compared to the more than 1,000 people in study one. So let's do it again. So we ran a third study, this time at Furry Fiesta down in Texas. And we tried to go all out for this one, right? So not just in terms of the number of participants, which was a pretty good chunk, 600 is pretty darn good. But also we tried to add additional variables. We really wanted to see if we could test a bunch of the implications of this. So in addition to the measures from before, we also assessed directly your tendency to anthropomorphize animals. Not just are you in a fandom full of people who do this, but like specifically to what extent do you see human traits in the non-human animals around you, in pets, in animals at the zoo, in animals out in the wild, right? We also asked directly, to what extent do you see animals as part of the same group? Not just the overlapping circle, but like explicitly, when you think of us, do you lump animals, non-human animals, into that category? And again, an even more elaborate statistical model, but we found every single link in that path there, right? The history of being bullied is tied to anthropomorphization of non-human animals, is tied to fanship in the furry fandom, is tied to persona identification, is tied to including animals in your sense of self, is tied to your tendency to consider animals as part of the same group as you. So that's pretty remarkable, if I do say so myself. And if we stopped it right there, I think that's pretty darned impressive. But I want to show off a little bit. I want to flex just a little bit more, because we found this in furries. And let's be real, in most of the world, no one cares about furries, unless it's to complain about them. So we wanted to go one step further. What if this isn't unique to furries? What if we could find this tendency in non-furries? Enter study 4. Undergrad university students, importantly, none of them furries, right? So we asked them in a survey study, right? Now we dropped some of the furry specific variables, right? The average person does not have a persona. The average person who says they're not a furry will say that they are not a furry. So we dropped those items specifically. But what we asked about was specifically, do you have a history of being bullied? How much do you anthropomorphize non-human animals in your day-to-day life? And do you consider animals part of your in-group? And would you look at that, you find that same tendency there, right? People who are on the outs with humanity, people who are ostracized, who are lonely, not only do they tend to anthropomorphize non-human animals, but this is associated with a tendency to feel a kinship with animals. So what's the implication of this? Well, for one thing, I want to argue that furries are weird. Let's be real. Furries are absolutely weird. But this might not be, funnily enough, that a tendency to anthropomorphize non-human animals might not actually be the weirdest thing about us. As it turns out, as people have pointed out, humans have been doing this long before furries were a thing, right? It might not be the most uncommon thing in the world, right? Non-furries do this sometimes to cope, right? Especially if you've been bullied, if you've been ostracized. If humanity seems kind of shitty, isn't it kind of nice to turn to a fantasy or turn to stories that feature non-humans being kind of nice, right? There's a comfort to that, right? Also, there are some implications. We live in a world that's becoming increasingly fragmented, right? We just came out of a pandemic when people were forced to quarantine for over a year, and we saw that made a lot of people have some real problems with their social lives. The fragmentation of society, the suburbanization of society, as we build these enclaves and wall ourselves off from the rest of society and retreat to social media, right? We're getting lonelier and lonelier. So maybe it's not a surprise to see in the future that there's more shows, more media, more stories, more interests among furries and non-furries in the non-human and the anthropomorphization of non-humans. Now, just to be clear, the study is far from flawless. There's all sorts of problems with it. There are no perfect studies. It's a cross-sectional design, so because of that, we can't prove causation, right? We can't prove that maybe the tendency to anthropomorphize came first and led to you getting bullied or being ostracized. If you ask me, gun to my head, I'm guessing it's a bidirectional link, that maybe the kernel of the interest was there. You get bullied, which only drives further your interest in it, which only pushes you further away from people. Also, it would have been nice, and I'm kicking myself in hindsight for this, for not including some kind of behavioral measure of animal welfare. I would have loved to have been able to put the pretty little bow on the end of that study and say, hey, not only do people care more about non-human animals when they've been ostracized from humans, but they'll donate more to animal charities, or they'll spend more time volunteering for animal charities, or they'll go the extra step to try to help out non-human animals. I think we would have found that, but I didn't think to measure it in the study. Ultimately, it would also be nice to replicate it one last time in a much larger, more international sample. Our most recent study took place at Eurofurence this summer. We got over 1,000 furries from a whole bunch of different countries. We didn't put any of these items on there. It's certainly something we can do next year, so maybe keep on the lookout for that. And I guess I just want to wrap up by saying what this study does not show. And it does not mean to suggest that all furries or anyone with an interest in anthropomorphic animals are somehow lonely or bullied. I don't want to make the argument or trivialize anyone's interest or say, well, that's just because you were bullied or you felt disconnected from humanity. Not at all. right? There's many roads to Rome, right? This just maybe for some people, right? Maybe it resonates with you that, yeah, you know, I didn't have a lot of friends and I found comfort in non-human animals in that. And for some people, maybe that resonates with their experience, but by no means is that the common or only furry experience out there. It also suggests something that we've been arguing for years, which is that furry is more than just a hobby. Furry is more than just that thing that we do to kill some time on the weekend. It's functional. It fulfills all kinds of psychological and identity and creativity purposes for people. And this is just one on a long list of functions that the furry fandom fulfills for us, right? For some people, it's their self-expression. For some people, it's their muse. For some people, it's a source of social support. And for some people, it's the thing that helped them cope with bullying, or a thing that helped them to find comfort in a hostile world. And I think there's something sort of brilliantly ironic about the fact that we sometimes find more humanity in stories and fictional worlds with non-human animals than we sometimes do in our fellow humans. And I guess I'll leave it on that point there. Thank you so much for listening. If you're interested in any of this work that we do at First Science, you can go to firstscience.com. You can download our book there for free. And I think maybe we're on to the Q&A. I'll let the moderator tell me if that's the case.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to report that due to circumstances beyond our control, we will not be having the talk from Iran today. So great regrets for that. However, it does mean that we have longer for Q&A and longer for coffee. So, you know, friendship and drugs, two great things.
And if that's not what furry's about, I don't know what it is.
So I see we have one in the audience, but I'm going to start off with one from online. And this one is for the Berkeley folks. So if anyone wants to grab a microphone, or all of you want to grab, go ahead and sit up here if you want. I mean, why not? And grab a microphone. Is that it? Oh, you got it? Okay, cool.
Does this work?
Yeah. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable, you know. Put your feet up. For the Berkeley folks, and it's from a fellow UC Davis alum. What's their mascot? Do you know? Go Spiders. I don't know. As likely the most well-known furry club on a college campus, do you help other campuses set up furry clubs?
Well, isn't that a beautiful question?
Anyways, can y'all hear me? Okay. Technically, yes. It's mainly done through our umbrella organization called the AAAA, and this is all possible because of Carbon, who actually goes and does research about every unit. Like, if a university asks about, oh, how do I start my club? They go in and do the research of how to do that, which is crazy. I couldn't, but Carbon goes and gives them like a starter pack of how exactly they can form a club. Because for Berkeley it was very easy, but in other universities it's really hard. But Carbon does all that, honestly.
Was there anything else? No, that's it. Carbon, actually, are you still doing this? And is this okay? Could you give some contact information? Come on up and. Yeah, well, how could somebody start a club at their campus? Wait, come up here and talk. Oh, okay. Okay, there's a QR code at the display table, so we'll come back to you in just a minute. In the meantime, I saw there was one from Rod. Oh, this microphone?
Uh-oh.
No, yes? Would one of you like to come up here and just summarize it? Well, I could summarize, I suppose, which is that yes, the answer is yes, they do help other people, other colleges set up clubs. The person to contact is Carbon. Carbon is getting a QR code here. I don't know how we'll handle that, honestly. Is there a URL or something you can give? Come up here and tell them. Come up. No, don't tell me. Tell them.
It is more of a question for our tech team, rather. What would be the best way for me to display a QR code or a link? Yeah, I have this QR code here. I can send you a file. I can send you a link.
What's the link?
It's a QR code. That I can bring up the link. My
computer's. Your Telegram address or something?
Yes.
Okay.
That also works.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want my Telegram address?
Yes.
Oh, just carbon_the_wolf. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah. And for the, I guess, physical attendees, this is an example of what some of our chapters have accomplished. It is next to the comm books on display. Yeah, feel free to check it out. The QR code is there.
Carbon_the_wolf on Telegram. Back to you.
Okay. Can you hear me, Dr. Plant? Okay. First off, an apology because I actually asked this question to your face a couple of years ago, and in typical style for me, I totally airmailed what you said. But I'm going to ask it here because I think this is a good context for it. When you're doing the type of study that you're doing, mathematically or otherwise, how do you compensate for the likelihood that you're not sampling a segment of humanity, but you're sampling the segment of humanity that is extrovert enough to answer surveys? How do you compensate for that?
The answer is you don't. So this is one of the drawbacks to doing quantitative research. We admit full up, right up front, there are no perfect samples. No matter how you try to sample, you will inevitably systemically miss people. By virtue of going to conventions, we're missing people who can't afford to go to conventions, who are too shy to go to conventions, who are too new to the fandom to go to conventions, who are too young to go to conventions. We try to compensate for that by using an online survey as well. So we've started doing mixed methodology. So if we can't get you at a convention, we recruit through our social media page. We recruited in the past on VR chat. So we try to sort of get the words out. We've had people sort of spread links to our surveys through Telegram groups and stuff. And even then, we're still missing out. We're missing out on the 70-year-old furry who doesn't use technology anymore and who doesn't, go to conventions. We're still missing them. We're missing out on people who don't trust academics, right? So inevitably, that's one of the limitations. And this is one of the reasons why you never rely on a single methodology or a single source or a single study to draw your conclusions. You try whenever possible to get converging methodology and converging types of studies, right? So I would love to see other people do ethnographies to test these ideas, or to do more focus groups or one-on-one interviews, or find other ways. So we don't want to claim that ours is the definitive answer to this question, but rather sort of one kick at the cat, so to speak, one attempt at trying to answer. I'm a cat, I'm allowed to say it. One attempt to answer this question, and time will tell if other people through other methodologies find consistent results. But you're right, it's a blind spot, and there's no real way, unless someone can propose an alternative method to sample that doesn't have that problem. And we're all ears if people have other suggestions for reaching those people.
Okay, terrific. Yes, in the back. And if you could actually come up, yes, thank you.
Hey, this is a question that I know, it was probably 7 or 8 years ago that, I'm asking Nuka, by the way, that I know that you have been asked maybe 7 or 8 years ago at an Anthrocon panel, but I'm curious if there has emerged any sort of just trending that's tied specifically to species of chosen fursona.
So trending in terms of, does it tell you something about the person, or just changes in which ones are most popular?
I mean specifically in terms of some sort of trend that is associated specifically with a given species.
So we get asked this a lot, and I always feel like I've failed somehow, because the answer is almost always no. You would think so. You would think that there are differences between cat and dog furries. You would think there are differences between the wolves and the foxes. And what we find are incredibly tiny, very, very, very tiny differences, where wolves are slightly more likely to describe themselves as social. Foxes are slightly more likely to describe themselves as promiscuous. But these are tiny differences. The two most robust ones that we found, one is that kangaroo furries are more likely to be from Australia. Surprise, surprise. But the second one, the more exciting one, most recently, protogens in VR chat. About 10% of VR chat users are protogens. So I don't want to say that all protogens are VR chat users, but this is one of the few really resilient associations that we've found with a species. And Protogen users and VR chat users are continuing to go up. Protogens, as of this past survey this summer, Protogens are now in the top 10 most popular species. So they're coming up fast. We also occasionally will see we need bigger numbers to be able to sort of confirm it, but hyenas being associated with both BIPOC folks and with trans folks as well. Hyenas have a lot of symbolism associated with them in this fandom, everything from punk culture to BIPOC culture to trans culture. There's a lot of overlap between some of these things. So yeah, but the short answer is most people are disappointed. Not as big an association as you would hope.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, and I'd like to remind people that we do have also online questions. So those of you who are online, I'm speaking to the camera, not just God. We do have a question online. I'm going to go online again for Tim. Was there ever discussion of a rotational, i.e. set locations in a few select countries instead of a traveling con or a purely stationary one? In other words, if I understand the question correctly, a group of, say, 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever N is, and just moving around those specific ones for Euroference.
As far as I can tell from the discussions had on like the Euroference mailing lists, I don't believe that was ever raised. I wouldn't have been surprised if there was ever a discuss. If there was ever. Well, yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if Germany, the Netherlands, and Sweden had rotations because during the 10-year period, those 3 countries appeared to be the most dedicated. In fact, there were some mentions of like maybe going back to Sweden or the Netherlands at some point. But no, I don't think there was ever an opportunity. I don't think there was ever an utterance of say a rotational system.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here in the room? Yes.
Can I quickly follow up with a question on that, actually, for
Please,
Tim?
Go for it.
Tim, super quick question to follow up on that. Do you think that if they decided today, oh, let's go back to a rotational thing, do you think that would be a lot harder, if not impossible today, because there are now established, like, going to Sweden, because there is now a Nordic FuzzCon, do you think that would make it easier or harder to do the traveling convention system?
Oh, that's a good question. I would argue it'd be a bit easier now. The big challenge that Eurofriends had when they were traveling system was that we didn't have enough. There weren't enough furries from other countries who were either experienced or had the drive to host a convention in their own country. But now we basically have we have at least one convention in a lot of the biggest European countries. I mean, to go back to like, I don't know if they maybe if they held on to a bit more time, or they actually waited until the fandom got a little bit more populated, and that they could have tried it again. I know for like Worldcon, it took about maybe 8-9 years before they actually got a convention held in another country. And with the Eurocon, that was only started in like the early 70s, where there was already 30 years of established international presence in science fiction fandom. I say presently that it'd be more likely to be possible. The only slight hesitancy I have is how many of the experienced furries who run conventions want to take time to run an additional convention that might only happen once every few years. I don't know. We do seem to have a lot of dedicated people within the furry fandom just for running conventions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, your question.
This is a question for Dr. Plant or Nuka.
Could you speak up a little?
This is a question for Dr. Plant or Nuka. I just want to ask, and this is definitely a question made in mind with theorians in mind. Are there any interesting trends you've noticed regarding spirituality in the fandom?
So trends specifically. So we know that when we've done our studies on it, and I admit, I'm definitely not a religious studies scholar, so the way we've looked into spirituality and religiosity is horrifically lackluster. And I know that some person who studied this would absolutely slap us down, because it essentially boils down to like 1 to 7 scale, how religious are you? 1 to 7 scale, how spiritual are you? It turns out there's more nuance to it than that. We've also occasionally gone with open-ended questions. It's like, describe your spirituality. The short version is that we tend to find that the religiosity or the religious leaning of the furry is largely a product of what young people in that region of the world tend to adopt. So if you're in a part of the world where there's a lot of Buddhists, you'll see more Buddhist furries. If you go to a part of the world that's deeply secular, you'll find a lot of secular furries. If you go down in the deep southern US, where you tend to find more Christian folks, you'll find more Christian furries. We've found a little bit of interesting data about like how, some deeply religious furries might sort of try to reconcile their furry identity with their spiritual identity. Sometimes these things are at odds. Other times they say it's not a problem at all. Nothing systemic. So I'll say, as a social psychologist, largely what we look for are consistencies or trends across large groups of people, like what holds constant across groups. It's contingent for other scholars who look at all the nuance and the details that we kind of brush away to try to find trends. They would be more likely to tell you about some of the more interesting nitty-gritty details about all of that. But from what we've been able to find, not a lot of trends. Yeah, I wish I could say more, but we kind of collect it demographically, but we haven't found much associated with it. So, except the region of the world you happen to be in.
Okay. I see that one person has been a trendsetter and come up to the mic preemptively, so go ahead. And that's actually not a bad system.
Thank you for telling me I'm a trendsetter. Hi. Question for the Berkeley folks. You talked a lot about how your club really amplifies like the overall student culture. You participate in a lot of cool things, and it's really awesome. But one thing I was curious about is like, what does that amplify specifically with like your guys' relation to other clubs on the campus, or like the organized events they hold? You're alluded you guys are a very big part of Berkeley Game Days now, and I know UC Berkeley is a pretty historic campus, so there's a lot of culture there to play into with your club.
Yeah, I think I can take that one. So there are, I think, around 1,400 clubs on the university campus. So when it comes to doing collaborations and stuff like that, we do have to be fairly conservative with who we pick. But a lot of it happens to be collaborations with groups that represent, I think, a lot of our community. So organizations that are queer or artistically oriented, collaborations like that.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. Collaborations like that. For things like Game Day, I think the furry community is really great at catching eye. So sometimes all you have to do is just bring a couple people in their fursuits, and you can get a lot of attention that way. Yeah, and then you're on the news.
Now, a follow-up question. You said 1,400 clubs. How many students in total?
About 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah. Most of those clubs, I think, have like a very small number of people. If it, mostly consulting clubs, yeah.
Consulting clubs. What?
Consulting clubs, so people who do graphic design for Google or something like that.
Ah, okay.
For free.
Okay. But before we get to you, I just want to do a survey of the room. Are there other questions waiting? Okay. I think the lineup at the mic then works. If there's any reason you can't or don't want to come up to a mic, raise your hand and I'll call on you and stick you in the queue. Go ahead.
For Nuka, I appreciate I think it was like a focused case studies that First Science did for the autism community. I especially appreciate the recommendations. I've been putting together some neurodiversity meet and greets at, looked at that straight from your recommendations, well, First Science recommendations. Any other autism-specific studies in the pipeline that you know of?
In the pipeline, no, and there's an unfortunate reason for that. It's because one of the scholars on our team who primarily does the work with the autism community, so Dr. Elizabeth Fine, who is both our resident clinician and specialist in autism, she's sort of, I don't want to say she's not retiring or anything, but she's moving away from furry research to do other research on autism. So we've kind of lost her. We had our claws in her for a while and she left. We're still interested in doing it, but the problem is in academia, there's kind of an obligation to stay in your lane, and when you start to veer too far outside your lane, you get slapped down. And none of us on the team right now are clinicians, so there's kind of an open, hey, if anyone's an expert in this and wants to help us bolster our clinical / neurodivergence expertise, we're always looking for people to help. So yeah. So nothing in the pipeline right now. I don't know if you saw Dr. Fine published in the first science book, we have a whole chapter on neurodiversity there. I'm guessing you've probably seen it. Yeah, okay, yeah. So nothing new since then, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ian?
Hi, this question is for Nuka as well. First, somebody from First Science said my name. That's super cool. I'm a big fan of your paper, Optimal Distinctiveness and Identification Within the Furry Fandom. That paper discusses quite a bit this idea of need for psychological connection. Can you talk a little bit about how this new paper interacts with the notion of psychological connection or affiliation within the fandom in relationship to this new topic of loneliness that you've brought up? And I can't wait to read the paper.
Yes. Okay, I got to say, first off, when you mentioned optimal distinctiveness in your talk, I squealed. I'm like, ah! So I was very, very excited to see that. I'm like, yes, someone mentioned optimal distinctiveness. So yes, it's near and dear to my heart. I actually haven't thought about how it pertains specifically to this idea, but it definitely does. So for those who don't know, just to backfill really quickly, optimal distinctiveness is the idea that we have two competing needs fighting inside of you. There's two wolves, and they're both competing in different ways. The one wolf, we're using furry examples here, the one wolf wants to be distinct, wants to be a lone wolf, wants to stand out. All the time that you want to stand out from the crowd and be different, that's one need that you have. But on the other hand, you have this other need to belong to the safety of the group. And so in every person, we're wrestling simultaneously with the desire to be a distinct individual, but also with the desire to fit in the group. So we like to fit in, but not too much. We don't want to fit in to the point that we're a faceless drone, but we also don't want to stand out too much, right? You don't want to be the one person standing there in your underwear in a crowd full of fully dressed people going, uh-oh, did I miss a memo somewhere, right? So that's optimal distinctiveness in a nutshell, is different people strike that balance in different ways, right? Have a different need to stand out more, or different need to sit in more. And I suspect, my hunch would be that for people for whom optimal distinctiveness is they lean more heavily towards the need to fit in. I think they would be the folks who are the most likely, I think, to, they have a bigger need to fit in, so they're more likely to feel this absence of people if bullied or ostracized, and therefore would be the most likely to find comfort, to find solace in stories or pets or anything involving non-human animals. Being anthropomorphized. So that would be my hunch. We didn't measure it, but if I had to run a study and put down $50 on a hypothesis, that's what I would guess. And then you were asking more specifically about identity. We sort of had a little bit of that built into the study. We didn't ask about it necessarily directly, but we did have items asking about identification with your fursona, for example, or identification as a furry. And so the idea, the pathways, sort of how I think about it in my head is, stereotypically, kid gets bullied, they're ostracized, humans suck, so I turn to stories and movies featuring non-human characters, and I find comfort and solace in that. And then, hey, I find a group of people who also like that, so I identify with it. It becomes an important part of my identity that I'm a part of this group who share this thing that I have in common. And hey, I have a chance now to identify as these characters that I idolize so much, or maybe I feel a sense of kinship or connect with them, right? I read stories when I was a kid, and walking, talking cat people, that's my jam. These are my people. And so now that I have the resources to it, I create a fursona. I create a fursuit. And again, I do not want to trivialize anyone's fursona or say this is the only path to it, or that this is just a defense mechanism. This is just one way that a person may develop a fursona or have a fursona manifest. So by no means the only way. I don't know if I fully answered your question. Please come up and yell at me if I did not.
He's nodding his head. So it's all
Okay.
good. I see one more question here, but before we do that, I'm going to do one from online, and then you'll be the last one, and then we'll get to our drugs. This question online, by the way, the two earlier online questions were from Eduardo, who did the stickers talk. One was about starting your own furry club, and the other was about rotating Eurofurence. And this one is also for you, Tim. And it's from Vanguard, one of the organizers for this. So I just want to give Vanguard a little round of applause. Vanguard unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he's always very helpful, and he's one of the organizers. What else can I say? But anyway, his question is, silly little question for Tim. History of the furry fandom in mainland Europe when? Mainland Europe.
God. Vanguard's been aware of me since I published a book called Britannia, The History of the Furry Fandom in the United Kingdom. Mainland Europe, thank you. I did well, funny enough, this talk, funny enough, it started a couple of years ago when I decided I would have a shot of it. Decided to do a shot of doing a talk on like furries of a history of furries of Europe as a whole. I called it the 32 years of European furries, and it went through not just Eurofurence, but also like early examples of like furries in like mainland Europe and the UK, how other conventions in Europe got started, all the way up to present day, and that one took a lot because in part because I had like less time to talk about way more. I had more conventions to talk about in a space of an hour, but fewer. But I had less time to talk about each one of them. But apparently that's all. I mean, apparently that's all did rather well because I ended up getting approached by some of the people who attended the first Eurofurence and got talking to them, and they even gave me a lot more resources, which eventually led to me doing this paper, Eurofurence: the First 10 Years. As a question of whether I do an entire book on furry mainland Europe, I don't know if can people read books that are like 200,000 words or more? There's a lot to get through.
Okay, thank you. And we have our last question right here. This one.
Hi, I'm Kai. My question's also for Tim. I was wondering your process or your methodology for collating the history of Eurofurence, how that history is kept, and perhaps relatedly, what you observed with like unity or continuing camaraderie amongst those original furries. Those like the what you mentioned about the house con really resonated with how sort of my own like friend groups have functioned, and I'm curious if those are the same cadres that they're continuing to work and collaborate, and if they're the history keepers, or how else you were able to compile that information, that history.
Thank you for your question. So Eurofurence, they already have a good start in which they're very good at archiving their past conventions. They actually have, you can actually go to a special page on their website, archive.eurofurence.org, and it basically gives you like, you can basically have a look at like all the websites of all the past Eurofurences. They'll also provide like PDFs of their con books. Some of them will provide videos. Some will provide like the daily Eurofurence newsletter that they would publish and hand out on the day. apart from that, I mean, that's kind of the exception. I think Nordic FirstCon also does good archiving of the past conventions, but other than that, it was a lot of my research had to go through like archived websites, tracking down con books, tracking down the original organizers and attendees from the time. Some if you had access to web forums and some discussions from there. But I mean, for this talk, one of the big helps was one of the Eurofriends one attendees who I saw at Eurofriends, Herger. He was able to. He luckily still had a full archive of the original Eurofriends mailing lists that they used to discuss plans for the early Eurofriends. So I would like to say I'd be hopeful and say that there's a lot more there's a lot more accessible resources for history, but it's usually up to you to being able to find the right people and being able to talk with and share your interest and more knees deep forms of archival work.
Okay, and actually, if I may throw in my own 2 cents, for those of you who don't know about it, there's a Telegram group called Furry Preservation, and the address is Furry Preservation. And if you're interested in such things, join it, because it's great, it's active, it does a lot of things that are connected with what we do with Furry Studies. As it turns out, our timing is perfect. It is now 3:30. We'll have a coffee break until 3:45, and then we'll come back for session 3, which will be led by our own Hazel. Thank you very much to everybody who took part.
wonderful through this whole process. Amazing. Thank you to PLU, everyone here. Just thank you all so much. We're just waiting for a confirmation from tech, and then we'll be on our way.
Copy, all good.
We're good?
Good.
All right.
Good.
All right. Session number 3. Here we are. So, I'm given the honor to moderate the third session, which is titled Non-Human, ? Furry Identities and Trans-Species Perspectives. And so first, I have the pleasure of welcoming Alec Esther, who is going to be talking about brushing up against species, transgender feminist world building through fursuit practices.
Thank you so much. I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. I like brushing my fursuit. I have an entire barber kit in my fursuit bag, which includes a boar bristle brush, a wicker brush made exclusively for faux fur, and a dinky green comb that's my favorite of them by far. The first time I nailed the brush job of my fursuit maker said that my fursuit's sole, exact wording, had inaugurally aligned with my own. I finally looked like the tiger I was meant to be. Fursuits are cultural productions typically associated with the furry fandom. In my case, I wear a fursuit created by Shanjun Gongfang, literally Tiger Workshop, a Chinese fursuit making studio that built my fursuit based on my fur measurements and a drawn reference of my character, Stevie. I don't, however, consider myself a furry in the traditional sense. I consider myself a therian, or someone whose soul aligns with that of an animal, in this case, a tiger. What qualifies my therian nature is that I experience debilitating species dysphoria, a reality as confusing as much as it provides a sense of closure. I look down at my hands, and I see paws. This phantom limbing acts as a metaphor for a larger epistemological underpinning. I see humanity only as a conceptual other, a thing that I am occupying incorrectly, a categorical error which the constitution of anthro-animal reality would rectify. But how do we begin that constitution? The goal of this presentation is to illustrate that the delegation of furry desires through the materiality of the fursuit parallels the analytics of transgender feminist desires for new worlds, which expands gender to include species. I make the claim that species is gender by evaluating fursuit practices from the perspective of the transitive, or Claire Colebrook's belief in, quote, refusal of the drama of radical distance and difference between forms of life, arguing a similarity between the cross-species and transgender desires that we both harbor and the theories that we use to realize them. Making these connections solidifies a place in feminist work for evaluating species as an identity worthy of positional conjugation and creating space within that work for ontological expansion. A critical analysis of the fursuit starts with putting Stevie on, or, more accurately, with an analysis of that phrasing. To put on means to don something, but it can also mean to put someone onto something, or to introduce them to something new. Putting Stevie on puts people on to Stevie. It invites them into the fiction of my reality, onto the field of feline potential that my tigerness generates. Putting him on is an invitation into another world. Yet to put on can also mean to deceive, to put on an act that is not real. I assume this is what most people believe is happening when I put Stevie on. I am deceiving them, forcing them to believe in a collective fiction of anthro-animal existence. To my audience, it's simply entertainment, something to put on for their amusement and turn off when it turns them off. Once there's no longer interest in the fantasy of Stevie, my feline reality dissolves. I'm left alone to take him off. Thus is the complication of putting him on. I am always thinking of what will turn him off and who he will turn off when I become him, because not everyone, after all, is into that. But there are many who are into that. The phrase to turn off is polysemous, but in furry fandom, its myriad meanings feel confluent. The supposed hypersexuality of the furry fandom is a trope as old as tales, and all the discourse surrounding it is pure noise, but it is also true that Stevie has received a substantial amount of sexual attention, and that an informed reading of that sexual attention could exhibit its sociocultural reasoning. Some of that attention has been, I admit, self-manufactured. I've posted a Twitter thirst trap here, a pat on the bed video there, and it's all been in good fun. This is not a humble brag. But what complicates matters is kind of the reason why it isn't a humble brag. It's about how unwanted that sexual attention can be after the fact. Putting Stevie on is an invitation into another world. However, that invitation is so often seen as sexual, no matter the content of it, that it becomes off-putting. A turn-off for me as much as it turns off Stevie. In Living a Feminist Life, Sarah Ahmed speaks of sexual assault and harassment as world-shaping. At the time, each time something happens, you're thrown. You begin to feel a pressure, this relentless assault on the senses. A body in touch with a world can become a body that fears the touch of a world. This rhetoric demonstrates that the furry bodies, like Stevie's, that invite others into their world are somatically seen as the sites of that invitation. Stevie's body is in touch with a world of furry pleasure. The fur I brush so lovingly becomes someone else's brush with that world. And then a brush with furry pleasure becomes a brush up against me, a brush along the shoulders, between the thighs, places to which they were not invited. But consent is expected because the ontological transformation that such brushing engenders is the invitation you gave in the first place, simply by existing. It's not enough to say that costuming is not consent. The mere presence of fur is anticipatory, an invitation into a world that must be taken by force. Your body is a world unto them, and you can't turn it off. I construe this audience response, however, as a form of dysphoria inherent to the distance between fur and flesh that I myself resemble in suit, which recontextualizes the entire MO of furry intimacy itself. When in suit, I become a materiality, a fetish object through which others can brush up against the world. I become a marker of difference that is at once tangible, fur as not skin, and yet claimable through their desires to be one with it. This metaphor is also how I understand my own dysphoria. The exteriority of species simultaneously signifies its efficaciousness, yet also its unattainability. Andrea Long-Chu herself recounts this dysphoria for trans women as a zero-order disappointment that fulfills itself. Call this the romance of disappointment. You want something. You have found an object that will give you what you want. One day, you tell yourself, it will give you what you want. Then, one day, it doesn't. Now it dawns on you that your object will probably never give you what you want. But this is not what's disappointing. Not really. What's disappointing is what happens next. Nothing. You keep your object. You continue to follow it around, stash it in a drawer, water it, tweet at it. It still doesn't give you what you want, but you knew that. You have had another realization. Not getting what you want has very little to do with wanting it. Knowing better usually doesn't make it better. You don't want something because wanting it will lead to getting it. You want it because you want it. This is the zero-order disappointment that structures all desire and makes it possible. After all, if you could only want things you were guaranteed to get, you would never be able to want anything at all. In this case, Therian becoming through the fursuit approximates, though may not equal, the simultaneous being and not being of gender dysphoria. But the objectification of which Long-Chu speaks reflects others' desires to see me as tiger as well. To others, I am the object of which Long-Chu speaks, just as becoming tiger is the object of which she speaks to me. The energy that Stevie ostensibly radiates puts others onto a new world. Others capitalize on the erotic potential of that world. Yet that world is inscribed by its distance from our own, a dysphoric response that permeates the sexual desires of others as well. To brush against me is to witness the potential of a furry world through Stevie. Sexuality, then, is an expression of desire for that world, a desire to come closer to it. To echo Long-Chu, they don't want Stevie because wanting him or me will lead to getting him. They want him because they want it. The sexuality of furries is in fact a technique proffered to close the gap between our worlds. This logic, perhaps polemically, argues that I see the sexualities of furries as dysphoria by any other name, that the erotic desires of distance materialize in desires to claim that which is essentialized as other, furriness. The materiality of my fur incites desires that I cannot turn off for the same reason that I can't turn dysphoria off. If it were not efficacious, it would not be desired. I would not be desired. I reckon with their desires thus as desires for proximity to species, for material truth and reification of another world in which people like me may live. This recontextualization of furry desires as dysphoric attachments to a potential world connects furry desires to a world-building project that fulfills them, transgender feminism. Long Chu ends on liking women by stating that trans women want things too, which is a rallying cry for understanding desire as a focal point of becoming rather than a deposit of despair. When we both speak of desire and the dysphorias that result from it, we are both speaking to a desire to expand systems of identity to incorporate that which we are and long to be, which are one and the same. Hence, this theory is both indebted and responsive to transgender theory because, like the desires of trans women, furry desires go beyond those of sex. More accurately, the dysphoria, the longing for another world that furry desires exhibit is a gender of sorts, an expression of being that is as socially constructed by non-transitive divides, the non-human and human binary, and cis-heteropatriarchy respectively, as it is an instinctive epistemological force. There are those that will not believe in my species dysphoria, much like they may not believe in gender dysphoria. I don't give a fuck. Regardless of that acceptance, transgender feminist theory argues the duality of dysphoria, that the circular desire to be what one already is sustains the playing field of one's becoming. Arguing for an analytic of furry desires thus begins with understanding that even the most base of those desires are indicative of the need for contact beyond simple touch. I wish to conclude with an intervention that may guide further debate on the role of trans species gender from a gender abolitionist perspective, which connects this discussion of humanity to a discourse most critical of humanity's supposedly neutral construction, race. In System Failure, Essays on Blackness and Cisgender, Marquise Bay argues that, quote, the language of matching, integral to cisgender, has embedded within it a troubling assumption that there is a way to match one's given sex, which means that there is a right way to be male or female. Therefore, that system cannot actually accommodate blackness because it is a, quote, determinative propulsive force for how one ought to rightly behave as the sex they have been bestowed, which automatically pinpoints blackness as gender deviance. This leads to what they call system failure, which, quote, undoes what the human is and works towards creating something new in its wake. It may be appropriate to redefine species not as a system of gender, then, but as a horizontal system of transitivity beyond distinct categorization. As evident in Bay's argumentation, blackness escapes standardized notions of gender. Expanding a colonial system to include species subverts the very same power that transitivity proclaims to have. For this reason, it's best to return to transitivity as a rejection of binarist powers in the first place, a way of reflexively understanding species as malleable to empower those who may have been excluded from the human altogether, including, as Bay argues, black people. In more stark terms, indebting this species' dysphoric work to system failure specifically argues for a collapsing of gender into species because gender is species, not the other way around. Gender in the Bayian theoretical model is an oppressive classification that assumes a human body with which a soul may be aligned, like the one my fursuit maker clocked. Gender relies on this theorization of this assignment, which excludes certain people, namely in the Bayian context, black people, from ever supposedly becoming human in the first place. But species is never given the supposed privilege of assignment in the first place. It's an assumed default that excludes by default. The assignments required of both categories establish gender as inherently categorically incorrect. Therefore, abolishing gender becomes an act of abolishing alignment, which allows for the desires of furries to algebraically return a value that is in line with the world they want to make, just as system failure allows for transness to become a spectral default rather than a marginal state of being. The dysphorias that rule both worlds, such as those of furry desires and those of transgender women, can then be considered not merely responses to assumed humanness or assumed gender, but rather liberative impulses, ones that situate subjectivity within the generative force of the immanent rather than the determinant. Today, I've used the technology of the fursuit to imagine a different world, one that rejects systems of cisness and species wholesale because of the desires that fuel those becomings themselves. When my fursuit maker stated that my fursuit soul and myself were aligned, he simply meant to compliment my skill with the brush. But that skill with the brush allows others to brush up against worlds not yet known to us. Intimate desires in furry contexts signal longing for another world, a world that, when brushed up against, arouses the spirit and envisions greater becomings than what the non-transitive indicate is possible, laying bare that species is just a costume in its own right. Taking off that costume we call Stevie is off-putting for me, as I return to a state of dysphoric skin scratching and nail biting out of a misalignment with myself. There's a reason I don't own a webcam. I question in those moments whether it's worth taking it off at all. But in the words of Sarah Ahmed, to be in question is to question being. And if my being is a question, then may it continue to be asked and to one day be answered, because there is no question that this desire is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alec. It was a truly, really inspirational presentation, and I appreciate your engagement with race, which is so often not talked about in these conversations. Up next, we have Trans-Species Panic, the Furry Slope of Anti-Trans Legislation with Alex Rudenschild and Kara Mooney.
Cool. Okay. Is it sharing on Zoom? Do you know? It is, right? Yeah, this is okay, cool. Sweet. All right. I'm standing over here so I can navigate the slides. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks to the other presenters, as well as to the Conference Organizing Committee and PLU for putting together this incredible, a little bit closer, okay. This incredible conference. My name is Alex Rudenschild. I'm a PhD candidate in Film and Media Studies at UC Irvine, and I'm co-presenting with Disembodied Voice. Caro, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Kara Mooney. I'm a Criminology Law and Society PhD student at UC Irvine, and I'm excited to be here today.
Cool, yeah, the voice of God. We're presenting today about a sort of recent media, legislative, and rhetorical attack on furry here in the U.S. So yeah, here's a sort of a group of different objects with which you may be familiar. There's a 2016 post from a Christian blog which says that children exposed to furries are identifying as cats in schools, and that schools are accommodating this by providing identity-affirming bathrooms for them, litter boxes in classrooms. 2022 video of a right-wing activist repeating the same sort of myth about at a school board meeting. We can watch a little bit of it, actually. I think it's illuminating.
The agenda that is being pushed through our schools is just my opinion, but somewhat nefarious when it comes to some of the activities. So let's talk about furries. It was addressed by a child a couple months ago that they are put in an environment where there are kids that identify as a furry, a cat or a dog, whatever. And so yesterday I heard that at least one of our schools in our town has in one of the unisex bathrooms, a litter box for the kids that identify as cats. And I am really disturbed by that. And I will do some more investigation on that. I know what's going on nationwide. I know it is. It's part of the agenda that's being pushed. I don't even want to.
All right, that's enough. It's part of the agenda, and she's doing her own research, so you know it's going to be really fruitful. About Furies. There's a 2023 statement from Florida FurCon Megaplex, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, explaining that they decided to make their convention 18 plus in response to legislation banning minors from adult performances, which was targeted at drag shows, but also caught Megaplex. And then a 2025 bill from the Texas legislator called the FURRIES Act, which seeks to ban anthropomorphic acts and play from public schools. Our presentation is a sort of preliminary attempt at understanding what connects these things, as well as how they relate specifically to anti-transgender legislation efforts by the far right. Caro is going to start us off with an overview of the state of anti-trans legislation in the U.S., and then I'll talk a little bit about the anti-furry moral panic media, which led to this current wave of anti-furry legislation. And then Kara's going to take it back with some representative examples from the bill texts and the relationship to anti-trans legislation. And then I'll give a preliminary gloss of the sort of philosophical and rhetorical underpinnings of this right-wing movement. So take it away, Kara.
All right, hello. So I predominantly study anti-trans legislation, so I want to start off by placing this discussion of anti-furry legislation into an anti-trans legal history. We can start off in the U.S. In around 1843 in Ohio, we have the first ordinance that made it illegal to cross-dress. And the criminalization of cross-dressing really served to allow clothing to be justification for police harassment, raids, and arrests up until the 1980s. Around the 1990s, we see a shift into a civil rights gaining movement During this period, trans people are added into existing anti-discrimination protected classes. So we're seeing sex and gender expanded in their definitions to allow trans protections. We're seeing gender aligning ID updates. And overall, we're feeling kind of optimistic about a rights gaining direction for trans people in the law. And then we get to the past decade. So around 2014, we have a big pivot where bathroom bills really burst onto the scene, right? This started with the Houston Equal Rights Ordinance, where there was a vote that was overturned by an extreme margin. It was a real surprise outcome, using the rhetoric that allowing trans women into women's restrooms would make cis women vulnerable to sexual assault. And this was the first time this was really strategized in politics, and it was so successful that it really expanded to all these different states where they were trying to overturn different types of anti-discrimination ordinances. This was stopped with North Carolina's HB 2. If we're familiar with this was essentially when they had national championships and these massive, I think it was a lot of concerts that were touring specifically that pulled out because they wouldn't go to venues in a state that was considered anti-queer, anti-LGBT. And this ended up costing the state of North Carolina $3.76 billion, right? Billion. And so that kind of targeting really sent conservatives back to the drawing board, right? They said, oh my God, $3.76 billion. We gotta drop the bathrooms. We're gonna take a second. And they spent some time replotting and returned to the people that we often don't see as having full rights-bearing access, and that would be minors. So they came back into the scene around 2021, focusing on academic spaces, athletics, and healthcare for trans youth. And this is the second wave of anti-trans legislation. And this is where we see furry really come into picture for the first time at the end of this wave in the last few years. You can see these two graphs here demonstrating the kind of timelines. You can see that pink there is all these bathroom bills, and then we've got the blue, green, and tan color representing the youth-centered bills in the second wave. All right, and here is anti-trans legislation map style. I've focused on youth in this map on the left because I want to focus on the educational spaces that these anti-furry bills are talking about. As we can see, the anti-furry map corresponds to the darker anti-trans youth map. We have Texas, Florida, we have Mississippi, Oklahoma, North Dakota. I want to quickly note that Florida is a bit of an outlier here. Most of these are dealing with educational spaces for youth. Florida's was actually an it was an anti-drag bill that banned gender performances that ended up encapsulating some of the things involved in Megaplex, and Megaplex ended up having to restrict attendance that year. I'm sure many of us are familiar with this. So this demonstrates how anti-trans legislation can restrict furry events and spaces beyond education as well. But these 4 red states that we're looking at here are where our bills that were directly aimed at educational spaces are located.
Yeah, so there's a few different ways that I want to highlight that media moral panic functions against both trans people and furries. The basis for a lot of media coverage lies in pathologization. So the definition of difference into disorder, in this case, mental illness, right? This occurs in academic and popular spaces, but shared by transgender and furry people is the pathologization of identity and cultural practice, respectively, into erotic target identity inversion disorders. So that would be autogynephilia and autoanthropomorphozoophilia, respectively. Mouthful on the second one. Both directly and ambiently, this creates the conditions for to justify negative legacy media coverage, especially in the Daily Mail and New York Post. But Fox News is actually a good example of somehow a less sensational way that this occurs. You can see panicky furry in schools coverage of fellow furry academic Tofty Alpaca was criticized or is categorized rather in Fox News as true crime. Also feeding in this now are social media hoaxes, which are hyperbole, like fetishistic and moralizing, and they are encouraged by social media engagement metrics, which keep people money. Also, active learning, it's true crime, folks. This brings us to the sort of thing that kicks all off. The largest of these panics, which has had a wave of aftershocks, is the litter boxes in schools hoax from the beginning of this. This began when an activist from the far-right anti-queer group Moms for Liberty spoke on video saying that schools were accommodating kids identifying as cats bathroom preferences by providing litter boxes in classrooms. This is picked up by far-right mega influencer Chaya Raichik, also known as Libs of TikTok, who skyrockets it into the halls of the U.S. and international legislatures, happened in the U.K. as well, especially through representatives like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're focusing on state bills. So here's a little clip from the Missouri legislature in 2022, which shows just how established this media pipeline is.
One of the most bizarre things that I've learned about this year called furries. Have you heard of furries? I've not heard of furries. If I'm pronouncing it correctly, this is where people think that they are a cat or a furry animal. And I guess it's cats because they've even gotten some schools, I don't think it's in Missouri yet, where they have litter boxes that they can go use the restroom in.
Did you see those off of Libs of TikTok?
Say what now?
Have you ever heard of Libs of TikTok on Twitter?
I have not.
I've seen something.
I'm going to call bullshit on that. But this whole thing is pretty quickly and handily debunked. You can see, like, even Joe Rogan issued a retraction, which he doesn't usually do that. Nevertheless, it has continued to spawn more and more efforts to criminalize furries, and as we'll see, to use furries as a rhetorical edge case through which to further criminalize transgender identities as well. So there are 5 bills we're talking about here. And we've split them up into 2 categories. So there's anti-trans bills with a furry element. Usually this is an expansive definition of transgender, which positionally includes a trans species clause, which can be amended out. That's these 3. And then there are explicitly anti-furry bills, which are designed to target furries without other identities attached. We'll be talking about these 3. Feel free to ask about the other 2 in the Q&A. But yeah, here, Kara, you can take it back now.
All right, so I'm going to start off here with a bill called the FURRIES Act. There is no S in the full title, but that's fine. It's called Forbidding Unlawful Representation of Role-Playing in Education, and this bill is in Texas. This came on the heels of Governor Abbott in Texas making the same unsubstantiated claim that kids are going to school dressed up as cats with litter boxes in their classrooms. So it prevented any public school code of conduct from allowing students on days outside of special days marked as like Halloween and things like that to present as anything other than a human being. So we have this kind of engagement here that we've got on the screen that highlights this rhetorical move happening where the person introduced the bill is asked, do you think it's a good use of our time to write laws based on debunked internet conspiracy theories? And he answers, well, this piece of legislation before us covers that, among other things that are true. So we know that this is false, and we're introducing this bill on a basis of something that was knowingly not done. That's a really unique legal move here that we see in this Texas bill. The next one we have is Oklahoma Peak. And OK Peak is creating an OK Peak account for students in trigger districts, which are districts that hold money to pay for the cost of the homeschooling for these kids because the students have ideologically inappropriate public school options. This is essentially going to punish any school that has too much left-leaning curriculum by making them pay the students in their district so that those parents could homeschool the child away from left-leaning ideology. We have the highlighted quotes here that relate to trans and furry identities. So instruction in gender identity and sexual orientation, including instruction designed to promote gender confusion, the presence of any school employee or volunteer engaged in anthropomorphic behavior, commonly referred to as furries. Here we have adults only mentioned, which is a bit of a standout there. And then curriculum promoting animal rights activism. Not exactly sure how relevant that is, but it was unique, so we decided to mark it as well. And then our third example, we have an anti-pronoun bill out of North Dakota. The North Dakota preferred pronouns and providing accommodations to a transgender student to provide a penalty and declare an emergency bill. So here we have essentially a bill that's banning any sort of policy that supports using the pronouns of a trans student, that supports some sort of accommodation for trans students, or that adopts a policy establishing or providing a place, facility, school program, or accommodation that caters to a student's perception of being any animal species other than human. So this bill passes, but look what happens here. This is the mechanism that's really interesting with these. We have the entire reference to some sort of trans species identity crossed out, and what's replaced is essentially something that allows them to sue and incur financial gain if they feel targeted by being forced to use a child's pronouns at some point.
Yeah, so These media and legislative attacks on trans people and furry essentially function through slippery slope arguments, right? These are right-wing arguments, to be clear. They're essentially arguments which figure queer progress as a continuing decline of human society's given natural and cultural truth. Obviously, those are both constructed categories. Attacks on furry situate trans species identities at the bottom of the slope, the most unnatural. Thus, these arguments are often run in reverse, narrating that if furry is currently being inflicted on children, the most vulnerable group in society, that this is evidence that we're at a cultural low, which needs to be walked back. The positional argument figures furry as an extreme or absurd element, which may make attacking or legislating away the more real threat, in quotes there, to right-wing essentialists, which would be trans or otherwise queer life, makes legislating that away seem more reasonable. To illustrate, on the left you can see a sort of gray equivocation or so rights paradox version of this argument, in which the distinction between one position and the other is unclear. On the right is a more straightforward domino version in which A would naturally lead to B. Allowing for trans people leads to trans species, unnaturalists or something. So, like, on what basis are these claims made? The assumption that trans identity or even furry performance, which is often intentionally misrepresented in the right wing as like biological trans species essentialism, is that the idea that this is unnatural or abnormal is drawn from a lineage of primarily Christian essentialist philosophy in which, one, non-procreative sex is unnatural, so you can think of like single women or lesbians who are not procreating, gay men who are having non-procreative sex, or trans people who they imagine can't have procreative sex. And two, that the human is defined by being not animal, which I'm sure many people have thoughts about. We've heard about that today. But on the right, this is a way that furry is portrayed to be trans species, again, in this essentialist biological notion, or even participants within in bestiality, which obviously is like not allowed within the fandom or without. So to try and put it kind of succinctly, I know this is like a crazy slide. Far-right rhetoric portrays furry as an extreme, unnatural outcome currently operating in society by misrepresenting it as biologically essentially trans species, which is then presented as a downstream effect of allowing trans people to be full participants in society. This logic follows that to stem the spreading tide of furry, then one must prevent the spread of trans people, as if either of those things are really possible. The effect is largely immeasurable, but as Kara can attest, furry and trans species identity are regularly invoked in legislative floor discussion of non-furry anti-trans bills. And as I'm sure we've all seen, frequently these kinds of rhetorics lead to increased stochastic violence against queer people and furries alike. Sorry, it's really downer, but that's the end of it. Excited to talk to you all about it.
Thank you so much for another important work. It's really, really great to hear, honestly. Up next, we have Bella Walson, who's going to be doing a presentation on sparkle furs, virtual avatars, physical embodiment, and intergenerational histories in the furry fandom.
Hi, guys. Let me share my screen. All right, cool. So, hi, I'm Belle. This is my presentation, Sparkle Furs, Virtual Avatars, Physical Embodiment, Intergenerational Histories in the Furry Fandom. Also, thank you so much, Mark, for the shout out earlier. It was sweet and very unexpected. Just a little bit about me and where I'm coming from. I graduated with my MA in Art History from the University of Texas at Austin just last spring, and this presentation is taken from my thesis of the same name. So, a year before I started my grad program, I saw pictures of this exhibition, Sparkle Heaven, on Twitter. It was the culmination of a summer research project by artist Freddie Batts, aka Sparkle Cast 2009, held at its university student art gallery for a few days. I really resonated with the images that Batts posted and related to the affective comments left by other furries about the exhibition. Many of them were from people sharing their own original artwork or reminiscing about playing on the computer when they were kids. Seeing Batz's exhibition is when I started to become interested in contemporary representations of sparkle furs, as keeping ideas taken up from a specific moment in the furry fandom's past frozen in time. So before I go too much further, I just want to be explicit about what I consider a sparkle fur to be for the sake of this project. Though funny animal fans had been communicating virtually since the 80s using services like bulletin board systems, Usenet groups, and multi-user dungeons, the development of image-centric web browsers like Mosaic in 1993 and the increasing accessibility of home computers is what skyrocketed the reach of the furry fandom. By 2008, 75% of American households owned a personal computer versus just 15% in 1990. A new generation of furries, digital natives like myself, people who are too young to remember life before the internet, found the fandom as children through gallery websites like DeviantArt. And networking on a gallery website required a level of candor. Artists were expected to maintain profiles about themselves and flesh them out with biographies and other identifying information that would be associated with their work. Personas were developed as a means of visually embodying oneself in the aesthetic language of the furry fandom while navigating that inhabitable virtual gallery space. Sparkle furs appealed to these young artists because they were colorful, fantastical, and drew upon popular media properties and subcultures. If one's parents forbid them to listen to alternative metal or shop at Hot Topic, they could express themselves online through their personas' accessories and animalistic traits. But as you may or may not remember yourself, Sparkle Dog originated as a derogatory term. I showed this DeviantArt stamp during my Contemporary Sparkle Dogs panel at Lone Star FurCon 2025, and an attendee approached me after my presentation to say that though he had loved Sparkle Dogs, he put this exact anti-Sparkle Dog stamp on his own childhood DeviantArt profile. He explained to me that he had felt self-conscious about liking Sparkle Dogs and that the stamp was a way of deflecting his attachment and protecting himself. Pretending not to like Sparkle Dogs was preferable to being ridiculed. So, all that to say, in the late aughts and early 2010s, openly identifying with a Sparkle Fur persona was embarrassing. A Sparkle Fur was the kind of thing you'd most likely relegate to the margins of your notebook or shyly upload to your DeviantArt gallery, not something you paint on a big canvas and hang in an art gallery. But I'm seeing more and more contemporary artists represent Sparkle Fur subjects with respect and reverence, and I wanted to try to write about why. The first thing I do in my thesis is write a formal analysis of this painting by Mark Zubrovich, who you all know and love by now. In Bruce as Sparkle Dog, Mark's persona Bruce embodies characteristics that are desirable yet normally unattainable. Not only is he a blue dog, but he's classically nude. He's holding that golden sword and he's got wings sprouting from his back and these rainbow rays emanating off of them. His tongue and tail and penis are neon and elongated and curling like they have the ability to move freely. And Bruce has been physically realized as Mark builds up all these textures on the jute, which he talked about being rough and heavy and fibrous in a way that canvas isn't. He's included glitter and aquarium rocks and even a little sticker of a bird right here kind of on Bruce's shoulder blades. It all gives the sense of Bruce being animated, not like in a series of illustrations, but as a living being who is in, can interact, and be physically interacted with in the world. In the past, Sparkle Furs were almost always digital subjects, but Bruce's body doesn't exist in fantasy. You can encounter him in a physical space, run your hands across him if the artist lets you, see the light reflected in his fur. Starting from here helped me articulate that children who develop their aesthetic sensibilities in the furry fandom are now adults with the means and experience to address disconnection from their bodies and imagine alternate non-human expressions afforded by the internet in the past and present. To further consider the furry fandom's development alongside the widespread adoption of the internet, I found it beneficial to turn to written works from the 90s and early aughts about virtual communities that both challenge and support the idea of computer-mediated communications as tools with liberatory potential. So, the furry fandom has had an inclination towards utopianism for a long time. Furries generally hold the belief that their fandom has always been at the forefront of advancements in virtual communication, and there's a lot of evidence to back up this generalization. One of the first bulletin board systems, launched all the way back in 1982, was the Tiger's Den, a forum that would almost exclusively host funny animal storyboards by the end of 1983. Mark Merlino proclaimed in this essay published in the Conference 3 Conbook in 1992 that virtual universes like Furry Muck were the wave of the future, and it seems like furries are leading the way. On the Muck, your gender, age, national origin, physical appearance, and species didn't matter. You could sincerely present yourself as an original anthropomorphic character, be seen that way by others, and what that looked like was entirely up to your imagination. So throughout the 90s, scholars were having these conversations about cyber-utopianism in a broad context that reached beyond the furry fandom. Author Howard Rheingold writes in his 1992 book, The Virtual Community, about The Well, an early virtual community founded in 1985. Rheingold describes The Well as a place where one can connect with others instantaneously and remotely, fundamentally changing the nature of human relationships. He asks the reader to consider which scenario seems more conducive to democracy, a world in which a few people control communications technology that can be used to manipulate the beliefs of billions, or a world in which every citizen can broadcast to every other citizen. It was popular to regard forms of mass media like television and radio as actively diminishing civil liberties, and the internet seemed like an unprecedented opportunity for the individual to seize control of communication technologies. While many scholars had conviction in this idea, some didn't, like essayist Carmen Hermosillo, who mostly published online under her username HumDog. Reading her essay Pandora's Box now seems eerily predictive in some ways. She argues that participants of online communities weren't liberating themselves, but paying with their money, attention, and private information to companies for, quote, the privilege of commodifying and exposing themselves. She explains the virtual communities encouraged people to alienate themselves from the real world in favor of being fed repackaged content that affirmed their own beliefs. HumDog had been a participant on The Well too. She saw the death of a female community member turned into a spectacle and explained that she felt herself being boxed and inventoried by her peers. And the population of cyber-utopianism waned into the 21st century, and by 2000, the dot-com bubble burst as the companies who had rushed to conduct businesses online following the release of Mosaic burned through their venture capital and failed in an oversaturated market. That was kind of the nail in the coffin for any widespread view of the internet as a place with limitless potential. Rheingold published a new edition of his book that same year. He wanted to explain how small the subculture of early users had been when he wrote it. Just a few technophiles and researchers, he called them, numbering in the thousands, and how quickly things had changed in the years following the publication of his book. Commercial activity on the internet had been legally forbidden when he wrote it, only legalized in 1994, so Rheingold saw online communication tools transform into what he called public goods. He feared that these tools may actually do little to challenge the society they exist in, instead perpetuating a corporate ideology that impeded dissenting opinions and limited the potential for freedom. But 30 years later, the furry fandom has sustained its optimism about the internet's facilitation of non-human embodiment. And it makes sense that digital natives in the fandom, people who often share the formative experience of being exposed to sparkle furs on gallery websites, who then encountered others who shared their interest in anthropomorphic animals for the first time, might be interested in taking up sparkle furs as objects that exemplify the unique condition of their generation. They grew up alongside a rapidly changing internet landscape that once appeared to offer opportunities for connection and creative expression, but might not anymore. Using DeviantArt today feels like walking through a ghost town. Bot accounts have completely clogged the homepage and search results with AI art. In journalist Matt Baum's article titled How Furries Are Making Virtual Reality Actually Worth Visiting, he quotes one furry who comments that VR chat is like the early days of the internet. It's like the Wild West and anything's possible. Furries see VR chat as a legacy of the fandom's involvement in the construction of the earliest virtual worlds, even as the game's privacy policy outlines manners in which the company can provide user data, like account information, preferences and settings, in-game communications, movement tracking information to third-party vendors and analytics services. So, regarding contemporary sparkle fur personas as perfectly preserved relics of the past is complicated. Another example of this is that on Furry Muck, while a player's character might share a lot of similarities to them, the two are distinct individuals. For most furries now, their persona is them, or an embodied expression of their own desires. Developing a persona invites a person to look inwards. I possess these traits, so my persona does too. Or inversely, I have a sparkle dog persona, so I have the traits of a sparkle dog. Essentializing oneself, the fandom, or its visual culture as possessing inherent qualities risks obscuring the more complex dynamics at play. Sparkle furs have come to represent a pivotal moment in the lives of the furries who have been influenced by them, and it remains important that the fandom continues to foster spaces where individuals critically and curiously examine how their identities, artistic practices, and relationships with others connect to the fandom's history. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. I'm not biased. I love Sparkle first. That was great. The last presenter is going to be Juniper Clark, who's going to be presenting on Chasing Our Tails, Trans-Species Critique and Coalitional Politics.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see so many critters here. It's so exciting. Yeah, why not, right? I just want to give another thank you to the organizers and to PLU for putting this on. This is awesome. Also to my co-panelists and everybody else who's presented today for such amazing work. I'm June Clark. I'm a PhD candidate in the music department at the University of Pennsylvania, where I live and teach on Lenape land in Philadelphia. And in the time I have today, I'd like to take a little bit of time to think about the roles that furry plays in both resisting and reproducing anthropocentric modes of relation that remain foundational to Western understandings of humanness and animality. So I think this paces in step with a lot of the other panelists as well. It's nice to be on the trans-Therian panel. I'll try to carry that torch a little bit. So for me, these questions have emerged a little bit out of the early stages of my dissertation project, which looks broadly at discourses around the production and circulation of fur, both real fur as well as faux fur, throughout the 20th and 21st centuries in North America and parts of Europe, as well as how these weigh on broader conceptualizations of Western divisions between organicism and artificiality, aliveness, deadness, human and non-human, and nature and culture. The latter part of this project in particular involves thinking about how faux fur is mobilized in furry and therian spheres as a sort of queer trans post-natural object assemblage of sorts that does important work in figuring and realizing the playful kind of celebratory, literally transformative aspects of our cultural practices, while at the same time forces us to contend with how our communities are shaped by wider, maybe extra-communal, we could say, histories of colonial resource extraction, animal agriculture, and human exceptionalism that maybe aren't as commonly indexed in the sort of traditional historiography of furry as fandom. And Alec, we need to talk about faux fur later. So this is just a general overview. If anybody's interested in these questions, this research is ongoing and kind of ethnographic, so I'd love to talk to people about it. So as the proverbial animal fandom, right, we spend a great deal of time and energy with this thing we call animality, often in an anthropomorphized register where the incorporation of non-human characteristics into the personal fashioning of the self does particular work towards, self-actualization or identity formation or exploration or play or fabulous speculation or community building or, what have you. This is, more or less the classical account of furry, and this remains true in a lot of senses, even if a lot of us, and a lot of us who are present today too as well, are interested in kind of beginning to complicate and nuance this premise, right? However, despite the depth of care for other forms of life characteristic of these affective entanglements, the fundamental assumptions of what we mean when we evoke animality or invoke animality have tended to go relatively unquestioned, even as these assumptions can take wildly different shapes depending on one's degrees of engagement or angles of approach to the fandom. So what is an animal really, right? For that matter, what is a human? What can the histories and deployment of these categories reveal about the broader power structures that have produced our conditions of possibility? And what might it mean to claim the animal at the beginnings and ends of our worlds, amidst the widespread species extinctions, genocide, climate collapse, land dispossession, and ecological destruction orchestrated by no other than the human? If, writ large, our recourse to animality often operates as a strategy of survival, in the sense that to play as the non-human is to play in spite of the human body and its existential baggage, where might we begin to locate quote-unquote living animals and not simply abstracted species essentializations in performances of and identifications with animality? Beyond one-dimensional critiques that simply reduce non-human identity formation and performances of animality to something like animal drag, which is a comparison we might want to nonetheless engage with in its own right, what might a configuration of furriness or therianism that takes seriously the proverbial debts we owe to our non-human kin look like? Be they aesthetic, cultural, political, material semiotic, or otherwise. And so one sort of tools that I think can help parse these histories and perhaps, begin to offer ways through the thorniness characteristic of existence under this current state of affairs, current crisis state of affairs, is something I like to refer to as trans-species critique. So in general, this mode of critique emerges out of scholarship in across critical animal studies and multi-species studies and all the allied fields that are kind of wrapped up in that, which are fields that I think can speak particularly well to this new weird and messy disciplinary constellation that's becoming furry studies that we're all involved in today. Specifically, I'd like to briefly and generally, very generally, introduce two lines or spheres of inquiry that furry as a whole and in its diversity of parts might benefit from reflexively considering. The original paper was like 4 times as long. So these, if you have any, if you're interested in these sorts of things or they resonate in particular ways and you want to talk more, please come chat with me afterwards. So first is what many in animal studies have historically referred to as the figure of the animal, which in the long history of Western thought takes the form of the construction of a category of being ontologically different from and usually hierarchically below the human. More than this, however, the figuration of animality and discourses of species gesture towards the processes by which humans come to know, or maybe more accurately, assume or imagine what other animals are or are not. So to give a kind of brief example, I'm a fox, we're going to use a fox example. So in her 1992 ethnography of a fox hunting community in New Jersey's Pine Barrens, anthropologist Mary Hufford writes, quote, "The fox, nearly wholly dog nor wholly cat, mediates the oppositions it embodies, male and female, nature and culture, home and abroad, sociable and unsociable, food and not food, insider and outsider, concrete and abstract. As a cat-like dog on the margins of society, the fox also threatens the reality that rest on such agreed-upon distinctions." Hufford's situated account signals a pervasive historical trend that reaches much wider than the North American mid-Atlantic. Foxes have long occupied a liminal space in the Western cultural imaginary, favorites of storytellers, folklore, and mythology, yet often vilified due in part to their uncomfortable proximity to humanness, particularly in behavior and appearance. At various times and on various accounts, foxes embody betweenness as the emblematic tricksters of folklore. Edmund Leach, another anthropologist, notes that foxes in many cultural milieux occupy the, quote, borderline between edible and inedible field animals, or edible field and inedible wild animals, rather, to the degree that eating a fox often carries with it the same taboo as human cannibalism. Foxes also come to be simultaneously gendered, depending on what they're positioned against, either male or female, while at the same time typifying androgyny. Foxes also tend to bounce both legally and colloquially between the status of vermin and protected species. In human imaginaries, the fox is charming but a thief, alluring but a rather pungent pest, and particularly and paradoxically under anthropocentric regimes, an animal that is intelligent. In a sense, foxes seem to trade in ferality, not quite domestic, not quite wild, too close to be nature, yet too far to be culture. Ferality, despite the term's transitive or liberatory potential, itself cannot make sense without its imbrication within the schisms of the wild and domestic, pure and impure, natural and unnatural, given and made. And so the perennial problem in talking in terms of the animal, to gloss Jacques Derrida, is that this ridiculous umbrella category, he says, like, what a word it is, the animal, right? Subsumes neither a species, nor gender, nor an individual, but an irreducible living multiplicity of mortals under that common label of radical alterity. The animal, as a concept, like the non-human as a concept, reduces the irreducible, all while pretending not to. Importantly, and maybe kind of obviously, the fox is not a fox. In the same way that the Aesopian fox, or Reynard, or Robin Hood, or whichever fox you want to pick, are not, for example, those who are held captive for their skin within fur farms. Both occupy radically different, if intimately entwined, registers of world-making. And yet, popular discourses that retreat to essentialisms would seem to indicate otherwise. For many humans, foxes are cunning, and they are sneaky. Foxes become these things through millennia of cultural ossification, material semiotic conflation cum anthropocentric meaning-making. And so I think this problematic presents a particular bind for the material speculative terrains of furry, which tends to rely heavily on these constructions, even as it just as often questions and complicates them. Does furry reify or muddle these dominant taxonomies of species? I don't really have an answer to this question. Maybe we can also chat about this later. But I suspect it's a mix of both, where the dual practices of identification and creative hybridization serve to reproduce existing stereotypes characteristic of species discourses, while at the same time fundamentally expose the specious logics embedded in conceptualizations of the animal. So on the other side of this coin, we can also ask who gets to be human and under what circumstances? And there exists like a long intellectual history of critical redress against post-Enlightenment claims to and theories of liberal humanism, wherein the human figures as a naturalized, universal, Eurocentric, white, rational, what have you, subject hierarchically distinct from other in subhuman, animal, plant, etc. Forms of being. And remember that species discourses themselves emerge out of these kind of settler colonial practices of categorization initially. In such context, the category of the human, which is essential to Western philosophical and scientific constructions of subject and objecthood, is made dialectically functional through the ontological exclusion and omission of that which is not human. In the long history of European imperialism and settler colonialism, these exclusions often materialize in violent processes of dehumanization, consummated through chattel slavery, colonial dispossession and resource extraction, and genocide carried out against marginalized communities. Liberal humanism and its epistemic vestiges thus reveal themselves to constitute modernity's hegemonic ethnoclass of the Western bourgeois subject. That's a lot of words, but man, capital M, as Sylvia Wynter has written, quote, overrepresents itself as if it were the human itself. So man, as this construction, is what people point to when they say the human in this kind of, schema, right? And while correctives to the coloniality of humanism since its installment in Eurocentric epistemologies of subjecthood have taken many forms and spring from a variety of critical traditions that crisscross hemispheric boundaries, among the most influential intellectual lineages that has found purchase in Western academic theorizations of the post-human subject emerges out of Black studies, particularly as it has been imagined both in its institutional formalization in the American university ecosystem from like the 1960s onward, as well as in its more historical genealogies grounded in abolitionist movements of the 18th and 19th centuries. Central to critiques of Enlightenment rhetorical claims to the universality of freedom under a rubric of generalized, white humanity, white in quotes, humanity in quotes, right, are moves that throw into relief how liberal humanism, far from its professed ideals, has been foundational to the production and preservation of hierarchical distinctions between humans and presumes particular forms of embodiment and excludes or marginalizes others. and that's from Cydia Hartman. So, if historical formulations of the minoritized human and animal subject have tended to characterize such bodies as variously in or non or subhuman to violent exclusionary ends, then how might we, as furries or animals or critters or what have you, look to forge alliance across species lines and in opposition to narrow conceptions of subjecthood that often exclude other forms of life? While importantly different in scope from the rejections of humanism that furry often performs, these traditions of critical redress largely, but not only emergent from black feminist thought, indigenous studies, and decolonial theory more broadly, can invite us to think laterally across sites of struggle against dominant forms of oppression that rely on the human to operate. And this, kind of lateral movement of coalition building and category refusal is where the kind of transness of this thing I'm calling trans-species critique comes in. Transing, as Kaji Amin writes, can name, quote, this process of troubling taxonomy, usually by crossing or entangling two or more categories of ontologized being. And admittedly, I cannot think of the practices of furries and therians as anything other than trans. Something that Alec brought up as well, I think. So while transness cannot, as Kaji Amin reminds us, function as an unambivalent antidote to the ills, quote, the ills and ontology of taxonomy, as transness, along with vitality, movement, affect, must not simply be imagined as somehow prior to power. It offers a potential effective orientation to radical difference that finds purchase up against this alterity, rather than getting stuck in the so-called gap of incommensurability. To be an animal carries with it the weight of fraught historicities and the levity of utopian hopes. Even the mundane and magical act of renaming oneself, as we do, often away and in opposition to hegemonic humanity, participates in imagining the radical possibilities of change ushered in by poetry, giving name to the nameless so it can be thought. And that's from Audre Lorde. To reconfigure oneself in language, name, and or pronoun, J. De Leon suggests, is to indulge in an idea of another way of being in the world, to imagine a way into or out of something binding, and to hold open space for a different sense of movement for oneself instead. And maybe coming full circle from Rod's, ideas about movement, we're drawn to movement, right? It is in part this different sense of movement, of moving, and of moving differently that hold open the thresholds of our futurity. Put simply, we must move across different radical movements to survive what is to come. This requires both communalism and a healthy respect for difference, and perhaps at times maintaining measured distance, recognizing the thresholds of commensurability. Again, to maybe come full circle again from Rod, not simply reconciling difference, but living in mutual regard with each other. Our myriad struggles are importantly different, but we remain in strategic alliance against those who would police the boundaries of what is human and what is not. And so at the end of it all, not that far in the end. At the end of it all, I linger on Audre Lorde's love poem for Judith. Hanging out means being together upon the earth, boulders, crepe myrtle trees, fox and deer at the watering hole, not quite together, but learning each other's ways. Thank you.
Wonderful presentations. And to go forward, sorry, I know I'm going to ask. Can anybody who is in person who presented could come up stage for Q&A? And because we do not have any questions on Slido yet, is there any questions for the audience? Oh, there's two more now? We'll do in person first, and then we'll go to Slido. I have one question right here first.
This is a question to the presenters. I forgot your guys' names, but the one who's talking about sparkle furs and also the presenters who are talking about trans laws. This is coming from the perspective of someone who a couple years ago was once like an out trans teen, and I think that in discussions of like trans youth and also furry youth, and like I think a lot of that is overlapping, there's a lot of sort of removing of people's autonomy and like youth's ability to think and like intellectualize for themselves, and like a lot of times aren't even involved in these conversations and are being argued around. And it's like this assumption that like if someone is under the age of 18, they're completely unable to have any sort of like intellectual thought or like form their own communities or form their own sense of identity. I don't know, I just wanted to hear you guys' thoughts about like sort of youth autonomy.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about that a lot while writing my thesis and making this presentation, just because I also felt like I was in a position of being a kid and longing for something I perhaps didn't even have the words to articulate, like being an animal, or even things as simple as like wanting to dress a certain way and thinking my parents wouldn't like it, wanting to have like wings and claws and fangs and not being able to articulate that. And I think the fact that those kids are growing up now is why you see a lot of sparkle fur personas. Like, well, I couldn't have that when I was a kid. I couldn't look that way. I couldn't present myself that way. I didn't have the language to, or I didn't think I was allowed. And now I have the means. Now I can draw, or now I have money to commission someone else. And something I didn't talk about in my presentation or my paper, but that I've also observed, is that there are a lot of minors, a lot of tween artists who didn't live through the period I'm talking about, and also have this like manufactured internet nostalgia, like secondhand, like they weren't there, but they have sparkle dog personas too, because they've come to represent a particular moment where, you know, the internet was like a portal to a world in which you could embody this stuff you couldn't have in real life. You didn't know how to ask for it in real life, or you didn't have the means to, and now you do through this character that you've made yourself. Hopefully that addresses some things you were thinking about when you asked that question.
I was going to say, Kara, maybe you could take our side of that, because I think you're a little
Okay,
more in that
yeah.
conversation.
Sure. Yeah, that's a really great point. I spend a lot of time thinking about who the law sees as a person and how that kind of appears differently across a lot of different gradients, including age. Minors are not considered to be rights-bearing citizens in most legal settings. And so there's a really interesting thing that happens here with just, trans legislation in general, how it came back attacking minors. You know, I talked about those two waves, right? The first wave of bathroom bills and the second wave was really a return around what can we sell people on? And it's that youth and like this sort of, that children have a version of play that interrupts legitimacy is really the underlying thread in a lot of these laws. And it's this like concept that a child's understanding of themselves cannot be genuine and cannot be supported in these sort of ways. And this really gets, it's the reason that so many of these laws are targeting minors, is that this sort of cultural narrative goes long distance in the US right now. I think it's really important to pay attention to and really important to critique as much as we can, and to really like shape agency and wholeness into our assessments of children.
Cool, thank you. I have an online question first, and then I'm gonna go back to an audience. But this question is for Juniper. Have you heard of or considered applying, I'm gonna say this name wrong, Baldonado's Torres concept of the human/near human/non-human colonial structure to furry subject formation?
Is that Maldonado Gomez Torres?
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm familiar. I need to do a deeper reading of their work. Could you repeat the last part of that question?
Oh, yes. The concept of human, near human, non-human colonial structure to furry subject formation.
Yes. So, I guess the short answer is I'm passingly familiar with the work. I cut actually a lot of the actual citations and like discussions of various theories, because there are a lot these days. Animal studies has an interesting kind of theoretical and critical genealogy, because it, kind of started by grasping at these maybe more surface level understandings of like difference across species lines, where, the animal or like animality itself becomes figured as some kind of difference, but the kind of renewed focus on race and coloniality is something that has emerged in the last, 15 or 20 years. And I think that's kind of the most exciting part of work in animal studies, although not all, theorists that work in that vein would call themselves animal studies scholars. So yeah, again, the answer is yes, and I'm excited to. My dissertation actually deals a lot with kind of colonial formations of subjecthood, particularly when we're thinking about. I mean, I'm looking at fur as like a general kind of concept and material trace, but also like something that's in this weird interstitial space between living and not living. And, you know, depending on the ontology you want to play into, some, you know, it's either dead or alive, or, you know, carries some sort of resonance from, you know, the living animal it was a part of. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. I'm excited to read more in that regard.
Audience question. I'll go here first, and then I'll go back to online. Yeah. Yes.
Hi. So before, I just want to say I really, really appreciate like everyone giving the talk. It's really awesome. So I just want to basically so I'm also a trans and Ethereum person who also happens to be an immigrant. So I'm basically like a prime target for this rising fascism government. And it's like, as what Alex and Kara have discussed, furries and basically to an extent like Therian. I mean, they really talk about Therian, but they use furries because whatever becomes like a prime target for like the because like we are being seen as this vulnerable like outgroup that is an easy victim. But in my perspective, I think we are one of the most resilient group. The fact that we're even like here right now shows like how resilient and tough we are. But that kind of like parallel from like what Belle have said before, kind of there's like certain subset group of individual that kind of like, oh, we're not like that. We're actually like very normal. You know what I mean? Kind of like this sort of like pick me behavior that's been like existing primarily from like younger furries. For like a better word, I'm gonna use the term like pureteens. And I'm just like, like we all know that this pick me behavior will not make it better for anyone. So I'm just wanna like hear, because there's something that also like bothers me a lot, hearing from like a queer or Therian or like feminist perspective about like how do we address this like divisive view from like an in-group divisive view on handling this issue, and like what strategy we need to like basically address this and makes it like a solution, especially like facing this rising authoritarianism government. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I have like thoughts about this, but if anyone else wants to talk about it as well. I mean, I think it's this is like a classic like issue that happens with like most marginalized groups, right? Like this idea of like assimilationism, and the idea that if one conforms to like a norm, like a hegemonic norm, to like enough, eventually they'll be included within the sort of in-group, or they will serve as like a model option to choose from among the in-group to spare, or from the out-group to spare like the oppression of the hegemonic forces, whatever. I don't know. But I think something that is interesting in furry is that there is this historical group of people from like pretty early on that are like not comfortable, that are they're pushing away all of the things that make furry interesting, trans people, gay people, like NSFW, arts, whatever, be it burned furs or, any of their predecessors or antecedents. I think it's something that's really interesting to me is the way that they have been like systematically excluded after a certain point from furry spaces. And I actually think that's something that as a community we do really well, right? Is like when there is there's somebody that is like violating these norms of inclusivity that we try and cultivate in our spaces, like you kick them out, right? Like that's, I mean, this is like maybe random, but my sort of coming to culture as a person, like when I was a kid, was like punk music, and there's sort of a truism that like if you start letting like Nazis hang out at your bar, it'll become a Nazi bar, so you got to kick them out. And I think that's really something that I see furry as exemplary of, is like a community which is comfortable enforcing those boundaries, at least in a lot of its elements. And I think that's part of why it is resilient, like you said, is because we're not uncomfortable doing that. I don't know. Sorry if that was like a weird roundabout answer, but I think like it's about taking action and praxis, really.
I can say something briefly about it, maybe. I was also just thinking as you were talking, I think a large part of this sort of, you say Puritan, and that's kind of the, that's right? It's mostly young people trying to do the whole respectability will save us thing when that's not going to save us, spoiler alert, right? I think part of the reason why it's maybe so prominent in furry is because of the online component of the fandom. When we do stuff like this, right, we don't really have those problems. It's the kind of, showing up in person for your community. That's what makes us resilient. And I think it's just a feature of how online spaces are structured where, anybody can kind of say anything with little to no consequences sometimes, maybe kind of allows for the more, kind of ill-informed young conservatism to flourish. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. I'm going to do one more online question, and then we'll have one more time for your question too. And the question I have here it's from Alec. Are you here with us, Alec?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
It's a question for June.
Hi, Juniper. I adored your presentation. I adored how in conversation our presentations were. And I really, I really loved your point about, I believe the phrase is cultural ossification over time, as well as the thought of furriness as, this kind of thing that reifies tropes as well as anthropocentric perspectives on animals. And something I'd like to pick your brain about, because you were like, I don't have all the answers to this. I don't either. I wish I did, but I wouldn't be here if I did. I think that it really is something that I've been toying with is this kind of perspective on the visual as a art historian in a past life. It kind of speaks to how I see the world. But a lot of what I feel is that sort of ossification is the visual components of how we've rendered animals in the furry fandom. And this is not whatsoever some kind of rant against visual art, but rather understanding how we kind of create these archetypes through things like Disney's visual media and, the cartoons that are in children's books and so on and so forth. And I'm curious as to what kind of dialogue we can have as a general, we meaning largely, about that kind of visual component. Is this something that you see in alignment with your theory of fighting back against this ossification or anything as something that we need to divest from? Are these kind of visual outputs? I mean, respect to the Sparkle Dogs, love the Sparkle Dogs, but are some of these ways that we render furry culture visual kind of actually a way of doing that ossification? Or is this something that maybe we shouldn't even really critique at all and we should go full speed ahead with? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that to continue that conversation about ossification, and I really appreciate you bringing that up.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a great question, and I'm going to give a very brief answer, but again, let's chat. Let's chat later. So the visuals, it's interesting because I'm kind of coming at it from this perspective. So I'm in the Department of Music. Credentially, I'm a musicologist. I'm not really a musicologist. I mostly, my, engagement with music comes through sound studies. So my broad work deals with like sound studies, trans studies, animal studies. That's kind of what I, market myself as essentially. And I really like your point about like how this, this kind of species reification extends or like, functions through the visual a lot of the time. And there's this kind of conceit that we deal with in sound studies, kind of this campaign against the regime of the visual, because we're sound studies scholars and we're like, yeah, this is our sense. We like to hear things, right? Everybody loves to see things, but that has foreclosed like how we're thinking about a lot of various kinds of analytics. And I think it's particularly salient in furry because of the emphasis on visual art that our communities kind of are drawn to and kind of fashion the self out of. So I think the visual might, I think if I'm getting your question, it's like, oh, is the visual foreclosing in some sense? I ideas about species or ways of being in the world. And I think yes, but also I'm curious in my dissertation. Actually, I'm looking at like how does the sonic do this. Not to say that I think you're right in that the visual this kind of rendering of like symbolism. And actually I was thinking of Nicole Shukin when you were thinking, or yeah, Nicole, if I'm remembering correctly, Nicole Shukin about rendering capital, rendering animal as capital, referring it's not like 3D renderers literally kind of like render something into the visual. She links it also to the actual like rendering of animal life into animal product, or like the kind of displacement of subject into object via meat. I'm looking at it via fur, right? So I definitely think the visual is involved there in a considerable degree. But the part of the work that I didn't really talk about today, but I'm really, really interested in thinking about with everyone, is like for me, it's like how do vocalizations, specifically like this kind of like we bark, we meow, we hiss at each other, right? That's kind of one of the pillars of intracommunal sociality, right? Is we feel free to like meow, at each other, and we feel comfortable to do that, right? But at the same time, that's also a kind of ossification of ideas about what species sound like, and it's my like very, very surface level, haven't written my dissertation yet, reading of it is that like, yeah, it does these things for us, but it also kind of relies on the evacuation of any kind of like semiotic or like meaningful content that like if a cat meows, they're saying something. If we meow, we're approximating what a cat sounds like and kind of taking this, we're putting our own meaning into it, but it's this kind of weird terrain that is full of these kind of contradictions and tensions. So I'll stop that there, but yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I really appreciate the engagement.
And thank you, that was a wonderful answer.
One more question, and then we'll close it. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to start off by addressing the last person's questions. Hey, artists, humans come in many body shapes. Furries should too. Thank you. My question is for Alex and Caro, actually. Old dude, so I'm not as nimble on the internet as I would like to be with a lot of things. So a lot of times it's hard to separate the wheat from the chaff and separate the truth from the rumor and so on and so forth. But when we first started hearing about the whole schools accommodating furry students and the litter box and all of that routine, there was I don't know what else to call it, a meme going around at that time that what that whole shenanigan actually was started by self-appointed funny people on the left, started that rumor to make fun of the right-wing people who were going after trans rights by just showing them how ridiculous it could sound. And then when this got revealed, the right stuck with their playbook of, well, when you're proven wrong, double down on the wrongness. Rather than admitting you were wrong, just take your wrongness and go with it as if you were right. Have you heard anything about that angle on it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, there's like a lot of other hoaxing and like definitely mockery of the right from the left. I don't believe that this started as one. It started, as you can see, there was that blog post from back in 2016, and there's been rumors about like litter boxes in schools for like decades. I was not really connected with furry until around 2021 when it started in Canada at these like school board meetings, and then it migrates to the United States in like early 2022, where it really takes off because of Libs of TikTok. I will say there was a furry hoax on Libs of TikTok after this, wherein a group of furry pranksters made a fake person, like a fake email account, and then made fake like worksheets, like elementary school worksheets that were like, make your fursona. Here's like a word search, like a furry word search that has like musky in it and stuff. And then they artificially aged them and took a picture with in a homework folder and sent it to libs of TikTok like, my second grader brought this home from school. And then immediately she posted it. And it got on Fox News and stuff like that. Another sort of way that you can really I think the point they were trying to make is demonstrating this insane pipeline. Obviously they revealed it was a hoax and whatever. So there was some of that, but as far as I'm aware, the litter boxes hoax was not started by the left. Although I think that many people after the fact took it on as look how absurd this is that people are caring about this, and that was repeated in mainstream democratic spaces as well.
And I know I said one more, but how could I say no? Go for it.
Thank you very much for letting me ask my question, because it feels very important to me and can kind of crosses with maybe the last couple questions and goes out to potentially all of y'all. But as I'm very visibly trans, furry, and animal, and wanting to assume, desiring to assume that position as much of a positive force as I can be, or any one of us can be, and to be a responsible node and participant in coalition building. I'm wondering your informed insights on, what the move is, or what effective strategies we have to, push back, redirect, and deconstruct the sort of moral panic and antagonization. Thank you.
Who wants to jump in? Because I think this is such a goated question.
Does anybody up there? Anyone?
I can go if you, yeah. I mean,
yeah, go for it.
I wasn't the one who used coalition building in my presentation, so I kind of ended it there. But I love this question. My cheeky answer is everyone should read Brian Masumi's What Animals Teach Us About Politics. My real answer is a little more complicated than that. I really think that when it comes to utilizing the language of Juniper Clark's presentation and this idea of coalition building, the way that I see it is understand nature as culture. I think that there is a really big divide between the ways that, and this is literally an argument that Brian Masumi makes, but also an argument that James Bridle makes, and also an argument that some other Deleuze-Guattarian people especially like to make, that a lot of us see this kind of nature-culture divide as something that we take for granted, but in reality, a lot of what we see in nature is culture by any other name. If you saw a species interact with other members of its species, you might call that nature. But in reality, if we put that into a cultural context, it is quite literally just how they function in a social group, or how their sort of ideologies, so to speak, manifest in these particular closed-circuit contexts. And I think that moving forward, something that really enlightened me, and I do absolutely 100% take this from James Bridle's Ways of Being, which I believe came out just this year. So shameless plug, hashtag not sponsored. But thinking about this text as kind of a way of saying, we can't necessarily resist every single thing that we see, but if we are to resist climate collapse and also anthropocentrism and also a lot of the kind of regime-focused technologies, shout out AI, that are emerging at this time to kind of capitalize literally on this sense of collapse, we need to understand the, to echo Clark's words, entanglements and the ways that our particular subject positions are literally just that, subject positions. And if we recognize these as entanglements, if we recognize that everyone has a subject position, including, every single animal on Earth, then we recognize the possibility of creating not just a coalition, in Clark's words, but also these ecologies of meaning that go beyond and kind of sort of not just go beyond our human sensibility, but also return us to a sense of responsibility to nature. Because this isn't about elevating nature to the level of culture. It's recognizing that everyone has culture. And in that way, understanding those ecologies and those connections bring us to a higher sense of being, responsibility, and connection.
I actually realized I do want to say something. That was a great response. And I think something else that I was thinking about as I think I got from your question also, like, how do we get people to not be shitty to furry and trans people in like without going into like an assimilationist mindset or taking assimilationist actions or performing it in that way. And I think the main thing I would say that I have had really great success with personally, although I am also realizing that I'm like dressed like a fucking grad student up here, like the most normie looking person in this room. But something, that was loud. Something that I think is really important is also like organizing, like get involved not in your community, be in community with people outside of furry, and don't be afraid to share yourself with them entirely. Organize a union, do mutual aid, get involved with your local political scene. Like those are all things that you can do, and people will see you out in the world, and suddenly this abstract notion of like, who are these people? Why are they indoctrinating my kids? Like, why are they in school? Suddenly it's like you're like a being in their life that is more than just like a media text that they have like, absorbed from somewhere else. You become like, you become a subject to them, and I think that's like the most important thing that I think we should be doing as furries, because I think we have immense political potential as like a community of marginalized people primarily, like to take action together and to really shape this world, like Alec was saying, for justice, and to really protect so many of the things that we see crumbling and falling apart right now.
And I'm just co-signing what they just said, because I think it's very necessary. So on one hand, organizing obviously I think is a very important, it's just necessary, I think, in this day and age. And what I just maybe to like slide between the more like multi-species coalitional or coalition building, I guess, and the kind of recognizing how animality or our kind of plights are, directly informed and contribute to and, are interlocked with, these other kinds of fights we're fighting on other fronts, is like there's a concept from multi-species ethnography, which is where, it's kind of an anthropological field or, set of methods that is really interested in thinking about how, in the classical anthropological account, oh God, I can't talk. We look at a set of human cultural practices or a setting, right? And we try to determine, what exactly is going on. Multi-species ethnography tries to, say, hey, like there are a multitude of forms of life beyond the human and next to the human, and more important than the human in a lot of senses, that's going on here, right? So there are other forms of life that are present. And Anna Singh, who's a multi-species ethnographer, anthropologist, cultural theorist, she writes, about how we should cultivate what she calls like arts of noticing, which is just kind of like trying to get down and, think about what produced, whatever conditions of possibility are germane to whatever setting you're looking at. So like, here we can talk about the field of the room. We can talk about who is here, the work that, is needed to produce this kind of event, the labor, the actual labor and people that are involved in producing this, both visible and invisible. But also, like whose land are we on? Who are we displacing, human or otherwise? When we go out and, go for a bite to eat, like who are we eating? Stuff like that. You can kind of go on and on and on and on and on about these questions. But yeah, so I think these like kind of arts of noticing, though, like, they're used often in these like animal studies contexts, you can apply them to kind of any kind of situation you're in to try to like really get down to, how are we connecting with others and like what are we ignoring when we take things for granted.
Thank you all. Thank you all for truly Thank you all for truly powerful, critical, and inspiring presentations. Thank you all so much. Of course. And then we're going to do like a bio break, just like, we're back at 45, whatever time it is now. Bio break, there's food, there's cafe upstairs. Just kind of take a little break and we're back at 5:45. Thank you all.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. I just want to let you know our next and final session is going to be, or panel is going to be, we're going to be getting started in 5 minutes. So please get your stuff together. Yeah. And if you're on the panel, your presence is requested on the stage. The white zone is for loading and. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our final panel, which is a conversation, an artist conversation. I'm Oren. If you missed it earlier, I am a furry filmmaker. I made the film Ruckus. I'm also a co-curator. Thank you. Hey, it's pretty good. Check it out. I'm also a co-curator of Room Party and one of the organizers of the conference. And before we get started, I just want to say today has been so amazing. Thank you to all the presenters. It's making me think, I want to say last month, September, was 20 years since my first furry convention. And I wish I could recapture the feeling of seeing that for the first time and not knowing really what to make of it. And it was kind of weird. It was a little off-putting. It was really attractive. It was a weird mix of things, and I saw something that was like so big and so special in it, and that something was happening between the people there. And I've wanted to put it in words for 20 years, and I think all of you are trying to put it into words too. And it's just amazing to see that, like, here we are doing something like this and thinking that deeply about this thing that we love. It's been really amazing. Thank you to all the presenters. I just want to say that. And then I think I will pass it to Atmos for an intro, and then we'll let all the artists introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. I am Atmos, or Addy, or Tommy Bruce, under various names. I am also an artist, and I've been making art about being a furry since 2010, and it is likewise surreal for me. Yes, we're here at the end of the day. Surreal for me is normal words. To be here in this kind of space when, you know, if I went back to like in a time portal to 2010 me and was like, this is going to happen, I would probably blow up. So really cool, a good blow up. And yeah, I think like many of you, I feel like a plant that has had like 10 pounds of plant food dumped on my head. You know, I think a lot of what I have seen here, I'm going to continue to kind of, you know, gain nourishment from for a long time. So it's very exciting, but also very overwhelming. And I just want to thank everyone for sticking with us through all of this. This has been, yeah, a really, really amazing high-speed roller coaster of big words and big feelings. So, yeah, this maybe just to introduce the idea of this panel too. We call this state of the art. You know, thinking about you know, furry art right now and what's happening in it and like why is it important. And you know, my personal bent has for a long time been to try to like think about you know, like furry art as a serious, you know, like whatever fine art kind of experience or medium or genre. And I think that, you know, now that I think that's complicated, you know, how much do we actually want to you know, assimilate into that sphere. But I do think that we are finding our own way to kind of be recognized as legitimate without shaving off the edges of you know, what makes us who we are and what makes this culture interesting and worth looking at, worth studying. So yeah, all that to say, this is very exciting. So we are very lucky to be joined by 4 artists here on our panel, and we're gonna go down the line with some introductions, and then we have a couple of questions for everybody, a couple of questions for individuals, and then hopefully some time for questions from the audience at the end of that. And then after that, we will have our closing remarks. That will be the end of the conference after that. Woohoo. And yeah, so I will pass us down the line to, we'll start with, sure, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Hi, my name is Zephyr Kim. My persona fandom name is Theory. I got a BFA in sculpture at the University of Oregon and an MFA in sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Art or Rhode Island School of Design. I know the name of the school I went to. I kind of, you know, my background in regards of furry where like I was very much like a furry kind of lurker for most of my life, and kind of through art school there was always like a sort of through line of that trying to come through, even though it was you know, I found it difficult to sort of engage with like furry kind of more seriously in my work. You know, kind of like I think there's a lot of fears and things that a lot of folks experience with, you know, feeling sort of like, you know, alienated or something in the kind of fine arts context. Yeah, so it's been kind of like a long journey of that, of trying to feel more comfortable, like, and being more open about like how, you know, I believe. Oh, thank you. Perfect. You know, furry art has like to offer in terms of like understanding the world around us. So some of the work up here, this is, oh, great. Oh, perfect. So a lot of the work, this is kind of more recent work with inflatables. And you can see this kind of like sculpture on the left there where I was using a lot of foam. This was like, I was kind of like hoarding fursuit materials as I was like in undergrad and, you know, trying to use those as like, you know, in kind of this roundabout way to kind of talk about these like transhumanism and these concepts. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll go more in depth with that later. All right.
I'm next.
Zephyr
Thank you.
also has a sculpture right back there.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jesse England, or Redactor, or Outside Wolves. I make art in sort of, I'd say, 3 modes of existence. I've been making sort of photographs and videos and films, and that led to a master's program where I focused on media art, which sort of end up as like sculptural spectacles, so to speak. The 2 best-known examples are Sincerity Machine, a type writer that I've altered to type in the Comic Sans typeface, and ebook backup, which is a manually backed up copy of my Kindle copy of George Orwell's 1984. And this sort of work, you know, I very much enjoy making it. I make like one of these pieces a year. But it's saying something really hyper specific about media and generational changes in how we access information, and kind of limited in what you can say with that. In furry art, I'll sometimes make longer form comics, which typically touch on more serious reflections on my upbringing, and hope to make more of those in the future. But like 3 or 4 times a week, I'll draw silly cartoons or doodles or shorter comics, and I enjoy making that and sharing it with you all very much. Next is,
Hi, I'm Julia. My artist name online is Cato Nine Tails. I am a cartoonist and a musician. I've been kind of like drawing furry stuff in my sketchbook probably since like late high school, but I didn't like really tell anybody. I was just kind of like, kind of like in the closet for being a furry, like honestly. And then I like just started posting more of my art when I felt like more understanding of who I am as like a person and an artist and everything. I like drawing my persona a lot because before I used to just like do autobio comics, and that would just involve drawing yourself a lot. But I figured that the more it feels more like me is like when I draw myself like a dog. It just feels more like me. So that's kind of what I try to do when I do my drawings and everything. I have the artist name Cato Nine Tails, honestly, because I thought it sounded like a cool like weapon name, so I just chose that as a name. But like there's like a juxtaposition of it a bit, because it's like I'm not like a cat, I'm a dog. And I've had a lot, I think it's like kind of like it's kind of like an inside joke for me, because I feel like a lot of the time I'm mistaken for different things in my life in various different ways. And I think it's fun to play with that in art, basically. It's like self-expression with drawing furry stuff just feels so freeing. It's so cool to see other people's work and everything. These like comics that I make, half of, like some of them is like based on my real life, and some of it's just totally made up stuff. But I like to draw other people as funny animals because it brings me a lot of joy. I think it's funner than drawing humans. I think in the furry world, you get to really play with a bunch of different ideas of how you interpret the world and everything, and how people can express that in their art. I try to do that. And these are some slides from a cartoon that me and my friend worked on. And it was like a gift to be in a cartoon like this, and I'm hoping to make more, basically, where I can have more cartoons of me as a funny dog. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. I'm Willow Etches, and I make and post art under the name Glow Possum. And I have been awake for 36 hours, so please go easy on me. Most of my work takes the form of long-form pornographic comics that deal largely in part with or concern the sort of relationship between gender and sexuality and kink and community and all these things that as a queer person I have grown to deeply value and feel the need to represent as a part of myself. Yeah, that was concise, I guess.
Cool. We've got one here.
Yeah, I just want to say before we start with questions, my hope for this panel is that it can be a conversation between the artists that is useful for all of us as well as the audience. So please feel free to ask each other questions, jump off of what, your fellow artists say and all that. Keep it casual. Okay.
Great. Let me take that for a second here. Okay. We have our list of questions here. I wanted to go to one, and because I think it's kind of like an over question that has been answered and asked by kind of like everything which also we made this Google slideshow collaboratively, and someone came in and modified this. It said, "What does furry offer?" and someone changed it to say, "What does furry otter?" It was you. Okay. So, and it's great. The otters have something to say too. But I think of this as kind of like it's a broad question that I think all of this is addressing is like why are we doing this? What's important about it? What is kind of compelling about being a furry, about making art about furry, about engaging in this? So I felt like it would be kind of like silly to ask that in the middle of a bunch of questions that will kind of answer it. But it's something I think that I am interested in kind of coming back to and returning to as like a launch pad into discussion. But do you want to? How do you want to go down the line here? Yeah.
Let's go down the line.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So our first question here that we had is, how do you use furry art as a tool to interpret your life? And then do you want to give your spin on that?
Yeah, I guess it was how do you kind of use furry art as a tool with which you live your life? So not just to depict or interpret your life as is, but I think we use furry art as, you could call it folk art, but as a tool that is part of our life and how we create ourselves or other things. So anybody who wants to jump in on that, how is it a part of your life?
So as I mentioned, a lot of my work really touches on these topics of gender, sexuality, kink, and a lot of these topics I represent in a way that is very heightened or at risk of being almost sensationalized or heightened or something. I don't know. I said the same word twice. What? Or idealized. There's the word. But in some way, it's still referential to a deeper this deeper truth. And I think I want to use this sort of amplification to amplify the truth, and using furry as this sort of escapism, this heightening thing that you can escape to feel good. But the world that I am trying to make is close enough to our own world, but just things are a little bit better, that maybe you can loop out of that escapism once you're done reading it and ask yourself, well, how can I apply this to my life? How can I take that escapism and put it toward something useful? So in my case, these two slides are a great example for the example where it's like, okay, we've got, it's a little coffee shop drama, and but we have these offhand remarks about it being a co-op, and sort of the, this really, I'm kind of like teaching my porn reading audience, like, hey, here's a rough outline of what a co-op is and how it operates. or this offhanded remark about like universal basic income and sort of like how that could restructure the life for this main character who like she doesn't feel like she needs this job, but that it would simply be nice because she just wants structure in her life. And so I guess it's kind of a answer to the question of like, how could things be a little bit better?
Yeah, I think like this might be a sentiment that's shared among folks who kind of like have this experience of like being of these two worlds that feel like they can't coexist at first. So there's kind of like so I remember going through school. I was learning a lot about like contemporary art, and I sort of had this. I was learning a lot. It was great. I don't like come from an academic background, so there was something kind of like both like freeing and like exciting about learning about contemporary art, queer art, and queer theory. And also something that also felt very like alienating and scary, that like this kind of part of myself that was sort of interested in furry felt like it was something that could never be like sort of joined with that other part. And I took like years and years and years of sort of like slowly relearning, like kind of just this journey of like self-acceptance and all that to get there. And I think there was something about furry art, both in the sense of like furry folk art, or these different categorizations, like and this sort of wave of like furry contemporary art that's like trying to use these like aesthetics and kind of what's the word, just like strategies of like world building, or uniquely furry ways of looking at the world, and like fantasy and things like that, and using that as a lens to examine like the world that we're in, and seeing like what does this, like what do furry, like what does like macro have to say about like a power fantasy of like of an oppressed person, or like a subaltern desire, like what does that say, what do these sort of like semiotics or meanings that we attach to animals, like our personas, like what does that say about the conditions of life that we live in, like I think just like what am I trying to say, like sort of like unique furry art forms, like fursuits and things, I think are this like really beautiful expression of like embodiment. It's something that's like super unique. It's like a form of performance, it's sculpture, it's like and it's also like deeply personal. So I think I'm really interested in those things, and these kind of like furry like technologies, and like how what they have to say about bodies and race and gender and just ecology, politics, so for me personally, like I'm just interested in things like just unique kind of like furry terminologies and things that we engage with on the daily, and how we can sort of use those as ways of just understanding the world that we're in.
Zephyr, can I want to follow up on something you said, talking about kind of like the power fantasies that like making this art can kind of help one engage in, and thinking about something that Juniper was kind of talking about, going into the kind of mythologies that we have about different animals. I think that like dragons feature very prominently in your work. Can you talk some about like what the kind of symbol of the dragon means for you in this kind of like expression of fantasy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is like an amazing exercise for like everybody in this room to like try out if you haven't already, and especially if you're like feeling, you know, kind of art blocked or something, like you know, just kind of taking your fursona, like species, writing that down, and then just kind of like going wild with all of the associations that sort of spring out forth from that. So, you know, for me, like a dragon is like this kind of like chimeric sort of creature that is like both like, you know, this sort of like medieval OC, if you will. Like it's not a real creature, and yet it is sort of, yeah, like, good point. It's also like kind of, you know, culturally like ubiquitous too. There's like, you know, this creature has like kind of made its way all over the world. And there's so many like associations that can come from that, like, and the flexibility sort of the dragon to kind of like encompass all of that, I think is really fascinating to me. Like, you know, a dragon, a couple months ago at a thrift store, like I found this little 7-Eleven cup that had like, it was like a vintage cup that had, it was like dragon, and it was like a picture of a dragon and like some dragon facts. And it was like, you know, it was talking about like, you know, they love sitting on piles of gold and like stealing maidens and like being super powerful. And I think, you know, there's like kind of this way that this creature can become like a form of critique for like, you know, thinking about like, you know, like the hoarding of wealth, you know, like a billionaire or something like that. But it can also be this sort of like hybrid, you know, for me, like thinking about this as like this, yeah, like sort of aspirational creature that can, you know, just be like this, what's the word? Like a creature that like exists sort of like outside of these sort of like mundane concerns that we deal with as like folks who are like marginalized or you know, just those sorts of things. Yeah, I think I got a little away from that, but yeah, you get the idea.
To the next question. Yeah. So a lot of I'll put them. Yeah, a lot of people today have engaged with furry history in different ways. So I wanted to ask, how does the history of furry affect your work, and or what maybe other histories show up in your work, specifically like specific artists, conversations, you know, the histories of the furry community, of the erotic language we've developed, of ways of representing bodies that we've developed. And yeah, please be specific of what those kinds of influences or what legacies you might be responding to.
Well, I feel like there's like another way to think of this question is I've heard some artists phrase it as like who is it the what is it, the many mothers of your heart or something like that. It's like what are the histories that you feel like you yourself are responding to with your work, you know, and also in conjunction with furry histories. Okay, thank you.
I feel like I'm responding in longer form work, responding to like histories written about me by people that don't know me, to put it very, very generally and politely. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I thought about like different like history periods of furry art that like I've like looked at online, and it's so wild that there's like medieval manuscript of people like drawing themselves with like animal heads and stuff, and it's just like they were like ancient furries. They're literally just been furries for like
millennia. You know, people are drawing themselves as animal people, you know, and I feel like I'm more in like the like new school, very influenced by like reading online furry comics I probably wasn't supposed to when I was like a teenager in high school and everything. I was like very much like, I was reading all this stuff and I like in my mind, like I didn't know that I could like explore that and have that also. I just kind of engaged with it as like, oh, cool, comics, you know, this is a different form of comics, you know. And then like I thought about it more seriously, and it's like I think I've been like just like kind of missing out on it. So I, you know, for the like history of it, I think you can like get into it like a lot of different ways. Yeah.
So one of the first things I kind of noted when I discovered the furry fandom in my youth was that like, oh, this seems to be an online community that is in orbit around art and around comics. And not only that, but as I've like looked deeper into the history of this, the limited history, it has taken funny animals, this thing that has really appealed to me throughout like my entire life, and has turned it into something that can be serious, that can acknowledge serious topics, that can acknowledge and represent sex and sexuality. My mind goes to Omaha the Cat Dancer as an example of just like one of the first ones to do it. And I feel like my art is not only a sort of celebration of that culture or a desire to join in on that aspect of furry, but also a response to what I felt was lacking from a lot of the stuff from a lot of specifically more the porn comics that I was reading in that upbringing, that a lot of them sort of went straight to the point, because that's ultimately the point of pornography. And but the story, the character development, and ironically the humanity was lacking or secondary. And I think a lot of my art or my comics and writing responds to that in terms of just like, well, this is the thing that I feel was missing, because like I want to care about what's happening, and I want everything to exist, I guess, somewhat of equal value. I don't know how to put that. And then, I don't know, I guess I just believed that like, if you are making an entire comic about a sexual encounter and heightening it, that if it's remarkable enough to make that story, that it needs to have like, why wouldn't it have some sort of like takeaway or something to be learned, or something to like imbue upon your spirit and identity? And I don't know. There we go.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
I feel like that's something in furry porn comics, that there is a level of depth to and characterization, consent, or explicitly playing with it. There's like a richness to it that is often not seen in other porn comics or things like that. Do you feel like there is something in either furry history that has led to that? Is there something in furry language or aesthetics that makes that possible?
Well, it's funny
Do you disagree with me?
No, I think honestly, I could have just been like looking at the wrong art, because, you know, looking back further into furry comic history, you have like associated student bodies, which is like all character drama and development, and there's also sex. And then also things like I was reading like Out of Position by Kyle Gold, which is very, you know, it's sexy, but it's also got tons of character development and sort of the explanation for like, why are they in a relationship? Why are they having sex? What is the fallout of this, etc. There's so many more books about that couple that I didn't read yet. And then even in the era that I was reading, there were comics like, say, ones by Art Decade that I think definitely had a lot of that, just like, oh, this is a character I care about, even if they were brief. Or like Little Buddy by Mish is always a big one for me, in terms of just like, oh, wait, we understand how we got here, how we got to the sex scene, and it matters, and there's like something to be gained from this rather than just like, I don't know. I don't know how like naughty I'm allowed to be in this scholarly environment, but
The sun is down. You can say the F word.
No way. Yeah, exactly.
Who have been very great to us, and we are so kind, so thankful. Okay. What do we have here next? Yeah. Do you want me to do how I wrote it and then how you rewrote it?
No, number 4. Wow, I really. No, that's not. No, let me just try it.
Okay, go for it.
That's not the one I rewrote. Okay. But this is a question that I've asked at some different panels and things, and it's always it's a tough one. It's a tough one. We'll see. Maybe, but it's basically beyond anthropomorphism, beyond anthropomorphic animals. How do you see your work as being furry? Like, because personally, I'll just say, I feel like there is a furry sensibility that shows up again and again. It's hard to pin down, but I feel like there's something that is not just about anthropomorphic animals that's come out of this community and people's experiences in it, and I'm wondering if and how that shows up in your work.
I think there's a certain self-examination that furries have that non-furry work doesn't. Like, if I read a book about humans that are based in a specific place at a specific time, it's going to be about that, and it's hard to escape that. And it's hard to. I think it's easier within anthropomorphic animals just to. I mean, it feels so general after this long day of wonderful speeches about what this is all about. It's just easier to insert yourself into that space. And I think there's just a greater awareness in the content and in what the reader experiences.
Yeah, I'm like super grateful to like all the like presenters who came before us too that kind of like laid this groundwork already, like in an amazing, incredible way. That like I think Tommy, you like were talking about this kind of lens of looking through at furry that is similar to kind of like Sarah Ahmed's like concept of like orientation. So like kind of similar to thinking, like something that comes up a lot, I think, when, like talking to a non-furry, person where they're kind of, and, right out the gate, just, having sort of these preconceived notions of what that means, whatever that might be. And one of the kind of responses that I've heard you say, Tommy, is furry, furry is so much like I hope I'm not like butchering this. Furry is so much like a kink that it is that like a sexuality is a kink, like if that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really butchering it. But just thinking about it more of like furry, being like an orientation, and in a similar sense as like a sexual orientation, like, but also like the literal word orientation being like you're turning towards something, and you're, using that as as like the framework, for like engaging with the world. So yeah, I think that's kind of like the through line that I see in like all the like work of the folks like up here and other furry artists is like using furry as like more of that, like it's not necessarily about always about just like an anthropomorphic animal per se, but kind of like using this applying this framework in a broader sense.
I just want to ask, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Sarah Ahmed's work, the orientation, it's sort of desire without an object. It's we're heading in a direction, but we don't exactly know what the goal is. Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, just to also kind of tee it up, I think something that I see in a lot of furry work and in y'all's work here is, you know, one thing, for lack of a better term, like kind of like as a starting point, to be extremely online or to be like extremely like media saturated as like kind of like a starting point, you know, like a foundation of the kind of world that you are building with your work on top of that. And I see that in different ways, you know, in what the kind of like, you know, culture that you absorb in your work, Will, or Jesse, or Zephyr, or Julia, all of that I think is kind of like foundational in some way. I wonder does that feel like, you know, kind of resonant to you, this kind of like media saturation in your work? Does that make sense? Does what media saturation means?
Not to me right now.
Okay, Jesse, does that make sense to you? I think, well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about just the foundation of like that originally, or probably a foundational in all our lives, like pop culture as like almost the background noise that we're coming out of?
Yeah. I think like by media saturation, I mean, I think of to be a furry is to have a very intense connection with like media, whether that be like comics or cartoons or artwork, all these other things. Like you kind of have to be pretty voracious to like kind of find the love in furry, I think, as a base level. And I think all of you kind of have different you know, soil of what that, you know, like saturated media is. It seems like you go for it, please.
Yeah. I mean, there's the kind of plain spoken answer to the larger question ties into that a lot of my, like, I am a furry, and all of my work is inspired by and sort of influenced by other furry works. It is this sort of cyclical, almost feedback loop, and I am then making work for furries to exist in a sphere that is just the furry fandom, in the furry sphere, with no real desire to break orbit from that. And so in that way, it could be furry in the sense that it exists sort of in this almost like cultural isolation. And yeah, no and, just kidding.
Can you go to some of Jesse's work? Yes. So, Jesse, in your work, there's, you know, in your, how do we refer it? Your media work, and in your furry work, there is a lot of, I think, exploration of this kind of like language of and practice of like advertising. And I think that, you know, it isn't just love and it isn't just hate, but I think that there is a kind of, you know, interesting celebration and criticism of this kind of like advertising language. I wonder how you, you know, factor that.
Well, sure. I mean, as I watched a lot of TV growing up, I have some friends that were, one friend who's an artist who was raised in the Catholic Church, and even though he no longer participates in the Catholic Church, he says that the aesthetics and the ceremonial aspects of it really influence his work. I had a largely irreligious upbringing, but I was, you know, like every American, exposed to a lot of advertising at all times, and I can't help but be influenced by those modes of presentation and spectacle. My boyfriend and I love to watch like really old TV ads from the 70s and 80s, and then like a regular ad comes on and we're like, oh, skip this, stop. I want to look at, when you remove it from the current context, when you have a little bit of distance. Art direction and motion graphics still have a lot of power. When I was growing up, one of my favorite magazines was Zillions, which was a Consumer Reports for kids. I mean, it didn't take me long to move on to the adult version of it, because it, really fiercely examined, a key component of American life, which is, how do I not get swindled? How do I not get screwed over by people in power on like the most superficial level? Just buying stuff in a store, like the toothpaste at the Target downtown is 5 cents more expensive than the toothpaste in the suburbs. Why is that? And so I have a lot of, it's a complicated feeling to engage with that mode of expression, for sure.
Yeah, it's making me think about a couple of things that we've kind of touched on here already. I think like the uncanny valley is something that I think about a lot in relation to furry. To think about like the attraction to furry, the appeal of furry pornography, I think for me and for a lot of folks I've talked to, has to do with being raised in America or in the world more just broadly that is very puritanical, that sex is a very kind of like frightening, shameful thing to think about or to desire or to see, and that, furry pornography, by crossing, the uncanny valley, by being so clearly far from reality, allows like a kind of a safer experience of sex or desire for sex. And I was thinking about your work, and I was like, I wonder if there's kind of like a similar connection to the language of advertising, that you kind of play with in your work, that it's like, it's so far from actually being like manipulated by advertising into making a purchase or making any kind of like decision, that it's kind of been fully aestheticized and I don't know, neutered in a way that it is no longer kind of threatening and can just be enjoyed. Yes.
Yeah, well, something that came up in those various responses is like that there's so many ways of talking about furry as being on the border of things. Obviously, anthropomorphic animals, that's where you start, but also, talking about identifying with advertising, but also, rejecting it, the idea of disidentification or the idea of furry personas being me, but it's also a fantasy. It's also not me. It's me and not me. So I'm going to question for Julia is I feel like in your comics, the way you represent yourself like really embodies so much about that ambiguity of the persona. Is it me? Is it not me? What does this allow me to do? You can do anything, but maybe you're, just going to, do something very mundane or, what do you allow yourself to do in those comics? What do you not? What do you share? What do you not? There's a lot of ambiguity. Can you talk about that in your work?
Yeah. Could I get the question?
That's a great
again?
question.
Sorry. Just kind of shorter. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, I think this is kind of like a good like thing to jump off here.
Yeah.
We were kind of like short version of this question that exploded into that is Julia a fursona for you?
Yeah.
Like where is the line between reality and fiction for your work?
It's just really whatever I set it to. I used to do like very, very literal autobiography comics in high school, and it was like kind of fun, but like it just didn't like feel like it didn't feel like it had a zest of life, I guess. And so like I think I live a pretty somewhat exciting life, but like I would like to reflect that a bit in my art. And if I can draw a world where I'm a dog and I'm like kind of like having a good time, that feels pretty good. I just feels like I feel like I've made a lot of art about how sad I am, and I think that's great to do. I think that I've done that. I felt like I did that so much where I was like, I should probably try to make art about me feeling happy and fulfilled, and try to do that, and I'll probably feel more happy and fulfilled and like myself. And if I'm reflecting myself in my art as fully out as I can be, I will feel better about myself. And it turns out that is what happens when you let yourself fully express yourself. There's like been instances where I posted like a comic where I'm like, oh, I don't know, this is like a bit too like personal, this is a bit too intimate, I don't know. But then like I get like a lot of people telling me that they really like it, and that they see a part of themselves in that. And I think I like draw myself as such an ambiguous looking dog that people can like try to project their own kind of creature onto this. I've had a lot of people like be like, oh yeah, you have a cat Sona. It's like, no, I have a dog Sona actually. Actually, I'm a dog, more like a dog than you think. And I think I reflect that I reflect that in my art as much as I can. I try to make jokes about being a dog. There's been a lot of instances in my life where people think that I'm something else or someone else, or like a different ethnicity or gender. And I think being able to be like, nope, this is me, this is who I am, and I reflect that in my art is like, I don't know, just really empowering to anybody. Yeah.
There's one follow-up for Julia.
Cool.
Is you said, I want to do comics about feeling good and representing yourself the way you want to be seen. A lot of people talk about their persona as like idealized, but in your comics, it's still warts and all. There's still failure in there. There's still life's still a mess, and it doesn't have to be. It's your comic. So why do you hold on to that?
Because I think that it just reflects that like. Yeah, I have misfortunes in life too, and I think sometimes that can be pretty funny. There's just like things that happen in life that you have to just like kind of like take in stride. I don't know. There's been a lot of instances where I felt like very devastated by something, and if I can try to put a positive spin on it, generally I can come back around and start feeling better about myself. I think it feels a little better than self-wallowing, which I admittedly do a lot. So, but I think being able to build myself up in my persona to, I don't know, just be the kind of strong dog woman that I want to be. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question, kind of like a springboard that I'm interested to see if this resonates for folks. I was thinking about your work, Willow, but I want to keep it open to everybody and in broad terms here. But so there's this quote that I think about from artist Nayland Blake, who is, has been mentioned earlier here. Wonderful. We don't have any pictures of Nayland Blake's work, but their work is, very steeped in kind of kink and fetish culture. And they, regarding their work, they said, "My artwork is not a reflection of my sexuality; it is the practice of it." And I wondered, how does being a porn artist feel? Like not just reflecting your, so it's kind of a vulnerable question, I suppose. So feel free to, I don't know, phone it in. No, but I think that, if we also just think of sexuality, maybe we can broaden that to desire, that how does your work not only express or reflect your desires, but does it also satisfy those kind of desires? Sorry, I know it's so late. Or shape them, sure. Sorry, it's so late.
I know. I had something. Just for a second.
Yeah. You can get back there.
Hi. Okay, I thought of something. When I think about sex in my life, the sex that I've had, and the good and bad experiences, the ultimate takeaway is that this is an extremely vulnerable space to be in. And so I think sort of a large part of my expression of like my sexual needs actually takes more shape of like the environment in which they happen, and is largely part of why a lot of my narratives are so, when it comes to the pornography, the actual like sex scene is so, there is so much like explicit consent, there is so much safety, there is so much like friendliness and warmth that needs to happen, because that is the environment in which like that vulnerability really kind of cultivates the greatest change or the greatest growth of your identity or your sexual self. And yeah, there's a great example. Thanks for putting this in. And I threw pictures in at like 11 p.m. last night. So this is, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, to kind of like piggyback off of that, like I love that quote by Nayland Blake so much. I think that's also something about like a lot of furry art that is really in touch with this like concept of the erotic, you know, like in kind of like Audre Lorde terms, which is like, so it's, you know, not necessarily like a sexual form of eroticism, but just like something that like that feeling that it's like very hard to describe, but that, you know, compelling, burning, you know, feeling inside of you that you know, draws you to, you know, whatever it draws you to. And I do, I love that about furry art. Like I love how it's like, you know, we don't, like as living, you know, human beings, we don't necessarily, you know, need to, you know, have sex or, you know, to survive technically, you know, to live, like, you know, you won't starve to death. And I feel kind of a simpler way about like, you know, this like making art, like, and I feel this like, you know, desire to sort of, you know, protect that and like sort of resist these like contemporary forces like, you know, like AI and things that are kind of trying to take that away from us. Like this, like it's not like, you know, we could survive, you know, not making art and just kind of, you know, whatever, foregoing that to, you know, AI or whatever. But I think like our souls would die. And I think that like furry artists kind of know that on a deep level that I really appreciate.
Just thinking about that is also, I think, something I see in furry pornography is that it's social. I mean, I don't know, when you're looking at furry porn and you're like, oh, I know that person, you know? Or like, oh, those are my friends. They commission this for each other. And like, it is actually, the pornography is part of a social erotic language. It's not an individual kind of thing. But you're right, we could just automate that. That would be great.
Yeah, and to add on, I mean, just to think about the, like, what is special about a furry and what allows for, like, you know, I think it is a really, like, it's an annoying question to receive as a furry, but it is interesting for us to consider among ourselves what is the connection to sex in furry, and what, you know, what makes it so, you know, I was going to say what like lubricates the system, you know, for, you know, like for effective, like interesting and like safe and enjoyable like conversations and displays and expressions of sex. And I think, you know, the difference between seeing a photo of your naked friends having sex to seeing a photo of your friends in fursuit having sex to seeing a commission of your friends, you know, like having sex is an illustration. Like there's so many like levels of like kind of like safe barriers to the intimacy of sex while still like getting to experience or share the joy of sex that I think is like pretty unique to furry experience. I want to start opening up to both to questions, you know, across the board from and to each other. One kind of broad question we had here was what resonated with you from the conference. So just as an open thing for you to, I know, obviously everything, the plant, etc. I feel like we have like a jawbreaker that we're going to go take home and like, you know, lick and put in the fridge and it'll get gross and we'll have it for 100 years. That's what the information feels like. Just off the dome right now. But I also want to open up to questions from the audience and you know, as we kind of wind down here. So all of these things kind of interplaying. So no pressure to come up with something, but if anything's burning, please come up. Or I don't know if has anyone been taking a look at our online questions? There's two? Okay. Awesome. We can start with one of those, or yeah, we can put a mic in there. Yeah. Yeah, can you hand that over? Oh, sure. Well, but let's put it, Space, can you take this mic just so any audience members can come up? Thank you. Okay, we'll take one from here first. To the panel. Is this still going? It's not sounding as off. It's off. Okay. Hello? Oh, sorry. That's all good. To the panel, while queerness is often explored in furry, how do you bring racial inclusion when race isn't apparent? E.g., how would you depict a Thai character? This is the question. Thank you. Can I get that one more time? You hear the question one more time? While queerness is often explored in furry, how would you bring racial inclusion when race isn't apparent in furry character?
Thank you. I have like I've like explored a bit of that with like creating different like personas for myself, just kind of like looking at like my own cultural like folklore about animals and stuff. I don't have the exact words right now because I don't have any notes with me, but I have done that. Yeah. To answer how would I depict a Thai character, I'm not sure.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think I think about this a lot, and I like furry has been like an amazing and fruitful way for me to explore like my mixed race identity in terms of thinking about like the word furry too. It like you know, kind of connotes like a texture that is somewhat, you know, blurry. Like there's not like this kind of defined edge, and I think that's like a very beautiful like way to think about and kind of take apart these ideas. And I think like, I don't know, like depicting yourself as a persona, I think those kinds of identities are like sort of inherently implicated in that. Like I think to like, you know, I think you know, I would want to avoid like depicting, you know, a character like a Thai character by some kind of like, or like I think we don't like necessarily need to be. This is the beautiful thing too about furries. Like I feel like I've been saying that a lot. Is like we don't necessarily need to be sort of like corralled by these kind of pre-existing notions of race. Like furry kind of gives us an opportunity to like ask questions beyond that or imagine otherwise, other ways of being. And I think it's all valid. You know, I don't think there's a wrong way to express yourself and your identity. But maybe that's not true. Yeah, I think furry is a very like exciting and you know, I think looking back into kind of like furry history and like sort of you know, the beginnings of you know, fursona creation, like, you know, race and gender and these things have kind of been in there, like from the get-go. I don't know if that answers the question.
We have a couple. Sorry, I saw Rod first, but then I see two more here.
Thank you very much. I'll answer that last question. Make them a binturong. They're awesome. Very seriously, in my writings, I don't deal with issues of race so much, but I do deal with the fact that sort of representation based on where animals live. You know, red foxes are European and gray foxes are Native Americans and things like that. So just, it's a thought. But speaking of art, I wanted to talk about something from my young days. Back in college, just down the road from where I was going to university, were two very famous comic book artists, Ken Macklin and Leela Dowling. They're not furry artists per se, but they did a lot of anthropomorphic animals as part of their comics and stuff. And I went to the head of the art department because I was taking some art classes, and I said, hey, are you aware that you've got these famous artists living just down the street? You should have them come give a talk. And I showed him some of their comic book works, and he looked at it and said, oh, no, Rodney, they're not artists, they're illustrators. Can you talk to this notion, which I've heard for a long time now, that basically if art, I swear, depicts anything that's a recognizable object, particularly a recognizable living thing, that it no longer deserves the word?
So I think that I think like academic art spaces really like categorize, like they can look at furry art or anthropomorphized art and categorize that as folk art or like child art and not take it as seriously in those realms. I think there's also like there's probably some elements behind that, like how much money is this worth? Because that's a big part of fine arts is, oh, what's the dollar like? So that's just my 2 cents on that.
I think this feels very general, but I feel that a big part of being in the academic art world as a student in undergrad and graduate studies, there's a lot of, just frankly, a lot of walls built up by people that find themselves as professors and as part of the institutions that maybe it's like, you know, you're really gunning for that tenure, or you really want to establish yourself as a artist over a illustrator. Obviously depends on the creator's intent, but I think a lot of it is like, you know, sort of a haughty, like, oh, I'm not one of those people that draws for money. I sell paintings for $100,000. Yeah.
Well, we had the two questions that I saw before with the long, I don't know what color that is. Lavender?
Hi, I'm Charlie, or Badmon Online. Really, I look up to Julia and Tommy specifically, like, a lot. So it's really, really cool to see you guys here. And Zephyr, is that you? I gotta talk to you about dragons afterwards, dude. Like,
Closer to the mic.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm Charlie. And back to that race example. I like to reflect my hair with my persona. It's a really good way to show your identity and race. It is so important. I know they highlight that it's not really important, and in a sense of like, I've always been told that race isn't supposed to reflect your persona for some reason. Really weird. But hair is so important, especially as a Black person. I'm also mixed, by the way. I'm Korean and Black, so really, really cool to see you guys up here. So, but yeah, definitely hair, I would say, and also the type of animal. Really, really good. Sorry, that's not a question, but I had to say.
Thank you. Appreciate the conversation. We had this question back here that I saw. Was that you? Yeah.
So, hi, I've asked questions before, but I never introduced myself because I'm anxious and tired. But I'm Kobold Orion. Y'all are amazing, and I'm truly grateful to hear from y'all. It's super amazing. This is a bit of a pointed question, because I'm fairly sure most all of y'all have experience with like specifically like academic and fine arts situations, or at the very least like some sort of background there or having to deal with it. When I was in pretty much any fine arts training, the one thing they always taught us was like, you have to mine yourself. You have to like dig deep in order to really make something that other people will care about. So my direct question is like, how do you keep your self-representation healthy, and how do you keep yourself like making stuff that you care about and you feel like you're saying something important that's not like, wow, I have to show all of my open wounds for content.
So a lot of my comics have these moments where I kind of, I've described them as the artist is now speaking, like directly to you. And a lot of those are just born out of this, like, I've had a life experience. I've gotten to the end point of that life experience, and now I'm in a moment where I'm able to reflect upon it. And now I can like, okay, what is the like takeaway from that I can like, let's put that into words and make my funny little animals take it or say it. One of which, more recently, I had a valuable lesson about dealing with a medium annoying person. Somebody who does not do anything objectively wrong. However, you just like, your skin prickles around them or something like that. And, you know, having these life experiences, having therapy sessions, having these moments of resolution, that ultimately landed me with sort of this conclusion. That was sort of the thing I put forth into the art, was like, okay, well, how do I, you know, what is my greatest takeaway? Well, let's think about, you know, this medium annoying person. They've done nothing objectively wrong. They are a part of my community, and therefore let's treat them with grace and kindness. And why are we doing that, and what does that look like? And that's what the words on the screen are about. Hope that answers that okay.
First of all, thanks for going on last and exhausted after an exhausting day. Yeah, keep on. I'd like to harken back to the presentation you led last year, Oren, which was titled something like Artists in the Expanded Field, which is something we've talked about a little bit.
It was an expansion pun also.
Oh, was it really?
Go ahead.
It was a very big and round session, yes. But and we've talked a little bit about this, that one thing I appreciate about all of you here is that you're sort of breaking out of the furry community art bubble. You know, if you talk about the expanded field, well, there's tens of thousands of furry artists, hundreds of thousands, you know, depending on how you count it. So if you're in the expanded field, that means there are people who are not in the expanded field. What's the difference between the two?
So I engaged music-wise in the noise scene when I was about like 19 to 20 years old. I started like going to noise shows, and I don't know if you know anything about noise people, but they're probably like the most outcasted weirdos in like music. Generally, people like look at them and are like, "What's going on with this? I don't understand." Oh, what are you just listening to like buzzing sounds? And sometimes it is. But I guess. Oh shoot. Expanded field, right? How that. So like I guess like when you engage in different fields of art, you can always somehow take something from that outside field into your work as a furry artist. At least I feel like. There has been like noise presentations where I brought aspects of my furriness into the noise presentation, where I had a noise show in 2018, and you were there. You were there. I had a noise set where I made a PowerPoint presentation on how to turn everyone into a cat girl. And I got everybody to meow at the end. I got people wearing cat ears. I got people thinking of themselves as a cat. And I got a whole garage full of people to do that. And that felt so powerful. And to be able to like do that in like outside of like a visual online or real life like art space, and to like bring that into a different kind of music, just like art scene that you wouldn't expect that kind of thing. You can pretty much take your art like everywhere and try to put it into the world where they wouldn't expect a furry to be. So that's how I feel about expansive fields of art.
Yeah, so I have a response to that. I think part of that title is just kind of being funny and playing on art language, which I think is, to speak from the experience organizing Room Party, is part of what we wanted to do, is to take seriously these kinds of art that people are making in the fandom that are well, I'll say this. When we started doing Room Party, one of the things we were thinking about curating it is like, oh, we're going into a gallery space, we're doing furry contemporary art, or we're speaking to outside people, and we don't want to like create this hierarchy, and and we very quickly realized that's not the goal. This is actually, even though this is in a gallery space, this is really not so much for outside audiences. This is us trying to take what is valuable from that space and bring it into this community. And because as much as we can shit on the contemporary art world, like there is something that there are kinds of art practices that allow you to express things that are different, that are not necessarily what the bread and butter of traditional furry art is. And there is also now a generation of artists who are doing art that, like I said, might not be anthropomorphic even, but comes out of a furry experience or a life lived in this community. Or there's just work in mediums that, don't work online, don't necessarily work at a convention, that do communicate in this, that benefit from this different kind of, that benefit from this different kind of engagement or way of interacting with the artwork. And we can create a space for that in furry and allow those kinds of practices and discourses to take place in this fandom, just like with academic language. Like we can have scholarly academic conversations here and yet not recreate that kind of knowledge hierarchy if we choose to and if we're intentional about it. And part of that with Room Party was we kind of said, like, we're gonna, like, this is an art show, but it's a furry art show, so it's kind of pretend, almost. Like, this isn't a real contemporary art show. This is like a bunch of furries. I don't know, but that it was some sort of like taking it seriously, but a slightly ironic sensibility, and really trying to be clear that this is art that maybe works differently, and we want to make space for those new voices, but that is not a hierarchy against any other kinds of art practices, of which, we like my fursuit that Lane made. That has done more for me personally than almost any piece of art. That is a piece of art that I lived through no hierarchy there, but there's different kinds of sculptures that can work differently in a gallery, and we should have space for that in this community and do it in our own way, I think. So, and it's a pun on expansion.
Just to to expand on that, getting real big. Yeah, we all understand the reference. But I think a useful concept too here is talking about in regards to art, and this also comes back a little bit to like what can sometimes seem like a I don't know, an opaque or stuck up differentiation between illustration and so-called fine art. Is thinking about art as object or window. So there's kinds of artwork like illustration, a lot of like furry digital illustration, where when we look at this piece of artwork, of media, we are not looking at often the brush strokes or the material of it. We are looking at the thing that is depicting, and we are kind of being transported into a scene, into an experience, in our imagination, aided by artwork. And then, when you have on the opposite end, maybe not completely on the opposite end, but an object we have in front of us here, the piece from Zephyr, the dragon in the back here, where yes, there is an experience of an illustration, right? We see an illustration of a dragon, but it is also about the materiality of this pink foam. And I think that was a big thing that Room Party brought to furry scene from the art world is, by being in physical space and by having a variety of different kind of materially produced artworks, there was, a lot more. I think being in that space, you became a lot more sensitized to, what these depicted artworks, almost everything in there was, did depict a figure of some sort or a scene. We were still also kind of like encouraged to pay attention to the material that creates this illusion of a scene in front of us. So I think that's something that the fine art space, like whether it's right or not, it privileges over and kind of separates itself from illustration in that way. So let's steal from that, but not keep the hierarchy.
Yes.
You can't walk around something on your computer.
Exactly, except for in VR chat, where we're doing amazing things. So big and round. Okay, I think we are nearly just about at time. Unless anyone has the burningest question, I think we can. All right, yeah. Yeah, you've got the tools. You've got the tools.
This is, I guess, a bit of a shorter, less deep question, but is there anything that any of you are interested in or engaged in outside of your artwork that you find influences your art in any way?
I'm back. I do music. I've mentioned that before. I've been doing music now live for about like 10 years, I think. And I would definitely say that making music and being on a stage has definitely made me feel a bit like a show dog. Not gonna lie. So I think that influences it a bit in some ways. I guess like I also like I've like painted like just like backgrounds of like just like nature and stuff, and I think being able to figure out what kind of textures I can like make with the brushes that I got really can just like what's the word, influence the way that I paint like textures and fur and stuff. So painting and doing music, I think. I also did some embroidery. That was pretty cool too. That's kind of like doodling on your clothes, basically. and in like a more like everyone kind of likes it when they see it kind of way. Like I feel like when I drew on my clothes in Sharpie, all my mom and everybody got mad at me. But if you embroider it, people think it's really fancy for some reason. So that's okay to do. Yeah. I'd say those are ways that it's influenced my art in a way. Yeah.
Sure. Outside of my very digital art illustrative practices and full-time job, I do wheel-thrown ceramics. And it's maybe sort of a cop-out answer as to how it influences my main body of work, but I find it to be something that exists kind of opposite and in balance with the main body of my work, which is very focused on, organic bodies and, sort of this conceptual, incorporeal sort of meaning or use. And comparing that to making a mug that has to have a certain kind of structure that a lot of how I throw things, it's very just like more design oriented. I think helps me feel, like all of my work is in balance with each other, but because I'm like creating on equal sides something both, the use of it is sort of difficult to describe versus something that it has a very clear utilitarian use. Both of those kind of exist in tandem and inspire each other in that they both kind of like give creative energy back to me.
A couple of years back, I really got into weaving on looms. Really intense. There's a great loom back there in the corner. Shout out to Loom. Yeah, thank you. It's really an ancient technology, and as someone from a media art background, where it feels like a lot of the stuff you do is like kind of similar to gag comics, where it's like, oh, I hope no one has already done this. Like you're not going to do anything new with a loom or on a loom, pretty much. And it's really freeing to be in that space. And even though my interest in it like dropped off severely, I still enjoy making stuff on a loom from time to time. And it's I really recommend anyone that's like also an artist and like really stuck on one medium to do something else for a while, even if it doesn't immediately make sense. It really helps.
I'm really struggling with this question because I think at this point in my life, like I feel like everything that I do is sort of related to like art in some way. So it's hard for me to think of, it just feels completely entangled. But one thing that I've been really, excited about, and I think this kind of, touches a little bit on Jack's question as well, is kind of running this sort of DIY artist residency project that me and Tommy are co-directing. It's kind of in a lull right now since as we know, the art funding situation in the U.S. is like not so hot, but to say the least. This is kind of a project that is near and dear to my heart and feels like something that fulfilling this desire to sort of like steal these strategies and methodologies from like this contemporary art world and bring them to furries, and also and vice versa. Like I think kind of demonstrating like the contemporary, like not to shit on contemporary art more, but let's do it. It's bad out there. Like it's the scene is feels very gutted, and there is this kind of vitality in the furry community and furry art, and I want to like be extra clear to like make this point of like furry, when we throw around terms like furry folk art and things like that, it's not like a judgment call of saying like that is somehow beneath these like contemporary art that is engaged with the world. Like it's I think furry has this like kind of beautiful like leveling effect in that we, when we engage, if we just get a commission of our persona like drawn super sexy like that, I think that's like a beautiful engagement with your life, and on the same level as like a very whatever like art piece you would see in a museum or something. Yeah, I think that the art world needs a little bit of like an injection of that, and it's really exciting to see things like Room Party kind of like doing that. Like I think the contemporary art world needs to have fursuit sex is what I'm trying to say. So keep doing what you're doing, you beautiful, beautiful beasts.
That was applause bait. I think that will wrap it up for us. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our wonderful panelists surviving on these microwaved brains at the end of this day.
Thank you.
So we have closing remarks from Hazel. Something I will also add, please take a picture with Minerva, our Furry Studies conference mascot back here. She's great. They're great. They're non-binary. It's the end of the day, okay? All right, well, I'll hand it over to Hazel.
Well, here we are. Whoops, sorry. Let's just take a deep breath for a second. Is that okay? It was a long day, but also a really beautiful day. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who is just here. Thank you to the presenters for your amazing work. Thank you to the artists who brought their works here. Thank you for who bringing all the zines here and everything. I just say thank you to everybody for everything that you've done to make this possible. Thank you to the PLU Tech team again for all the work that you're doing. Thank you to PLU itself. Thank you to everybody. And I want to end with just a couple of notes for all of you. Oh, that's for all of you. I just want to end with a couple of just thoughts, which is this is the second time we're doing this, and already it's been such a joy just to be a part of it, but also just to see the growth of all this and to see the participation and just honestly, not to be corny, but like all the love that's gone into this. And then, I've been to so many different academic conferences, and this is the best one. And I'm not biased, but like it's fun, it's interesting, and it's intriguing, and it's wonderful, and it's lovely, and it's just full of warmth, but also full of like intriguing, critical thoughts that are challenging me all the time. All these panels, everybody, all the work that you do is extremely challenging in the best way possible. And all of us are just so weird and wild and feral, and it's made me really excited to just, continue this work for myself. And if you are doing this work continually, or now interested in doing this kind of work, or just a part of this, or, maybe you're not even a furry in here, and maybe you're in MFT or social work, who knows? But like, I hope you are, inspired by all of this. And so, again, if anybody wants to, or has any curiosity of wanting to get involved in this, please let us know. Also, at the same time, as we exit, just kind of tidy up after yourself, pack in, all that kind of stuff. At the same time, also, afterwards, there's restaurants close by for food. If you want anything, there's a great Vietnamese restaurant really close. There's a great Italian restaurant nearby. It's really close on campus. So always feel free to look out for dinner. Also, at the end of this, I would like to have maybe all of us do a group photo, if that's cool with everybody. Those who survived, if that makes sense. A lot of people left, but also online for folks who are still lingering, thank you so much for being here. Those who left, thank you for coming when you did. And that's all I have for all of you. Oh, yes, also, and then also there's a great, awesome queer rave tonight. So there's flyers in the back for all that as well. What's that? Yeah, queer furry rave, which is going to be great too. So that's also going to be happening. Starts at 8, ends at 2, so you have a lot of time. They're not associated with us, but they encourage us to advertise, so just in community. Flyers are back there, also spread around. Other than that, that's all I have for you. Thank you all so much for being here. Yeah. Thank you all. And then, And thank you all. And let's like all be right here and we'll take a group photo. Yay!